Ready when you are.
Good evening, and welcome to the July 17, 2025 meeting of the Town of Southampton Zoning Board of Appeals. This meeting is being held live and also via video conferencing in accordance with the Town Board's enactment of Local Law Number 14 of 2022. Our next meeting and those following will also be held in person here at Town Hall and will continue to allow for remote participation. So please keep checking the town's website for updates and any new information. If you wish to view tonight's live meeting only and not participate, please do not join the Zoom meeting and instead go to the town's website for viewing access. With that, I'd like you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For those of you with us here tonight, in case of an emergency evacuation, please exit through the rear doors of this room and to one of the staircases across the hall. Continue downstairs and out through the main entrance. Do not attempt to use the elevators during an emergency evacuation. In case of a medical emergency, the automated external defibrillator and first aid kit are both located in the hallway on this floor opposite the elevator. Restrooms are located across the hall from this room. We'll begin this meeting with public hearings. We have applicants and members of the public here with us live and also standing by via Zoom webinar, which is being moderated by CTV. CTV will mute the speakers on Zoom until it's their time to give testimony before the board. Please be patient. If you find you're having difficulties accessing the hearing, visit the town clerk's meeting portal and click on the instructions link. Also, for those of you in the boardroom, please silence your cell phones and refrain from speaking to one another as it interferes with the recordings of our proceedings. Tonight, Board Member Helen Burgess is participating via Zoom. A reminder that applicants, agents, members of the public speaking other than attorneys will be sworn in, will state their address for the record, and will offer their testimony as it relates to the application before the board. In order to consider properly every application before us tonight, individuals commenting on a particular application will have a time limit of 3 minutes. Also, before handing in any submissions to the board tonight, please make sure documents identify the ZBA application, name, and tax map number. The application name should also be added and written on your certified receipts. Unless otherwise stated at the end of each individual application hearing, all applications will remain open for written comments for all purposes until a set date. Those written comments can be addressed to members of the board and sent via email, mail, and/or dropped off at Town Hall to the board secretary, Candace Cowell, in the building department. At this time, I'd like a motion to approve our minutes of the July 3rd, 2023 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia. Ms. King.
Aye.
Mr. Revin.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. John, would you take us through the agenda, please?
Yes. Starting with adjournments and re-advertisements. Number 8 on the agenda, 911 Flanders Road LLC, 9 and 11 Flanders Road, Riverside, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-138-2-31 and 32. This application will be re-advertised for our September 18th meeting. Number 12 on the agenda, Aria T LLC, 292 West Montauk Highway, Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-253-1-25. I move to adjourn the hearing on this application to October 2nd.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Revin.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye.
Number 14 on the agenda, the application or secret resolution of 2297 Montauk LLC, 2297 Montauk Highway, Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-86-1-3. I move to adjourn the continued proceeding on this application to September 18th.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Revin.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye.
Seeker resolution, number 15 on the agenda, seeker resolution of Watermill Building Supply Realty LLC, 1110 Montauk Highway, Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-102-1-17.1. I move to adjourn further proceedings on this application to September 18th.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Decision on the application of Andrew Brandman and Kira Brandman, 57 Waters Edge Road, North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-62-1-16. I move to reopen the hearing on this application for written submissions.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And I move to close the hearing on the application of Andrew Brandman and Kira Brandman for a decision later tonight.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Mc.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia. Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Okay. The decision in the application of Eric Grave and Corolla M. Grave, 9 Rebidam Lane, Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-211-4-2. I move to reopen the hearing on this application for written submissions.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald. Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye.
I move to close the hearing on the application of Eric Grave and Corolla M. Grave for a decision later tonight.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
The decision in the application of Gary Fitterman, 645 Dune Road, West Hampton, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-391-2-25.1. I move to reopen the hearing on this application for written submissions.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess. Chair votes aye.
I move to close the hearing on the application of Gary Fitterman for a decision later tonight.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
I move to reopen the hearing on the application of Eva Shea Family Trust for written submissions.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald. Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes
Bless
aye.
you.
Excuse me.
And I move to close the hearing on the application of Eva Shea Family Trust for a decision later tonight.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
I move to adjourn the decision in the application of John and Meredith Noonan to August 7th.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
And finally, I move to adjourn the decision in the application of Dana R. Rubin and Robert J. Gottlieb to August 7th.
Second.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Okay, going back to number 1 on the agenda, the application of Richard Maniscalco, 47 Onick Lane, West Hampton, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-357-3-39. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code. 1, for proposed additions to an existing dwelling on a non-conforming lot, Section 330-6, General Regulations that references Section 330-11, Residence Districts Table of Dimensional Regulations for a principal rear yard setback from 60 feet to 53.5 feet. Section 330-115C, continuance for a principal front yard setback from an existing 29.8 feet to 25.9 feet, and a principal total side yard setback from the existing 26.4 feet to 16.4 feet. And 3, Section 330-84D, Pyramid Law for a total sky plane encroachment in the amount of 4,695 cubic feet, 1,445 cubic feet proposed for the north, plus 3,250 existing on the south, and 2, for the proposed front covered porch, Section 330-115C, continuance for a principal front yard setback from 29.8 feet to 25.5 feet, and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction. Hi, are any of you attorneys?
No.
Okay, then let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. Please state your names individually and where you live.
Christian Maniscalco, 47 Onek Lane, West Hampton Beach.
Daphne Vaughn, Surfside Environmental Planning, 4 Happy Acres Drive, Shirley.
John Van Velser, architect, 74 Josephine Drive, Wading River, New York.
I just have a quick question. Is it in the village of West Hampton Beach or it's not?
It's not.
Yes, it's listed West Hampton Beach, so it's
It's
in the village. We don't have jurisdiction, so I don't know how the address.
because the address is, it's very peculiar. That street is where
Yeah,
the
no, I
line
know that
goes
very
down,
well.
right? Yeah, okay. So it's, your mailing address is West Hampton Beach, 11978, but I pay taxes to West Hampton.
Just
Good clarification.
That
Thank
makes
you.
sense.
Thank you.
that road is half of it is, half of it's not. I got it.
Okay, so Daphne, you taking lead on telling us about the
Yeah.
application? Okay.
Sure. So the subject property is located in an R20 zoning district, and it's non-conforming to the zone at 9,375 square feet, where 20,000 square feet is required. So the lot is only 75 feet wide, where 120 feet is required for the zone. The property currently contains a 1.5 story, well, I guess it's considered 2-story residence with an attached garage and benefits from pre-existing certificate of occupancy from September 15th, 1965 for exactly those items. Additional certificates of compliance were granted for a living and deck additions to the residence back in 1986, as well as for a swimming pool. And all are existing to date. Mr. Maniscalco purchased the property back in 2014. So at this time, Mr. Maniscalco is seeking to make some improvements to the residence by removing the existing attached garage and a portion of the existing decking, as well as an existing bay window and the front open stoop access to the house, in order to accommodate a larger attached two-car garage and first and second floor living space additions with a small covered entry porch on the front. The proposed addition will contain a new den, laundry room, and a half bathroom with an additional dining area to add to what's already there. On the first floor with a primary bedroom expansion, a whole suite on the second floor. Will require the following variances for these changes. From 33011 for lot coverage proposed at 21.5%, where 20% is allowed. That additional 1.5% equates to 138 square feet. From 33011 for the principal rear yard at a setback of 53.5 feet, where 60 feet is required, so that's a 6.5 foot variance. 115C for the proposed garage addition at 25.9 feet, where 29.8 feet is pre-existing. 115C for the proposed covered porch at 25.5 feet, where 29.8 feet is pre-existing.
Just do that one again.
The porch, 115C, 25.5, where 29.8 exists. Another 115C for principal total side yard setbacks from the pre-existing 26.4 feet to 16.4 feet. And lastly, pyramid, 33084D. The total amount of pyramid that we're requesting is 4,695 cubic feet, but of that, 3,250 cubic feet is pre-existing on the south side of the residence. The new pyramid we are requesting right now is 1,445 cubic feet on the north side for the second floor addition. It's almost entirely the second floor. The first floor almost entirely meets pyramid. The one-story den addition on the back of the house does not need any pyramid relief. As I was just saying, almost all of that pyramid relief we're requesting is within the second floor that's proposed. So this property, just to orient you, to the south is a dentist office. Across the street is West Hampton Beach High School. One of the things that I submitted to you is an email that I received from the De Benedettos, who own the dentist office to the south. And just to summarize, that they are unable to be here tonight, but they wanted to express their full support of the project to the board. So I gave that email that was sent to me this morning. The other thing that I did is I went and I looked at all of the other homes on Onek Lane that are between Mr. Maniscalco's property and Arthur Court, I believe it's called, to the north. And I provided you in a package all of their certificates of occupancy. A lot of them are pre-existing, showing the setbacks of each of them, and almost all of them have setbacks between 6 and 7 feet on the south sides and 12 and 13 feet on the north sides. So between total side yards of roughly 19 to 20 feet combined. So what we're asking for is slightly less than that. And that's mainly to accommodate the proposed 2-car garage for the appropriate width for the garage. The second floor addition for the primary bedroom is inset by a few feet, and John can probably go into this in more detail. And we also inset the 1-story addition so that it would entirely avoid any need for pyramid. This lot is 45 feet narrower than the requirements for an R20 zoning district. And that's all I got. So I'll let
Okay.
John.
Thank you. Yes, as Daphne said, the garage, proposed garage, 2-car garage, will be 22 feet wide. We wanted to make it a little larger. 24 feet is pretty standard for a garage, but in keeping with trying to say out of the pyramid requirements for the first floor, we made the garage 22 feet wide. The second floor, we kicked back 3 feet off of that north building line. The roof pitch, we wanted to try to, it's a reverse gable for the second floor. We wanted to try to maintain the same roof pitch that they have for the doghouse dormers on the original house. It's pretty much it. We worked very hard to keep the first floor den out of the requirements, pyramid requirements. It's a step down, 2 steps, so we lowered the floor, which lowered the whole roof area as well. We were able to accomplish that.
Julie, this is yours. Do you want to start?
I do. Hi. So, a couple of questions for you. I have gone to the house. It does seem, until you get to the commercial property, the dentist who's written in, it does seem like this is inconsistent what you're trying to do with the rest of the neighborhood, which are a lot more modest homes on the road.
Did you say consistent or inconsistent?
Inconsistent. Yes. On Onek, across the street from the school. So this seems like a lot. I know you've heard from the commercial neighbor. I'm interested in knowing whether any of the folks on the back where you're going to be narrowing the setback have had anything to say. I also, can you just help me understand a little bit more about the pyramid you're saying? It's 1445 cubic feet new, and the 3250 is existing pyramid encroachment that's inconsistent with the standard? Am I understanding that properly?
I think, yes, I think I understand what you're saying. So this is the only house on that strip that has 2 stories. All of those other homes are ranch-style homes. But as I gave you, all of them have these pre-existing non-conforming setbacks. They all have pre-existing non-conforming COs. So they've all been there prior to zoning. For some reason, this house got to be 2. When they constructed that house, it was prior to zoning, and therefore that southern end didn't have to worry about pyramid. So that whole side, which is 3,000 and change, 3,250, is pre-existing non-conforming. So the only pyramid that is, we're asking for that's new is for that primary bedroom on the second floor. And that's the 1445 cubic feet.
Okay, so I just will share my reaction to that is there's significant a significant pre-existing non-conforming condition. To add to that is a little hard for me to swallow. And then can you just go to the question about the neighbors on the other side, in the back? Any word?
No, we have not heard from any other neighbors, just the dentist. There is a rear setback variance that was granted. I did not print that, but it was granted for the people adjacent to this. What is that, 45 Onek Lane? You can see that's the first one that I gave you, that they have, believe they were granted a 50-foot rear yard setback. They have this large addition on the back of their house, and that's right next door to this. Mr. Maniscalco does have a swimming pool between his house and the rear lot line, so it's not that he's not using the rest of the property already. But no, we have not heard anything. Are those houses behind you 2-story?
No.
Or are they 1-story as well?
Julie, can I just
Yes,
echo
please.
something?
I
I'm
have a
sorry,
question.
Sean, go ahead.
So I was looking at the certificates of compliance that you provided to us for 47 Onek Lane. 19 December 1986, work completed to add a living area and deck addition to a one-family dwelling. 1986. When was the second story added? The pyramid law was enacted, if I'm not mistaken, in 1992. So what I'm missing in this application is when did that second story get built?
It was built, the house was built with a second story.
It's basically, I think,
Well, then why do I have a certificate of compliance from 1986 saying it's a one family?
How many
Well,
bedrooms?
single,
And then-
single family.
hold on.
Not, it says 2-story frame dwelling with attached garage for the pre-existing CO from 1965.
it's pretty much a Cape-style house.
Yes.
Which is 2 bedrooms
Okay,
upstairs.
okay, prior to 1957. Okay, thank you.
This is
Well, can you tell me what the ceiling heights are?
8 feet for the proposed addition.
Okay.
Kevin?
Julie, thank you. I did visit the site, and it's an interesting location. And Daphne, you're right. All the houses are, but for this house, single family. I have John's problem now. Are single story dwellings, modest pitch ranches, very pretty tight setbacks on the side. So I think the issue here isn't so much the setbacks as much as it is, because I think the setbacks generally being proposed here are consistent with the neighborhood. I shared Julie's concern about the additional pyramid relief, and the thinking behind it is that if everybody came in and said, just give me the same thing they got, the entire street now looks different, and I have that concern. So, we want to be careful, and we want to be smart, and we want to be fair, but I have the concern that Julie has about that. And I just wonder if it's not possible to sharpen the pitch on the roof to reduce the pyramid relief above the garage in an effort to try to mitigate that. Or how tall is the ceiling in the garage?
The garage is, well, pretty
9.
much the second floor is going to be flush, going across from the existing onto the new. So I would have to guess at this point, I don't know if I have the dimensions, but I would say probably 9 foot at least.
Okay.
So, there's a full basement in it, so.
Let me also take the opportunity for the record. You and I have common acquaintances, I think. And I want to acknowledge that we don't socialize directly, and I don't think in any way that should disqualify my presence in the conversation, but I want to just acknowledge that.
Sure.
Yeah, I would echo both Mr. McDonald and Julie's comments. And I also think that we have to keep in mind, or at least I do in my decision-making, that just because there's a pyramid encroachment dating back to 1957 doesn't mean you automatically get a pass for anything in the future. It's not like it doesn't exist, and we have to take that into consideration when we add on to the non-conforming aspect of it. And I think for me, it's, we're now going further afield from what the character of the community is, the surrounding residences. So I would echo that sentiment as well.
If I may, the fact that the original house is a cape that has a steep pitched roof of probably 12 on 12, we're already up high for that type of house. The addition, the ridge on the addition is only going up about a foot and a half more than
Right.
the existing ridge of the house. So we're not really building a tower, next to a one-story entity.
But you are increasing the noncompliance. And for lack of a better phrase, it's making matters worse. The building, the residence itself is already out of the character of the rest of the residential properties in the community.
That's how I bought the house, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Look, when you buy the house, you buy the noncompliance. It happens all the time. And then that becomes a significant consideration, at least for me. I don't want to speak for the rest of the board, but at least for me.
Susan,
Yes, go ahead, Helen.
to echo John, Julie, and Kevin's comments, and I agree totally with them, that I do not accept what they have done, and they can go back and sharpen their pencil or do whatever they want.
Is there a way to be a little creative in trying to come up with another location for this second bedroom, for this bedroom?
Well, when
I
you
mean, I'm
look
just-
at the
You're
floor
hearing
plan-
that there's
No, I understand.
concern at the board level
And
about the
we
pyramid.
discussed this
Yeah.
before we even came here. This looked a whole lot different before we submitted it.
Yeah, I'm
I want you
sure.
to understand that.
I'm sure.
I had them consider relocating the bathroom and the closet for the second floor, so we kind of pulled that aspect of the suite away so that does not really doesn't require any pyramid at all. It's really within the actual bedroom itself. And again, it's an 8-foot ceiling height. The total height of the building is 25 feet 5 inches, where you're allowed 32.
Mhm.
And again, this is non-conforming 9,000 and change square foot lot, where 20,000 is required. We're 45 feet narrower than what's required for the zoning district. So there's not a lot of wiggle.
It's a challenge piece of property for additional height in the pyramid, really.
Sure.
But I think you're hearing that there is some sentiment on the board that it's too much, particularly in light of the fact that everybody else seems to be one story in the neighborhood. So it's pretty much out of character already, as they've said, plus adding to that out of character.
Is it currently how many bedrooms currently?
There's 2 upstairs.
You're not adding a bedroom. It's still gonna be a 4-bedroom.
Right.
1 bedroom is being removed.
Right, but but the non-compliance is to add a primary suite with a walk-in closet, it appears, and a primary bathroom with a shower and tub. So, and on the first floor, you've got a living room and a den. So, it just seems to me like
Well,
I understand
none
you
of
want what you
those-
want.
So the den doesn't require anything but a setback variance. And,
I'm not saying what it's
the
requiring, I'm just
majority of
saying
that
you
bedroom-
have 2 living spaces on the first floor, and rather than making one of those a primary, you're putting a second you're adding to the second floor a primary suite, which is what is causing the encroachment. because the other bedrooms are all part of the original non-compliance. So I'm just
You guys know what
not
you
telling
have
you what to
do.
do. I'm just pointing
You know
out
what
the
we're asking you to
difficulties.
do. You know how to resolve the problem.
And it's not as if you're asking for an enormous sense of relief. It's just, I think, in terms of where it's located, the neighborhood, I also have no problems with the setback relief. It's the pyramid relief that's going to give us some concern. So I think if you can come up with some ideas and be creative in how to modify that. I mean, you clearly already have 3,000 plus pyramid relief already. So maybe you can work with that. I don't know.
I just have to say this too, wherever you're doing all the digging and making all the disturbances, if that results in a new technology septic system going in, that wouldn't be a bad thing either.
Right.
Maybe, because I'm not sure how much space increase you're proposing.
Not adding a bedroom.
Oh,
so,
well,
yeah.
okay.
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 And are there ways for you to go out instead of up?
Well, that's what I was saying, trying to be a little bit more creative in terms of the layout.
Yeah.
So see what you can do. You're welcome to come back and present this again, and take your chances. But, I think you've picked up that there is some reluctance on the part of some board members here. Did anybody else wish to comment on this from the board?
No.
Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on 47 Onick Lane? Please, you can come to the podium.
Okay.
Hi,
Okay, are you an attorney?
I am not.
Okay. Can I swear you in? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address.
My name is Nicholas Algar. I live at 45 on Neck Lane, directly next door. My wife is actually not listed on the paperwork there. Her name is Anita Goffman, but she's a psychotherapist in private practice, and she couldn't redo her schedule to be here today, otherwise she would have.
Okay.
It's true. I agree with everything that's been stated here, and it's true. It's kind of a strange configuration there. I don't know if any of you remember John Blaney. He was.
Who was that?
John Blaney. He was one of the town Southampton.
Planning board member.
Yeah.
Yep.
We actually bought the house from the town because it didn't have any. Folks had died, and there was nothing there, and. A portion of the sale went to buy a new patrol car for the village. So it's always been a little weird over there. But anyway, I put some pictures together here just to show I'm supportive of this in principle with the two concerns that you've all been talking about, which is the pyramid thing. And actually, it's coincidental that you mentioned Mrs. Benedetto. I actually ran into her earlier today, and she says to me, "Yeah, I've sent to the town. I'm supportive of this," and then she said, "But of course, it's all on your side," meaning, all this new work will be on the north side. So, the portico and the den, and I'm not really very knowledgeable about looking at the plans. But the reality is for us, the south side of our house, it looks to me on the plan that the edge of the garage is going to be 8 feet 9 inches from the property line. And in our house, I don't know if you have plans of our house,
No.
the southern wall of our house is only 8 feet from the property line. So this, the garage is going to come all the way over, and it's going to be essentially 16 feet 9 inches from the side of the house. And I realize there's a little extra space that's being asked for to move the garage over. Our main concern is the whole pyramid thing, because when that goes up, and it's already been moved so much closer to the property line, it's going to affect everything from our southern exposure, what we see out of the window, what kind of direct sunlight comes in, all of those issues.
So if I could just interrupt.
So that's our concern.
Your concern is that it's the pyramid relief and it's closer to the property line.
Those are the two issues.
On that side.
The whole new construction, because if you look at the photo, you can see there's a garage there.
Right,
And then there's going to be a garage of equal or larger size
Right.
put next to it. So that's going to take it right pretty
I
much.
know, but
And then
you
that's gonna
are
be in
only
the
8
driveway.
feet on your side, right?
We're only 8 feet.
Yeah, I
and
know.
And that's the pre-existing,
I know.
and I know it's tough to work with those.
Yeah.
You know, it's tight like that.
Is your house one story or two?
One.
And ours is the one that had the, I think the previous owners, because we've been in the house for 26 years. We bought it in 1999. And I think the previous owners had sort of like a apartment on the side. I think they rented it in some capacity.
Okay, well, we don't need to worry about that.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that. But anyway, that's what that extra you were talking about is.
I might encourage everyone to have a conversation outside the room, as we frequently do, to see if whatever resolution you're going to propose addresses the concerns that Mr. Algar is raising, if that hasn't been done. And if it has, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's another,
This is going to be adjourned, so there'll be another hearing on this.
because all I was going to say is you can see also that on the south side, there's a parking lot.
Yeah, no, I
So
know.
but there's not going to be any, if it's possible to do things on the south side, it would be less disruptive. Anyway.
Something to consider.
It warrants further consideration.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to be heard on 47 Onic Lane? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
No one has their hand up.
Okay, Julie?
Yeah, so we are going to keep this matter open. Do you have a sense of how long you would need to go back to the literal drawing board? If you're going to?
If you're going to.
Probably 2 to 3 weeks, I guess.
Okay.
Candace, what do you
What do you
think?
think, Candace? 82194?
821 or 94, either of those.
They can choose either 821 or 94. It's up to them.
can't do the 21st.
Okay. So
9-4 it is.
94?
94. Okay, we're going to adjourn the matter and put it on calendar for 9/4.
Second.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Mr. Macedonio?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Votes aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2 on the agenda, application of Mart
It's bifinkel.
Vifinkel, Martin Vifinkel and Juliet Jalema. Thank you so much for helping me with that. 46 Peconic Bay Avenue, North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-42-2-11. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code. 1. For the location of the proposed pool equipment, Section 330-77G, placement of accessory buildings, structures, and uses in residence districts for a side yard setback from 10 feet to 8 feet. And 2. For the proposed pool deck, Section 330-115D5, continuance for an accessory side yard setback from 10 feet to 7.8 feet on a non-conforming lot and any other relief necessary.
Board has jurisdiction?
Are you here alone on this? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Daphne, go ahead.
Dash on Surfside Environmental Planning or Happy Acres Drive, Shirley. So, this one is seemingly simple. This property is located in R40 zoning district and is non-conforming to that zone at 20,000 square feet, where 40,000 is required. The lot currently contains a one-story, single-family residence with an attached garage and associated decking, and benefits from multiple certificates, beginning with a pre-existing CO for the residence back to June 11th, 1964. Other certificates included multiple additions from April of 1965, October of 67, and January of 1980. An interior renovation and a detached garage were granted approval back in 2011. A variance was part of that approval for the garage and that deck expansion. That was a decision that was granted in April of 2009. For setback relief for the garage and the deck, the garage setback was approved at 13.2 feet. and the deck was approved at 10 feet. So this property contains freshwater wetlands and has been reviewed by both the Town Conservation Board and the DEC. DEC issued a letter of non-jurisdiction, which we provided, and a 2022 Conservation Board wetland permit for this project. So at this time, the owners wish to install an in-ground swimming pool and would like to expand upon that deck to surround the swimming pool. The proposed deck expansion will meet the same side yard setback as the residence, which is 7.8 feet, where 10 feet is required. So we need a variance from 330, 115D5 for that couple feet. And then additionally, the pool equipment for the swimming pool is proposed underneath the expanded deck at 8 feet, where 10 feet is required for that, and that requires a variance from 33077G as in go for that 2-foot difference. That's the gist.
Okay, this is mine. I went to the property. I have a couple of questions. So the pool itself meets the setback, the accessory setback,
Yes.
is that correct? 10 feet, correct? So the thing that really struck me is that it's a wide open area. There is no demarcation that shows that there's a line, a property line or anything like that. It's just one lawn, continuous. I have a little bit of problem in terms of locating the pool equipment and the deck, smack dab, in the setback zone without any kind of vegetation kind of surrounding it. So that's one thing. The other question I had is it possible to reverse this pool and to put it horizontal instead of vertical?
Brilliant.
Because that's the thing I was thinking. It also then reduces the wetlands, encroachment, and it just would make it less a problem for neighbors and whatever, and you could locate the property, the pool equipment and everything else where it would be.
So I was not involved in the Conservation Board wetland permit. However, I am fully aware that this was before them for many years. So.
Well, you're telling me
the
that.
result was this. I don't know how that occurred.
I really
But
would
they
like
have a
that.
permit,
They have a wetland permit
so it's not before
for
us.
this project as proposed.
I had the same observation and the same solution, so ditto.
Yeah, I would like there to be some consideration of that, Daphne, at some point.
I'm sure that there was. I'd have to ask the whole history of how this came this way. I'm not really sure.
Because it would solve some of the problems. In terms of,
Well, why does the pool equipment have to be there on the property line, like closer to the property line? Why can't it be on the other side?
on
of
the
the
other
pool?
side. That's the other thing.
That's the only thing that I would say. Also, the only I don't see where the 8 feet. You're looking for a side yard setback of 8 feet for the pool equipment. I don't see where that's on the survey.
It says 7.8
Well,
for
it's
the
7.
deck.
7.8 is for the deck.
Yeah,
The
I know, and
proposed
it's
pool equipment is
underneath,
under
yeah.
the deck.
Yeah,
Yes.
it doesn't say
So
that.
I'd like to. We should have it. Should say what the setback is going to be for the pool equipment, but putting that aside.
At a minimum.
Yeah, at a minimum. But putting that aside, can the pool equipment be moved to the other side so it's further away from the property line?
Right.
That seems to me like,
Well, so again, this is a non-conforming lot. It's supposed to be 40,000 square feet. It's 20. It's narrower than it's supposed to be.
yeah, we understand
It
all the
was-
arguments for it,
Well,
but I'm
so
just
let
wondering,
me-
like,
I just
is
wanna
it
finish
physically
my
impossible?
It's not necessary. Nothing is impossible.
Okay.
In my world. However, if this were an R10 property, it would be entitled to an 8-foot setback for
But-
the pool equipment. So
Understood.
it's not that it's not something that's not occurring within the town, I guess is what I should say.
Right, understood. But still, my question is not like, what is the technical reason why you should be entitled to put it where you're putting it? Is it possible to put it elsewhere, and would your client consider that? That's what I'm.
So
Like,
I
why
would
does it
be-
have to be there?
Yeah, I would be interested in that, as well as whether, there is any indication that could be switched into horizontal as opposed to vertical.
Definitely, as this is proposed, it complies with the wetlands permit that's been issued.
100%,
Yeah,
yes.
I don't know the history of this, guys, but if you do look at the wetlands permit, it does say court order date, so I think there must have been some litigation involved in this as well.
All I know is it was on the agenda for the Conservation Board for years, for whatever happened. Years, many.
Yeah,
So
but
let
it's so
sleeping dogs
interesting, because if
lie.
you were to put it sideways, Daphne, it would be further from the wetlands, as opposed to, closer to the wetlands. So, I mean, that's just,
I can imagine though, Susan, that if they've litigated the issue
all right, well,
of
if
the
that may be,
placement
but I
of
would
the
like to know.
pool,
Look at the permit,
I
right? Like
think
it
that
says
they would
effective
probably not
date,
be willing to move.
expiration date, court order date. I mean, when Candace comes back, I do want to ask her if we referred it to the Conservation Board. Usually we, yeah, usually we refer things, and maybe we'll just get something back that says, this is what was negotiated. I mean,
Yeah.
That would be nice to know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, if that's in fact what the case is, then that's one thing.
Yeah,
But
that's what I was
locating
saying.
the
If-
pool equipment on the, the narrow side of the lot versus the other
Yeah.
side, or
I mean,
Like,
as
this
far
doesn't
as-
require a modified wetlands permit. This is what was approved.
That is what was approved,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, that should be exactly what,
I think we shouldn't disturb that. Just
That's my guess. That's my
leave
guess.
that alone.
well, if
But you
that's
can
in
move
fact
the
a
pool.
confirmation, then that would be very
That's a
good to
different
know.
issue, yes.
That
so
would be
this-
very good to
this
know.
Survey matches exactly. They were required to do a vegetated buffer zone, there's a significant planting plan that was approved as part of that permit, that is all part of the record that was
But
submitted.
that's for the wetlands, that's not for the neighbor.
Yes. Yes. Is there opportunity to plant something for noise? I don't see why not.
I mean, it's gonna be a wide open, you're gonna have the fence, but that's. It'd be nice to know a little bit more of the history. I mean, if this
Well,
is
it
in
says
fact
right
been
at the bottom.
negotiated.
It says right at the bottom of the first page of the permit that this was pursuant to a so ordered stipulation of settlement under Suffolk County Index Number
Okay.
612483 of 2006. Two different cases, one filed in 16 and one filed in 19. And the so ordered stipulation of settlement was entered in July 29, 2022. So
All right, but I still go back to what John has said at a minimum of relocating the pool equipment and,
Well,
And
there
some sort
might
of a
be
vegetation.
opportunity to relocate the pool equipment further underneath the deck in the same, you know what I'm saying? Like just move it over another 2 feet.
I mean, I get that it may be that it's closer to the house and that somehow is better in terms of the electricals or some kind of mechanical issue that I get, and maybe putting it under the proposed deck on the other side of the pool. I would like to know from you, what would be the cost of what is a reason to keep it where it is, some physical reason to keep it where it is? What would be the reason why you couldn't relocate it to the other side under the deck, and what would be the cost of doing so? Or what would be an increased cost of doing so?
Constructed, yeah.
Right, but
So-
but as it stands now, it may be one price to put it in, and if you moved it, it may be more expensive. So I'd like to know what the difference is.
Do you know how deep this pool is going to be? Any idea?
I can't imagine it's gonna be super deep. Actually, is there something on here? It's 4.5 feet.
Okay,
There's a
yeah, I mean,
cross-section on the
you know,
survey.
groundwater is like 9 inches
Yeah.
below grade, so that's a little weird. Okay, I think John's questions are terrific, thank you.
did you want to ask Katie about referral to Conservation Board?
I know, I just was noticing, have we referred to this to the Conservation Board yet, or we will, right?
We will, I can double check for you, let you know if I did yet or not.
Okay. Just give me 1 second.
And I see the expiration date is July 29, 2025.
We applied for
An
a
extension?
renewal a month ago.
Okay. All right, so you're going to get that renewal.
Are we gonna turn this,
Referrals has been made already.
Perfect.
Go
Susan,
ahead. Go
are
ahead,
we-
Helen.
this case?
She's asking, are we going to adjourn?
Let me first see if there's anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on 46 Peconic Bay Avenue. Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on 46 Peconic Bay Avenue? Okay, I think it's a legitimate question about the pool equipment. I mean, and we still need to hear, you did make the referral, Candace?
Yes.
Okay, so we still need to hear from the Conservation Board as well. So,
About the pool.
yeah, so what's the feeling on the board? Should we adjourn or should we?
Leave it open.
I think they need a little time, leave it open, let them come back, and we'll see what we get.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to propose, and you're not here on the 21st. So I'm going to propose on September 4th.
Is there anybody here?
Pardon me, I did ask.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, she did.
Both. I know I usually don't, but I did.
Yeah, no, perfect.
Okay.
Miracles do happen.
So I would like to make a motion that we adjourn this application until September 4th.
Second.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Mastonio?
Aye.
Mr. Redhand?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, Daphne.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Should I call both of these together? Yeah, okay. Numbers 3 and 4 on the agenda. The Betsy M, application of the Betsy M. Blattmacher Trust of 2011. Number 3 is a landlocked property in North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-96-1-38. Applicant requires a determination that the subject parcel, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-96-1-38, is held in single and separate ownership from all adjacent parcels and thus entitled to relief pursuant to Section 330-115D.
Board has jurisdiction.
Thank you. Application number 4, same applicant for 20 Parish Road, North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-96-1-25. Applicant requests a determination that the subject parcel, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-96-1-25, is held in single and separate ownership from all adjacent parcels and thus entitled to relief pursuant to Section 330-115D.
Board has jurisdiction.
Okay, are you an attorney?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please state your name and address.
Yes, Robert Fischetti. I'm Fischetti, 320 Hampton Road, Southampton.
Okay, Robert, tell us about this application.
I did bring just a little cheat sheet, so as I refer the properties, you can know which ones I'm talking about without.
Okay, did you hand them to?
I will, and they have the application name on.
Thanks. Candace already got these, Rod? Okay.
We need some more.
Do you have one?
Thank you, sir.
It's nothing much, it's just so when I refer to the properties, you have a sense of what I'm talking about. So we have 20 Parish Road and landlocked, what I'll call tax lot 38 in behind it. 20 Parish is 8,725 square feet. Lot 38 is 6,278 square feet.
And you submitted a corrected survey?
Yes, I did. Yes, thank you for
For
that.
both or for just the
Well,
one? I
both.
see.
There are separate surveys for each lot, and the survey that had the incorrect acreage was corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, of course. And so, just as an overall, 20 Parish Road has an old cottage on it from about 100 years ago. Landlocked tax lot 38 has nothing on it. 142 Cooper Lane has a house that was built in 2007, has a certificate of occupancy and everything else. My clients, the family has owned the property for about 100 years. They owned a little more on the opposite side of Cooper Lane and donated that. They used 20 Parish as a summer cottage for almost 100, like 80-something years. They eventually didn't have any heat or anything like that, so they built 142 Cooper Lane in 2007. In 2012, they put all the properties into a trust for estate planning purposes, which is what brings us before you here. I did do a mortgage search. There are no common mortgages. They were never used in concert and together. They basically walked away from the cottage. It didn't have heat. It wasn't anything that was worth using as a get. There was never any common use. Let's see. The properties are 20 parishes on a subdivision map. Tax lot 38 is not. They have been separate deeds. They're shown separately on the 1981 tax map.
Did you submit separate tax bills?
Separate tax bills, I believe I did, yes.
I don't recall seeing that.
You have separate tax bills there. I checked the tax assessor. They had a discard only for 20 parish, which I submitted. There were no discards for tax lot 38 or for 142 Cooper. The overall plan is to merge 20 parish and tax lot 38. Because there's just the house on 20 parish that goes pretty close to the rear lot line. So the plan is just to merge those. I already spoke to Marjorie Riley in the building department, and because we have an affidavit from Janice Herbert, the neighbor who has lived there for many, many years and was familiar with the house. So I will be submitting for a pre-existing certificate of occupancy for 20 parish before it's knocked down. And basically the plan is just to rebuild on that footprint. But in order to sort of clean things up and to have an actual lot, there's really nothing else to do with tax lot 38, so it would be merged with this lot so that there's, a little more space. That's really all I have, unless you have any questions.
I went to see the property. It's, I happened to run into some neighbors while I was there, and they said that they hadn't seen anybody on the property in many, many, many years.
Yes, they were around the corner on 142 Cooper, and yes, and they admittedly, it's in disrepair, and it's
Very much in disrepair.
And their plan is to demolish it and get the property cleaned up. But before demolishing, I told them, listen, we have to make sure we have a separate lot and a CO and everything else.
One of my concerns was that the house itself seemed to infringe on the landlocked
Yes.
lot. But if your intent is to merge, then
Yes.
that becomes less of an issue.
Yes, there's no other
If you were to separate them and then have, one lot here and one lot there, and then you're gonna build
No,
on
they're not
both.
looking to do anything silly with tax lot 30. It's very, very small. It would
Yeah,
just,
it's
it
a
only
small
makes sense
piece,
to be on the
Yeah.
back of 20 parish, that's
Yeah.
all.
No, and it goes down. I mean, there's reasons why you would want to do that.
Why are you here if you intend to merge them?
Well, we need to be single and separate from 142 Cooper. All three are in
Oh,
the
I see.
same. So
Okay,
we just
okay.
need verification that we're separate from
Got it.
there. Then I get my pre-existing CO, we knock down and they build.
Okay. Forgive
And
me.
the merge by operation, right?
Well, I will do a merger deed and I'll go to the assessor and fill out the card and do it all formally.
Okay. Okay. Any questions from the board?
Do-
Anybody?
Do we need the tax map separations and all that other
Tax
detail
bills.
for the
It
record?
would be helpful if you could get.
I can submit them, sure.
bills.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
and
thought
we can do it as a written sub.
It wasn't included, so we don't
No,
know,
it's not
and
there.
it'd be great if it were.
Sure, no problem. They absolutely have separate tax bills, so I'll submit
Okay, yeah, if you could do that.
Tax map, separate bills, separate addresses, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'll submit for all three so you can see.
Okay, that would be helpful for all three. Okay. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on 20 Parish Road and landlocked Parish Road? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
No one has their hand up.
All right, well, this is Helen's, but I will take it since she's not there. All right, so we're going to close the public hearing. We're going to wait for written submissions, which will include the tax bills.
Ellen, were you saying something?
Helen, did you want to say something?
As the presentation is to find all of a sudden that we're talking about 142 Cooper, when the surveys we had, I had no information about one. I'm learning about 142 Cooper now. I mean,
She makes a point.
Well, 142 Cooper is not a non-conforming lot. It's like 60,000 square feet. It's well over. It's not anything that needs to be
premises
separated
and
from this property.
looking at the two other properties, and then I'm finding out Robert that it's another property. Well, I mean, that's not a very good presentation as far as I'm concerned, Robert.
Well, it's a conforming, 120 is, Cooper is a
142
conforming
Cooper is
lot,
a conforming lot, so it didn't
and
need to
it
be.
didn't need to come before us for that reason.
Well, there should have been something in the materials. that
Well,
was-
he's going to
It's
be
in the
submitting,
application that I requested
Okay.
separation from that.
okay, but he's going to submit 3 separate tax bills.
Right, but he did say that he wants to ensure that Cooper is separate and apart from the others. So is that,
Said it reverse. It's really these are separate from Cooper. Because
well,
142
then Cooper is part of the equation, and we don't have any information on Cooper. Because if you're asking, hold on, if you're asking us to make a decision that 20 Parish and the landlocked lot are separate, single and separate from Cooper as well, then we need information about Cooper.
What kind of information? I have the survey. It was built in 2007.
That's exactly what I'm
We don't
saying.
have a survey of Cooper.
We don't have anything.
All right, but that's, now.
Right.
So
but-
I think the point, actually, it's a good point. The fact is that we were looking at this application as two lots, single and separate from each other.
But that's not how I submitted the application. In the text of the application, it says very clearly we want these two lots to be deemed separate from 142 Cooper. 142 Cooper, whether it's a conforming lot, but other than that, I don't know what about it you would need to know that I submitted, and I'll submit tax bills. But other than that, and it's got a certificate of occupancy.
Well, we don't have a survey of it, so we should have had a survey. I mean, you have it here, but.
Well,
we didn't get
actually,
this one.
yes, you did. You did say that.
Yes, you did.
142 Cooper Lane is owned in the same name, and applicant seeks a determination of single and separate status with regard to that lot. But you provided us no information with regard to that lot.
This is not an application. 142 Cooper does not need a single and separate determination. It's a conforming lot.
Applicant seeks a determination of single and separate status with regard to that lot. What am I missing in
No,
that
but
statement?
remember, guys, when you do say, when you do a single and separate determination, you're not asking for surveys for all of the lots that are adjacent to it. You're not, I mean, you're.
With common ownership, yes.
No, because you could have I could have common ownership with Kevin's lot, and I don't have any information on Kevin's lot. There's just a period of common ownership between these lots. So you don't, 142 Cooper is a conforming lot that has common ownership with these two lots. So Rob is saying he will give you evidence to show you that there's that they all have separate tax bills, but you don't need a single and separate determination for 142 because it's a conforming lot. You just need the period to address the periods of common ownership between whatever lots.
Right, but that's different from what he said. And it's different from what's written in this application. So we're just trying to, hold on, we're just trying to figure out exactly what relief you're looking for and what is going to wind up and make its way into the decision. That's all.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah,
if you tell us you're not looking for a single and separate determination with regard to Cooper Lane, then it's off the table.
I didn't put in an application for 142 Cooper. If I worded a little poorly in how I was,
worded it like that's what you were seeking. And you said it here. So
it's single and separate in relation to these. I mean, it's otherwise if you're talking about a lot being single and separate, you don't have to refer to it being single and separate in relation to another lot. That's what I'm saying. And if I should have said this single and separate from this as opposed to the reverse, but it is only an application for 20 Parish and Tax Law 38.
And just to be clear, because Rob has said that they are going to merge them, but just to be clear, he could ask for single and separate. I mean, he made applications for single and separate determinations for both lots. Arguably, when he submits the tax map numbers and his testimony, not his testimony, but his testimony is that these are single and separate lots. Right. So if he wanted to build on 38, he would not only be asking for a single and separate determination, but for access, right? Because it's landlocked.
Right.
He can't really build on 38 because it is landlocked. And so it helps his case that he's going to merge them because you don't really necessarily have to take testimony as to how these two lots are single and separate from each other, even though arguably they are.
Right, I'm just dialing down. Nobody's looking for a determination to wind its way into our decision that Cooper is somehow single and separate. I just want it, we're all clear on that, right?
It is because it's a conforming lot. It's a conforming lot.
It doesn't need a determination.
We don't need to make that finding.
But you are going to submit the three separate tax bills just as a
Because that
written
helps for
submission.
the other two lots.
Yes.
I did speak to a neighbor. I don't know if that
Go ahead.
this kind of thing.
Yes, that's
I spoke
helpful.
to James Clambone. He did submit just a thing of support.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right here. You can have this one. I take all my documents from Candace as well.
I had an extra.
Oh.
I only have two. That's one.
Okay, so I don't. Again, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on 20 Parish Road and landlocked? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on this?
No one has their hand
Okay.
up.
No, all right, Helen, do you want to take this?
Yes, I want to reiterate what John said, that I feel that since I was the lead and I went out there several times, Robert, I would have liked to have heard more in my packet about your intention for 142. That's pretty much what I was saying. But we'll close the public hearing, Robert, and we'll keep it open for written submissions. Susan, if the appropriate date would be August 8th, with a decision on August 21st. Is that right?
That's correct.
Second.
Thank you, thank you.
Ms. Burgess? Aye.
Yes.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. King?
Aye.
Mr. Mastonio?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay. Number 5 on the agenda, Sandland Corporation, 585 Middle Line, Noyak, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-213-1-1 pursuant to Town Code Section 330-167B3. Applicant seeks to confirm and establish the vertical intent and scope of the pre-existing sand mine identified in Certificate of Occupancy Number C160135.
The board has jurisdiction. Waiting on Brian Matthews.
Sam, whose is this? Anybody here?
Anybody
Yep.
here?
I
Applicant?
Is
think
anybody here?
Anthony's getting Brian, right?
Yes, sir. Figure it out. Who's presenting?
He's coming up.
Whatever's easier for you. You're the
Wherever you're
applicant.
comfortable. Are you an attorney, right?
I am, yes.
Yes, please state your name and address.
Yes, Brian Matthews, Curse, Cooley, and Choron, 241 Pantego Road, East Hampton, New York, 11937, here for the applicant.
All right, Brian, go through the application, please.
Okay, my pleasure. Okay, well, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Again, Brian Matthews here on behalf of the applicant, Sandland Corporation and Wainscott Sand and Gravel. Here with me tonight is John Tintle, the president of each of these companies and the owner and operator of the mine site. So thank you again for having us and for hearing us. So before I get into what this application is about and the merits of the application itself, I think it's important to go through quickly what this application is not about. This application is not seeking permission from this board to mine on this property. Our client already owns multiple certificates of occupancy and court orders recognizing the constitutionally protected right to operate a sand and gravel mine on the property. It is not a discretionary application that this board typically hears, where you weigh the benefits and the detriments to the applicant and the neighborhood and the neighborhood. It is not a referendum on mining itself and whether this board, individually or collectively, believes that mining is an appropriate use of the property. It is not a referendum on groundwater or the aquifer. And it is also not a referendum or a test run on the newly adopted amortization law. Instead, this application is clear and straightforward. It involves this board acting as a finder of fact regarding the scope of the pre-existing non-conforming mining rights on the property. Now, having said that, there is one more item that this application is not about. And it's in our submission earlier, in our submission, a supplemental submission that was filed yesterday. This application is not about the horizontal scope of the mining rights. As detailed in our original submission on May 27th, and again, the supplemental submission filed yesterday that I just mentioned, it has already been finally determined that our client's pre-existing non-conforming mining rights extend horizontally across the entire 50 acres of the premises. And as this board and your council expressly advised the Appellate Division, 2nd Department, in 2016, the quote, entirety of the 50-acre premises can be devoted to the pre-existing non-conforming mining use, end quote. It cannot be put more plainly than that. So while I'm certain that you'll hear from neighbors, civic groups, and or their counsel alleging that this horizontal scope is unresolved and that courts have disagreed with this proposition, they will not be able to point to one court opinion that actually says that. Now, while they will undoubtedly point to a 2023 Court of Appeals decision on a permit to mine, a prior permit to mine, stating that the scope of the mining rights on the property has not been determined, what's important to note, and you'll see it in our submissions, and you'll see it in the Court of Opinions language itself, the issue of the non-conforming rights was not before the court. They expressly noted that, so any conversation about the court disagreed and rejected this 50-acre horizontal scope is it's just plainly inaccurate.
Can you say that again?
The Court of Appeals decision expressly, the only issue in the Court of Appeals decision, and some of this is a little dense, but bear with me for a moment, was a procedural issue under the New York State Environmental Conservation Law, specifically Article 27, Section 27033 of that law. And the question was whether or not, when there is an application to mine, a modification or renewal for a property that already held a mining permit, as the Sandland property does and did, whether there's a new application to modify that or to renew that, whether the department, the DEC, has the obligation to write a letter, a notice to the town, asking if what they're trying to do is within the scope of their non-conforming rights. It was an issue a unique issue at the time, and what the Court of Appeals said is regardless of what the nature of the application is, this process has to be followed, and remanded it back to follow that process. There's a long discussion about the history of the property, but what the Court of Appeals expressly noted was the issue of the non-conforming rights was not before them, and it was not decided by them. So they will not be able to point to one court opinion, decision, or order that reverses the finding made by the prior building inspector in 2011 that our client and his predecessors, dating back to at least the 1960s, if not prior, demonstrated, quote, not only the intent, but the act of devoting the entire 50 acres to the non-conforming mining use. That's expressly what this board, prior members understand, and the council advised the second department when the non-conforming mining use was upheld.
May I just ask, I feel like we're getting a little in the weeds here.
Okay, understandable.
You're talking on and on about the horizontal rights.
Correct.
Your application is limited in scope. It's only with regard to the vertical rights, correct?
Agreed.
Okay,
The reason
so
why-
then,
yes.
so then I think we really don't need to get into the minutia of what a court of appeals said with regard to the horizontal rights because it's irrelevant to the application before us, and I think it's confusing.
I agree.
So if we could like
I'd be
move it
happy
along,
to.
I'd love that.
I would just quickly note the reason why it's being mentioned is because there was a notation in the building inspector's denial form, whatever the new form is called, that indicated that this issue may be left unresolved and put forth to the board for you to adjudicate. The facts in the law show that that's not correct, as we laid out in extensive detail
But there
in our
may
letter
be a
yesterday.
question as to whether that in fact is correct. We may not be, we may
But
want
that
to
issue
take-
doesn't seem to be before us.
Well, according to Brian, it's not before us. But I
That's
don't
not
know
what
if
the
that's-
application is asking.
You're both right. John, you agree with Brian.
I agree with Brian.
But
It's-
Brian, we have, because it is in the building department notes, because there is a
Right.
gray area, Brian has addressed it, but, the public
Yeah, I
will
think he
address
said,
it.
yeah.
But I
think
agree,
it's been
at
addressed.
least, but that's why Brian's getting into it, and that's why he's into the weeds, because it's not in the weeds, it's in the comments.
Exactly, and so it was not the subject of our application, and it was not an issue that we had intended to speak upon until it came up in the building inspector's memorandum or worksheet, what have you. But I agree, it's not part of this.
I think we're capable enough to put it aside
I'm not
as an
sure I am
adjudicatory body.
putting that aside.
I'm not
I'm
sure
not sure
I
I
am
am
either.
putting it aside, but
Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead
I'm
with
happy
your-
to talk about it
Yeah,
further
go ahead with your
if you like.
presentation.
But based on that, based on the totality of the record and what the building inspector and what this board specifically found in 2011 and 2016, that all 50 acres can be devoted to the mining use, the horizontal uses, it's established, and respectfully, this board or another building inspector has the ability to reverse that or revisit that issue. It's settled. So, What we are here for, and what the objecting neighbors and civic groups are able to point to, is the fact that the vertical boundaries of the mine have not been fully established, set and established by the town, and that's what brings us before you this evening. So I want to start by just giving some basics about the mine itself, all of which is in the record and all of which is in our submissions. The Sandland Mine is located on Middle Line Highway, and it encompasses 50 acres. The use of the property for sand mining began prior to the adoption of the first town code in '57, prior to the creation of the DEC in 1970, prior to obviously the use becoming non-conforming in 1972, and prior to the state's adoption of the Mine Land Reclamation Law in 1975. Within that 50 acres, approximately the first 5 acres to be affected by mining were excavated to a depth of 120 feet below grade, which is roughly 100 to 110 feet above mean sea level. All of this was done prior to the state's adoption of the Mine Land Reclamation Law. This fact is established by 2 critical documents that have been submitted to the record. The first is a 1965 survey from Squires Holden showing that the mining had been done to a depth with a final grade of 120 feet below grade, again, 100 to 110 feet above mean sea level. And a July 8th, 2019 sworn affidavit from Catherine Dickert, who is the Director of Division Mineral Resources from the DEC, and to put it plainly, is the top mining official in New York State. In that affidavit, she echoes those findings and says, attests to the fact that prior to the adoption of the Mine Land Reclamation Law, mining was conducted, quote, 120 feet below grade, and was at an approximate elevation of 110 to 100 feet above mean sea level. Those same conclusions were again presented by Director Dickert in another sworn affidavit dated July 29, 2019, and in a November 2023 letter from the state to the town. Copies of those final 2 I can submit to the record. They weren't in our original submission, but I can submit them tonight or in a later comment period, what have you. Thereafter, the mining operations within the 50-acre premises was done at varying depths from 100 feet to 160 feet above mean sea level, reflecting the nature of mining itself, which is to extract and develop reserves over time, and thereby manifesting an intent to devote the entire property to the mining use. This was exactly what was found by the building inspector, and it was exactly what was found and attested to by this board to the second department. So turning to the issue that we're here for, of what is the pre-existing non-conforming depth of this mine? As a matter of law, the Court of Appeals, again, the state's highest court, in the matter of Buffalo Stone, directly addressing the issue of mining as a non-conforming use, held that, quote, a landowner who engages substantial quarrying activities within its property and demonstrates an intention to do so in other portions of the land may sufficiently establish a prior non-conforming use extending to the boundaries of that property, notwithstanding the fact that quarrying or mining may not have already begun in those areas. The state and the courts look at mining as different from your other non-conforming use. It looks at the parcel as a whole. So based on this Court of Appeals holding, the test becomes one of action and intent and whether the use was substantial.
Is that limited to horizontal use? It sounds that way to me. Is that what they were dealing with in that case?
What they were dealing with that case was just, was depth.
The boundaries is not to the depth, it's to the boundary. It's how far out on a horizontal basis.
The boundaries are both. The boundaries, there's a horizontal boundary.
Is that what the court held?
In that instance, it wasn't really the issue, but that is the test
What
to
was the
determine
issue?
what the scope of the non-conforming rights were.
It was the width.
It was the
wasn't the
horizontal
depth.
width. So this case doesn't necessarily deal, it's not on point with how deep you can go. Correct?
I think the law still applies about whether or not you've established intent to go to a certain depth.
Do you have any case law which that standard is applied to how deep you can?
It's discussed by the Court of Appeals in the recent decision involving the town and our clients in the DEC from 2023, which has also been submitted in the record.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, the court held that this test of showing intent and substantiality deals horizontally and vertically, and the full scope and intent of those rights, extent of those rights have to be determined before the department or the town can weigh in and say what you're trying to do in your state application to mine, whether or not that's encompassed in the full scope of your rights. So
And that's in the submission that you gave us today.
correct. Or yesterday, yes, but that
Okay.
court's decision is
Can you
submitted
give me
there.
a pin site to that holding?
Pardon?
Can you give me a pin site to that
It's
holding?
exhibit
No,
E, I
not an
believe.
exhibit, a pin site, means a page number. I'd like the page number. Where in the holding is that? I'm just ratcheting down.
Offhand, I cannot tell you what page of that decision that's listed in, but I can tell you that it's in there. If you would like me to look, I can do that certainly.
I'd like you to find that, please.
Before I continue?
No, you know, what I would like to hear is, Brian, make your presentation, and then if you have questions, we go back to it, okay?
Well, I think we have to be, look, this is very detailed.
Very
and
detailed.
he's getting into what the evidence is, which I like. So
Sure.
we've heard there's a 1965 survey, there's an affidavit from 2019. Now you're saying this Court of Appeals decision supports that as well. I'd like to see that right now as he's making his presentation. That should be
Okay.
part of your presentation.
If you would like me to find the page number in that decision,
Yes, I'd like
I
you to
can
point
grab
it to us and quote it for us so that we can know what you're talking about.
Sure. Can I go grab it, please?
Please.
Sure.
Was that in the submission for today that he
Today's
gave us?
submission,
All right, so
exactly.
that
That's why we haven't
part of
seen
the
it.
problem
We
is we
get to
haven't
read it.
seen any of it,
Right.
yes.
If you bear with me for just a moment while I do that.
Please.
What
I
are you
would
looking at,
appreciate
Brian?
it.
The Buffalo Crushed Stone or the?
No,
Court of
I'm
Appeals?
looking at the Court of Appeals decision from, in our matter,
Yep,
I should say.
the DEC one.
Correct.
Yeah. No, I just thought maybe I could find it too. It's like I ended up highlighting so much of this decision.
So if you want to look to, if I may, it is on page 14 of that decision. And I believe it's referenced throughout, but I can point you to this specific language to answer your question now, I hope. If you look at the top of page 14, so it says the dispositive questions in determining whether the expansion that Sandland seeks, and this was in a context of a prior application, falls within the limits of his prior nonconforming use, or whether Sandland manifested an intent to mine the additional acres. I'm going to stop right there for 1 sec because it requires some explanation. Talking about the additional acres, they're talking width in the context of that application. So there's two acreages and two scope of rights that are important here. There is the scope of the rights from the town as prior nonconforming uses. And then there's the scope of rights that you get in a certain mining permit. When you get a mining permit from the state, who is the exclusive regulator for mining in the state. Say, for instance, for argument's sake here, the board agrees with us that we can have nonconforming mining rights encompassing the entire 50-acre width and down to the 110-foot depth that we're talking about as the context of this application.
Yep.
That does not mean that if you issue that today, our client can go out to tomorrow and start digging to those depths and breadth. But you require a DEC permit to mine. When the DEC gives you a permit, you mine certain aspects of the property at a time under their permit because they want to make sure that it's regulated. They want to make sure that before you move on to another portion of the property, you've properly reclaimed what was previously mined. So the change in acreage that they're talking about there, the DEC permit that was in place at that time allowed for mining on 31.5 of the 50-acre property. In the context of this litigation, there was an additional 3-acre parcel that was mined well prior to the creation of the DEC and was never included in any permitted mining area because it was kind of an outlier. The problem with that from the department's perspective was when we order you to reclaim it, there's no jurisdiction over that portion, so they added that 3-acre portion. to the mining permit to say, when you can reclaim, then we have jurisdiction over this, so you're reclaiming this whole area instead of leaving this 3-acre parcel out. So the change in acreage there was done administratively, but it went from 31.5 acres to 34.5 acres. So that's the additional acreage they're talking about there. And the expanded depth. At that point in time, the DEC was permitting mining to a floor of 160 feet above mean sea level, and that application sought to go to 120 feet above mean sea level. So reading it then again as a whole.
Right.
The dispositive question in determining whether the expansion that Sandland seeks is within the limits of its prior nonconforming use, or whether Sandland manifested intent to mine the additional acreage and the expanded depth it sought in its permit application. So that's where I was talking about that. The court held that it's not just breadth, it's depth, that they want to make sure within the scope of your rights.
Right. I would also point you to page 12. You cited Buffalo Crushed Stone. I was just looking at this while you were explaining all of that. And I think that that really does set the standard out that this board needs to be looking at. If you could go to page 12, middle of the first full paragraph, beginning with the line, however, our prior decisions do not. That really sets out the standard that you're saying, and does say that it applies to horizontal as well as vertical considerations.
Until that time, the question had never really been presented, and as anybody who's an attorney knows, that the Court of Appeals only takes questions that they think are going to have statewide impact. It's very difficult to get there.
Right.
So when they take a case, they really wanted to clarify.
So if you could go there and then explain that to everyone in the room, like what the court is saying there, I think that's super important.
Right.
Don't
So
sound like a Valley girl.
there's the seminal case of Syracuse Aggregate and then Buffalo Crushed Stone, which are, as I was talking before, there's law regarding nonconforming uses and the law that everybody on this board has heard repeatedly, that generally those uses are disfavored and you can't alter or expand those uses. Some codes have a variance you can get to expand, some don't, but as a general concept, you can't just expand that use. What those cases established, and what Syracuse Aggregate established and what was repeated in Buffalo Stone, was that mining deals with the corpus and the property as a whole, that's the use itself. So when you're mining on a property, here a 50-acre property, and you start your mining here, that's not an indication to limit your property, your mining rights to that property. It's an understanding that quarrying or mining moves throughout the site, and you have reserves, and you don't do it all at once. So that's how that case law came to be, and where this court clarified, it's not just you have your non-conforming use, and here we have the established in our view, and in this board's view and the council's view, as previously stated, covers all 50 acres. The question then was become, well, the 120 feet, that was really the depth, that was really the issue in that litigation, and as far as whether or not it triggered that notice provision, whether or not that change in the DEC permit from 160 to 120 was within Sandland's scope of non-conforming rights, which leads us here today.
But, I mean, I think, to quote it, it says, "Never have we stated that owners' vested rights are unlimited with regard to either the breadth or the depth of a mine. Instead, we have inquired into the extent to which the mine owner demonstrated an intention to mine the relevant portions of the property, regardless of the direction of the expansion in question." And then it quotes Buffalo Crushed Stone. A landowner who engages in substantial quarrying activities within its property and demonstrates an intention to do so in other portions of the land may sufficiently establish a prior nonconforming use extending to the boundaries of that property, notwithstanding the fact that quarrying may not have actually begun in that specific area. So it appears to me that the framework that we have to start working with is that when we're talking about depth, when we're talking about the vertical portion, the court is saying that this is the standard we have to apply, and you have to provide us with evidence of that your client, Sandland, engaged in those operations prior to the implementation of zoning and or expressed an intention or showed an intention to do
Correct.
so. correct?
Correct. I would agree with that. I would make one caveat that it's not sand land, it's the predecessor in interest in 1970.
Exactly,
And not
because it was a long
pre-zoning,
time ago.
pre when the use became non-conforming,
Correct.
1972. Same
Okay,
concept,
so-
just minor facts I just wanted to make
So I
clear.
have that.
You have that absolutely right. And I agree with, and that was the quote I just read from Buffalo Stone, when you talk about substantiality and intent.
Right.
And that's where I was, and I appreciate, I'm happy that we got to go through this colloquy. So based on the Court of Appeals holding, the issue becomes, the test becomes actions and intent and substantiality. So taking this last issue first of the substantiality.
Good. That's what I was going to ask you. Like, okay, substantiality. What
Let's
is
let
that?
him make the presentation, John.
I'm happy for it. That's fine. So
We're
when
making
dealing with
progress. Thank
non-conforming
you.
uses in general, the Court of Appeals, in the seminal case of Toys R Us v. Silva, 89 New York 2nd 411 in 1996, stated that in order for a use to become be classified as a legally existing non-conforming use, in general, the law requires that the use itself must, quote, not be relatively slight or insubstantial, end quote. Here, you have a circumstance where it is uncontroverted that the building inspector and this board made a determination that has already found that the use of the property for sand and gravel mining is a legally existing non-conforming use. As such, there's been a finding that the use itself is substantial, and therefore we submit that portion of the test is satisfied. Then you're turning to the question of actions versus intent. And there's two ways to look at it, right? There's, did you do this thing, or at least when the concept of mining, did you show an intention to do this thing? Did you take test borings or what have you? Not relevant for our purposes because you have the actual act of digging down to 100 feet above sea level. So turning to the actions and intent, in making the building inspector making his findings in 2011 regarding the use of the property for mining, and the fact that, again, it encompasses the entire 50-acre premises, the building inspector used those actual words, finding not only the intent, but the act of devoting the entire 50 acres to the non-conforming mining use.
Can I just, raise a question about that, because I'm looking at his determination, and it says, yes, intent, act of using it, for the above stated purposes. The above stated purposes are applicant is entitled to pre-existing for operation of a sand mine, receipt and processing of trees, brush, stumps, leaves, and other clearing into topsoil or mulch, and the storage, sale, and delivery of sand, mulch, topsoil, and wood chips. In my mind, that doesn't mean that the entire 50 acres was intended to be mined for sand, that it was also devoted to other activities at that site. So that's my point on that.
I think it's an understandable point.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so the context there, because nobody on this board, except for your counsel, were here when this building inspector's determination was made 14 years ago tomorrow. That's a little bit of an insight how long we've been at this. There were other uses on the property that some uses were found to be non-conforming. In addition, the receipt, the processing of brush, what have you,
Right.
certain uses that he found not to be non-conforming. And at that point in time, there were two 25-acre parcels, and that's what he said. I found these non-conforming uses to be on both 25 acres. Talking about the devoting the entire use, that quote, in the context of the litigation that followed, there was a determination issued by the July 18th determination and a July 19th, 2011 CO that then became before this board. Certain neighbors appealed it. They initially appealed the finding regarding the sand mining use and then dropped that challenge, and instead focused their challenge on the other ancillary uses, the brush, the composting, what have you. Ultimately, resulted in Article 78, and then an appeal to the Second Department. And it's in that appeal to the Second Department that this board, prior members, sure, but the Town of Southampton Zoning Board of Appeals specifically held, and I'll read it again, I'll read it as follows. This is directly from the brief filed with the Second Department in that action. The board agrees with the Supreme Court's, in the Article 78, citing of Syracuse Aggregate for the proposition that mining contemplates the use of the land itself as a resource. And in fact, that holding was used by the chief building inspector when he determined that the entirety of the 50-acre premises could be devoted to the pre-existing non-conforming mining use, notwithstanding a prior 1961 determination, at which time the use was permitted, that it only dealt with 25 acres. So that's where the language came that this board advised the second department, the entire 50 acres can be devoted to the mining use.
Could I ask you to get back to substantiality?
Sure.
Because we got sidetracked from that.
Sure.
So it's clear that the standard has to be that there's substantial quarrying activities within the property that and the landowner demonstrates an intention to do so in other portions of the land. So what do we look at in order to determine what is substantial and what is insubstantial?
I think that question's been answered. That question was answered by the building inspector in 2011, and again by this board and by the Supreme Court, and when the second department, when the pre-existing non-conforming mining use was upheld, that if it had not been substantial, the non-conforming mining use would never have been upheld.
Right, but that's what you're dealing with is horizontal. I'm talking about, like when we're talking, because really we're talking about the vertical aspect.
Right.
I want to keep getting back to that.
I want to get back to that
What
too.
What is your application? Your application is with regard to the vertical aspect. So is there any case law or anything? I'm not talking about like letters that the board has written or the supervisor from 10 years ago. And you also have to understand this affidavit, I look at that as, first of all, I don't see where this affidavit has any of the statements made with regard to verticality have been adopted by a court and its findings of fact that made its way into some holding that's relevant here. And this is also, it's not evidence, it's argument. So,
understood.
So my question is, with regard to verticality, is there any standard that you know of in any case law which would lead us to determine what is substantial and what is insubstantial when we finally get to the evidence?
There is no case law that talks about mining 3 feet deeper is insubstantial and mining here roughly 50 to 60 feet deeper is substantial. I think that's a determination that the board would have to make. I think.
Is it a percentage of the property
It's not.
being
It's an
mined
understanding
to a
of-
certain level?
It's an understanding of, first you have to look at the mining use. It's the mining use that has deemed to be substantial. Then you have to look at, where did they intend to do that use? And here that the substantiality, again, has already been found by the virtue of a pre-existing non-conforming use. And now you have to determine, were their actions or intent to go down to a certain depth? And here we have submitted, I understand your view of those affidavits. They are attestations sworn under oath by the state's top mining official about what the depth of mining was done at the time it became non-conforming, which is down to 120 feet below grade.
Right, but that doesn't make it evidence. The evidence is the underlying documentation on which this affiant relied.
We're relying on those affidavits and the contemporaneous survey from 1965 showing a final grade of 120 feet.
Well, I'm going to be very honest with you right now. This is where we're going to disagree. I don't believe that that's sufficient.
Okay.
My big issue with your application is I think it's very scant on evidence. First of all, the affidavit of Catherine Dickert is argument. It is not evidence. I don't care what you say. If you were in any court of law, this would not have the force of evidence. And what would be the force of evidence is, well, first of all, she would have to be she would have to be attesting to things of her own personal knowledge. She does not have personal knowledge of the mining activity at this place. She's relying on other evidence. She's relying on documentation. She's relying on things she's being told by the people who are working where they're working. And so that is the evidence, not her affidavit first. Second of all, the survey is from 1965, right? Or 62. And it says final grade 120. I have no idea what that means. Okay. I don't think any of us can
Or
sit
if
here.
it was written in 1962.
Well, first of all, if it was written in 1962, you would have to go back to the person who did the survey to know what it is that they meant. I don't know what this means. So unless they can walk in here and testify as to what this survey means, I think we're shooting in the dark.
I disagree. I think you have documents, you have, first let's go to the affidavit. I disagree that it's argument. She's not arguing about how this should be interpreted and how a certain issue should come out. She's relying on facts.
Where are those
Attestation of
facts?
in her affidavit.
No.
When a board makes a pre-existing non-conforming determination, what you submit to the board are affidavits. That is long-held policy.
Which
and that's
have
how
as exhibits documentation which substantiate the statements being made in the affidavit or the affirmation. The affirmation itself, to the extent that it is describing documentation, is not evidence. The statements being made about a document are not evidence because the document speaks for itself. That's a very clear legal concept that we all learn first year of law
I
school.
disagree, sir. I think testimony
You can disagree
is
all you want, but
Understood.
we're the ones sitting here making the determination for your
understood.
client. So
think-
I would
think
suggest
testimony is evidence, and sworn affidavits are testimony.
testimony as to information that you have of your own personal knowledge. Your own personal knowledge means what you saw and what you heard.
All right, let's just keep going through the what other evidence he has, Brian's application.
I want to address that for a moment.
Okay.
I mean, is it
I
impossible?
want to turn to Ms. Dickert's affidavit, page 2 of her affidavit.
What exhibit is that?
It is exhibit. Yes. And I want to turn to, it's page 2, and it's the last 2 sentences of the opening paragraph on that page. And it states, I am fully familiar with the facts and DEC's official records regarding this matter and the relevant scientific literature. Each of the opinions set forth below are based on my personal knowledge, materials commonly accepted as reliable in forming such opinions, and applications of fundamental principles of environmental analysis to the facts of this case. So the idea that this is just an affidavit about what she thinks and is not within her personal knowledge, respectfully, the affidavit disputes that point, respectfully.
No.
So when you have affidavits from the singular regulator of mining in New York State to show this is what our records show and this is how deep that mine went, when you have contemporaneous surveys from 1965 showing a depth of 120 feet as a final grade, absent anything showing that those are incorrect, I submit it would be respectfully arbitrary and capricious to say that, well, maybe it doesn't say what it says,
Okay, let me respond to that. So she's saying that she has personal knowledge of the documents in the DEC's files. What she's referring to is these application documents state that this area was previously excavated. The application document is filled out by the mining company. And so the mining company is telling the information. She has knowledge of what's in the documents, but she doesn't have knowledge of their veracity. So it's incumbent upon you coming here to us tonight to not just say, well, oh, this is what she said, but this is what Dickert said 6 years ago, describing what documentation she had, which she's described as an application. Hold on. The factual statements being made in an application. I don't care what the factual statements made in the DEC application was all these years ago. What I care about is what is the information on which those statements were made by the applicant at that time.
Facts on the ground. And that's why I'll tell you there's a little bit of it.
Were you unable to get their application?
There's a little bit of an error about your analysis there, and if you respectfully let me point it out to you. There was no mining application made at the time that it was dug down to the grade of 120 feet because not only the DEC did not exist at that time, and the Mine Land Reclamation whole statute and authority did not exist at that time. So there was no application made to the DEC, which is a non-existent entity, to say we would like a permission to mine down to this lower grade. What they did then, at the time the DEC was created in 1970, again, this survey is 1965. DEC was not created until 1970. The mine land reclamation law was not adopted by the state until 1975. And the first DEC mining permit for this property was not issued until 1980 or 1981. There is no application that anybody filled out in 1965 to say, I want to mine to this depth.
No, the application, she states very clearly in paragraph 3, the area affected by mining pre-1975 was estimated at approximately 5 acres by the applicant in permit application documents received by DEC on January 15, 1980.
Right.
She is basing her statements in this affidavit on statements made by the mining company in an application that it made to the DEC for some purpose on January 15, 1980.
Understood.
So what documentation supports the statements made by, because what she's doing, all she's doing is relating what she saw in application documents that were filed with the DEC, because she has in her control, in her custody, the DEC files for this mine. So my question to you is this. This application doesn't have any, if you're going to rely solely on this woman's affidavit, as far as I'm concerned, that's not enough. Were you able to get the application documents from the DEC the application that was submitted in 1980? Are they just gone?
They're not gone. There's a mining narrative from 1980. If you would like us to present that, we can.
And what was was there documentation on which the application was based? I mean, what she's restating is.
Look for in terms of documentation?
Well,
Give us
look,
an example.
Okay, so they made an application to do something.
So they would have a surveyor come in and say, they have.
Who knows? Did they submit sworn statements from people who worked there? Did they provide photographs? Did they provide surveys that we haven't seen?
If somebody had a map that said, here's a 10-sector plan to go from X elevation to another elevation for a level of mining at a sufficient detail to answer your question, John, I think you're right on. And it's like everything is connected to something else that's not so solid so far. So,
but I'm
we need
curious.
real information and real original points of data rather than the story.
So you want original data in addition to the 1965 survey that shows what the grade of the mine is?
That is not your smoking gun. If you think that's a smoking gun, you have another thing coming.
Okay.
Because honestly, you would have to bring that surveyor in to tell us what that notation means. I do not know what that notation means. And without somebody telling me that, I have no idea. And I can guarantee you that person is probably not available.
Well, we don't even know if somebody wrote that 10 years after the survey.
I have no idea. Right. What's the provenance of it? Of that notation?
Okay. Well, I think I would have to disagree with the conclusions being raised that survey is somehow doesn't say what it says, and that Ms. Dicker's affidavit somehow are not evidence and testimony of the facts that were occurred prior to 1972.
She states these application documents state that this area was previously excavated to a depth of 120 feet below the grade of the surrounding land. She is simply restating what documents in her control
Those application documents is what you're looking for.
I want you to provide us.
What's the evidence that it was at 120 feet?
Exactly. Because that's your whole,
He's saying that it's a notation. We don't know. I mean, we need to have somebody who's going to verify.
The gravamen of your application is that you can prove with relevant evidence that your client or its predecessor mined to the level you're claiming it did, which is 100 or 120 feet above the mean sea level, before the institution of zoning.
Before the institution of zoning was 1957. It didn't become a non-conforming use until 1972.
Okay, that's actually, you're right. You're right. Before it became,
I know what you're saying, but
before it became a non. Well, no, we need to have this out there. Before it became a non-conforming use.
Okay.
And so what we need to see is documentation, witnesses, photographs, like evidence. What you would look for in a court of law. We are a quasi-judicial body. We don't sit here and just go, oh, well, she said it, so then it's true. We sit here and we have to say, we need to see the actual raw data.
Right,
Okay,
right.
okay.
Mr. Matthews, I just want
Yes.
to add, I am concerned about the reliability of this survey
Okay,
on so many levels.
Okay.
But first of all, it's clearly old, and then there are markings which are photocopied on
Yeah.
that were added. I don't know who added them, what
Okay.
those,
What's the original
what's the
survey? Yeah.
intention of
Okay.
the markings. And so
So-
if that is part of what we're to rely on, it is not compelling to
so if
me
you're
at
looking
all.
for the application materials that go to that, we can certainly get those and submit those to the board.
It's, look, I'm not saying it's just, oh, bring me the 1980 application
I'm not-
materials and I'm going to be satisfied.
I'm not trying to put those
I'm
words in your
telling
mouth.
you that you need to make your case with evidence, not statements made by people 6 years ago in a legal dispute that I don't even know that any of her statements were adopted by a court in its findings of fact.
Okay.
So
I can address that. I can address that because I can tell you that they were. I'm not asking you to take my word for it. Well, obviously, whether we come back for a continued hearing, we'll certainly have a
provide
written
that to
comment.
us as well, in addition to, but I think we need to see the underlying raw data. I think we need to see the application. I think you need to go back to your client and say, what proof do you have in your files? You know, they have institutional memory and they probably, I don't know what their document retention policy is, but, you know, I would hope that if they're coming in here and making an application, that they would be basing it not on, a frivolous application. It would have meat to it. I want to
There's
see the
certainly
meat.
nothing frivolous about this application or any of the prior application that was
didn't say
presented
there
to the building
was.
inspector.
I
and
didn't
this
say
board
there
in
was.
2011 that was predicated and findings of which regarding the horizontal scope and the use of the property for a non-conforming use that was upheld by this board and the second department.
That's not
based
what we're
on-
talking
based
about.
on affidavit,
That's
based
not
on
what-
affidavit proof. That's why I think it's important.
That's
to say.
not what we're talking about.
Okay.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this application. I'm concerned with this application.
Understood.
Okay,
Understood.
so you know what we've indicated is needed to proceed on this.
Yeah, I think I do, and we're happy to provide that. And like I said, my expectation would be that if it's not coming back for a continued hearing, we'll certainly have a
It will be
written
coming
comment.
back for a
Yeah.
It'll be a
continued.
continued
Understood,
hearing.
that's okay too. So I would just like to clarify, because I disagree with the initial review of a contemporaneous survey, that there's no issue, there's no real basis to question what the original notations on that are, and there's no basis to really question the findings of the statements of fact in multiple affidavits by the state's top mining official. And I think when going back to what
Hold on. You cannot stand here and mischaracterize what she said in her affidavit. I read it and I have eyes and ears and I understand what I'm reading. She did not make findings of fact. There are no findings of fact. She reported what she saw in documents in the files of the DEC. That's a completely different thing. It doesn't address the credibility or the veracity of the documents she's describing. All it says is, I saw a document that said Town of Southampton on it.
Right.
Is that true?
Right, I
Who
think-
knows?
I think you've made a very
Okay.
good point, John.
I think
Can I also say on the survey, do you have
Yes.
a copy of the original survey?
You can't
I mean-
get a copy of the original
I
survey
mean,
if you're
because
not,
what-
if you're not
this
the
is almost
party.
impossible to read.
There's a larger copy that we can provide.
But it's the
But it's-
the
if you're
aspects
not-
of the
if-
write-ons and
It's
the-
not
I
gonna
can't call a
solve-
surveyor and get
Yeah.
a copy of an original survey of your property because I'm not the person who.
Yeah, so that's not going to solve the
Okay.
questions we
Right,
have.
so
I do want to
It
add one
doesn't give
other-
us a really solid basis on which to.
Okay.
Yeah,
find
I
our-
want to add another important
Sure.
point, and I want to be sure you are able to make the points you want to make. As Susan pointed out, and I believe Katie, the comments of the building inspector are important to me, and the notion that we are confirming only vertical intent, I'm not so certain is established. And I'm going to need to somehow get educated on and satisfied to the notion that we aren't looking at more?
To that issue, we did submit a letter that addressed that yesterday. If you
We
got to,
haven't seen it. We haven't been
it's
able to.
understood.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's compelling reading, but it's okay if you haven't quite read it yet.
Yeah.
But it addresses that issue about why we believe, as a matter of law, the issue of the horizontal.
And we will
scope.
look at that,
Understood.
but
So-
that you know that there is some question in some of our minds about that.
Having
as
the question-
being assumed to be already decided.
Having a question and a matter of first impression for this board on this issue is understandable, and frankly, you wouldn't be doing your job if you didn't have that question. What I would submit to you is that when you go through the factual and legal analysis, that'll be the conclusion that you'll be obligated to come to, that this horizontal scope has been finally determined.
All right, well, we
So
will
are
look
you,
at those
would you be,
materials.
would your client consider submitting that to this board as well?
They
A
did.
confirmation of that,
We're
Of the-
not asking this board to
of the
look at that
horizontal
issue
issue as
anew.
well?
We don't think the board has the ability to look at that issue anew, and we're not submitting it for you to
Okay.
anew. The reason
Right.
why it was raised and why I felt obligated to write a separate letter about it was because of the comment in the building inspector's worksheet, what have
Right.
it, about that maybe this issue was left unopened. Obviously, that's something that we disagree with, and I'm sure you'll
Right,
speak to your counsel.
and we
about it.
always look at those comments and we take them into consideration when
As
we're
you should.
considering an application.
As
So
you
if he
should.
says there's an issue here, we're gonna say there's an issue here and we need to be convinced, so, okay.
So just
So
to,
it's
just
not
to
a
sum up on
closed
the,
matter.
I'm
sum
going to
up-
back off on that.
that's okay. I think any kind of dialogue is.
Yeah, and Mr. Matthews, I just want you to understand, the rough dealing that we've had in this, I just want you to understand that my mind is open with regard to this application. I have not prejudged this application. I am just looking at it with a stealthy eye with regard to what supports your application. And if you provide us with the documentation and evidence that supports your position, I'm just as likely to find for you as I am to find
I
against you.
take no issue with our back and forth. I enjoy it, and it's how our
Little
jobs and
sparring
positions.
doesn't never hurt
That's
anybody.
what we do, and it's how our positions interact. It's really okay. So just to wrap up on the.
All right,
just
yeah,
okay.
let's wrap it up
Yeah,
because we
completely.
want
Just
to
to-
move on.
So I wanted to just close on this one point because we were talking about actions and intent of substantiality to establish non-conforming use. Here, I know we may have our difference as of now about the import and the
Right.
how much weight to give that survey and the affidavits. I give them much more, and I think ultimately you will too, and we'll give our best to give you additional documentation. But when you're talking about substantiality, I would again submit that that's already been found, or the non-conforming use would not have been upheld. And when you're talking about actions and intent, you don't have to show intent to go down to a depth of 100 to 120 above mean sea level because you have testimony and surveys showing that that was actually done. So we believe we've established our burden.
You feel that you have submitted the proper, but
We do.
we're questioning that a little
And
bit. Okay, so,
That's your job, and we're happy to supplement as
Yeah,
we can.
I think you should hit all the elements of the standard.
We believe that we have, and we're happy to supplement further. So I know we'll be back here again. We'll have a lot more discussions, but unless there's any further questions from me at the moment,
okay, okay, well, thank you, Brian.
thank you.
All right, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on the matter of Sandland Mines? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Reed Super, the law firm Super Law Group. And I'm appearing tonight on behalf of Joseph Fair, who is an immediate abutter of the subject property. And our firm also represents other neighbors in some of the various cases and proceedings that concern Sandland. The property, of course, is zoned CR 200, and mining use has been non-conforming here for 53 years, since 1972. The zoning board should deny Sandland's request for a determination that it has a pre-existing right to mine down to a depth of 100 feet above mean sea level across the entire 50-acre property. There's absolutely no evidentiary support for such a wildly overbroad determination. Further, the application suffers from a multitude of serious deficiencies, substantive, procedural, factual. There are inaccuracies, there are omissions that preclude the determination that the applicant seeks. I'd like to make just 5 preliminary points tonight. You've already indicated that the hearing will be continued. It really needs to be. And that's my first point. As several of us have pointed out in letters earlier in the week, no one has had a chance to fully review, much less respond to the application, because among other things, the applicant failed to include any of the 9 exhibits in the copy that was served on the abutters.
Oh, interesting.
So that does not comply with the town code,
Okay.
which requires the application that was submitted to you, the board members, to also go to the abutters. The application was there, no exhibits.
Do you have those now, sir?
I'm sorry?
Do you have those exhibits now?
We submitted a FOIL request for them. If what we got from the clerk matches what you got, then we do, but I'm not entirely sure. And the version that the abutters did get had a map attached to it, which is not the 1965 map that was just referred to and is not referred to in the application. As far as I know, the one map that was attached to the application that was served on the neighbors is a much more recent DEC plan and reclamation map, not the same map.
It's
So-
probably the mining plan.
The mining plan, well, there was maybe there was one page in what, our clients got.
So
Rest assured, if you got something from the clerk, it's a copy of what we have. I mean,
All right. And you can
yeah.
confirm that with Katie. That
Yeah,
in
we
fact, you've got everything that, was sent to us.
Okay, yeah, I would like to confirm.
You
because
got
what-
the 1965 survey?
The small, the
Yeah,
report
the-
indicates small,
yeah.
hard to read. I mean,
Really.
I don't know if it was provided in a larger copy. It was just 8.5 by
No,
11.
it's the same for us.
Extremely hard to read. So for that reason, the hearing really should be, and we would submit, held over at least 30 days until I believe August 21st is the last meeting in August, at least until then, both for further testimony and also for written comment. A lot of this really has to be done in writing. No one can stand up here and talk about what happened in the 1960s. Documents are important here. So we would submit additional documents that the applicant has not submitted, and we would like an opportunity to respond not only to the application that, as I mentioned, didn't have the exhibits. Mr. Matthews submitted something yesterday, as he mentioned. He said just now he wanted to hand in a couple more documents. Now he's been asked by the board, the board has pointed out the deficiencies in the initial application, and he offered to submit more things. The public, my client, many other people who are interested, I think somewhere in the room, and we'll speak on Zoom. We'd like to have an opportunity to review all of that and then respond to it. If something is handed to the board that night or just mentioned, that doesn't give us a reasonable
It doesn't give
opportunity.
us either, so trust me.
well, to be fair, you submitted things yesterday and today as well. I mean, it's not just the applicant who's been submitting things at the last minute.
Trying to respond to
No, I
the.
know,
to
but
the-
I'm just saying, I discussed with all of the attorneys that I knew of, and I had basically said, 2 weeks before the meeting, so that the board can review things. If things are handed in the day of the meeting, before the meeting, guaranteed you're not gonna be able to look at them.
We're
So
not
I-
going to review it if it's handed in
But I
at the
am
night
also
of the
trying,
meeting.
I also am trying to get the attorneys to share documents amongst each other too,
Right,
so that
No,
Candace isn't
absolutely.
scanning
No,
things.
absolutely. Want to give it to you so that it's in your packet,
Right.
so that you can review it and consider it. That's really my point. The applicant hasn't done that. We responded at the last minute. Nobody, the agenda went up on Monday, as it often does. Nobody really knew about this
Okay.
until very recently. All right, thank you. My second point, and this was touched on, is that New York state law unequivocally holds that nonconforming uses are fundamentally incompatible with the objectives of zoning. The courts have explained that the overriding public policy is the restriction and eventual elimination of nonconforming uses. They're permitted to continue for a reasonable time to mitigate economic losses by the owner. But here, Sandland's nonconforming use it's been nonconforming, the mining use, for 53 years already. Pre-existing nonconforming uses are to be phased out to come into conformity with zoning, and they cannot be enlarged, certainly not as of right. Mr. Matthews mentioned the Toys R Us case. It's a 1996 Court of Appeals case. And in that case, and by the way, what I'm saying now is also in a letter that I emailed today. I brought 10 copies. I'll give them to Candace. The board can review it at its leisure. I'm going through the highlights
Okay, good.
right now. But in my letter, I quoted the Toys R Us case that Mr. Matthews cited. It said, courts and municipal legislatures have adopting a grudging tolerance of nonconforming uses, and the overriding public policy of zoning in New York State is aimed at their reasonable restriction and eventual elimination. My third point is that, as was discussed earlier, in 2023, the highest court in New York State, the Court of Appeals, ruled in favor of the town of Southampton and environmental organizations and the mine's neighbors, and against Sandland in the 2023 decision. And among the Court of Appeals' key findings, in addition to reiterating that nonconforming uses are viewed as undesirable and can be gradually restricted, the court said, first, and this is a quote, "At no juncture has there been a determination of the extent of Sandland's prior nonconforming mining use," close quote. That's at 39 New York 3rd, 214.
Hold on, 39 New York
39 New York
3rd.
3rd at 214. I have the pin site from the published opinion. Mr. Matthews was referring to the slip opinion when he said 12 and 14. I
What
only
is the
have
pin site?
214. And I'll just read that again. At no juncture has there been a determination of the extent of Sandland's prior nonconforming use. So this board didn't determine it. The building inspector didn't determine it in 2011, in 2012, and 2016. 2 years ago, the highest court in the land, in this state, said at no juncture has there been a determination.
But what do you take that to mean? That's in the context of this DEC permit. It doesn't mean that there's never been a confirmation that there's a pre-existing non-conforming mine here.
The extent.
And that's the hearing today. Why,
No, that's right. Mr. Matthews is telling
It doesn't say that there's no non-conforming use there.
extent. At no juncture has there been a determination of the extent,
Right.
vertical and horizontal, of Sandland's prior nonconforming mining use. It's absolutely true that the use is pre-existing nonconforming. Nobody disputes that. We're not talking about the use. We're talking about the extent, horizontal and vertical. At no point, at no juncture, has there been a determination of the extent. That's what this board will do on the application.
Right,
The
that's our
second-
job.
That's your job, exactly.
Right.
The second key finding from the Court of Appeals decision, holding, that I want to mention, and Mr. Matthews read part of it, but not all of it. The dispositive questions in determining whether the expansion that Sandland seeks is within the limits of its prior nonconforming use are: one, whether Sandland manifested an intent to mine the additional acres and the expanded depth, and two, the extent to which the town recognized Sandland's use of the parcel. That's at 39 NY 3rd 213. It's just the prior page to the one I read before. Mr. Matthews didn't read the second part of it, the extent to which the town recognized Sandland's use of the parcel. That's the second part of the test that the Court of Appeals laid out. And in the first part, the Court of Appeals said intent to mine the additional acres and the expanded depth, horizontal and vertical. Both of those have to be established before DEC, under the state law, can issue any renewal or modification permits. The Court of Appeals also gave examples from other cases of the types of evidence of a manifestation to intent to mine a given area that could possibly establish a prior nonconforming use. That's at 39 NY 3rd 213 footnote 2, examples of the types of evidence. Thus, by law, it is Sandland's burden, it's their burden, to prove the extent of its pre-existing nonconforming use, and such use cannot exceed the horizontal and vertical dimensions for which Sandland's predecessors had manifested an intent to mine. That is a very heavy burden to meet, especially 53 years later. Sandland has never demonstrated the prior owner's intent regarding the extent of the mining area, and it is obviously unable to do so now, more than half a century after mining was outlawed in this zone. Indeed, the entire history and use of the upzone site belies any purported intent to mine beyond what has been mined already. My fourth point is that Sandland's assertion that it has already established the right to mine all 50 acres of its property, and that this board cannot make a determination of the horizontal extent of its pre-existing mining use, is obviously false. As I just mentioned, the Court of Appeals in 2023 made it clear that at no juncture has there been a determination of the extent of the prior use. And many other courts, agencies, the town attorney have said the same. In fact, the town explained to the Court of Appeals in the briefing that led to the 2023 decision and to DEC in a letter that Sandland has never made the requisite showing in any forum to obtain a determination that it manifested an intent prior to the upzoning to mine beyond the then approved 20-acre footprint. It was 20 acres that the town approved prior to 1972.
Is it your contention that that is the floor, that's the ceiling?
That's the horizontal extent.
No, ceiling for acres horizontally.
Yes, it's a ceiling. I was thinking vertical, but it's the walls.
Thank
It's the
you.
walls,
Okay.
right? The
Okay.
ceiling would be or the floor. Yeah, it's the maximum extent laterally.
Okay.
How do you juxtapose that with the chief building inspector's memo for 50 acres?
The chief builder, well, for one thing, I'm happy to answer your question. Most of these things, I'm hoping we can submit writing on it and come back because we just got this. But the chief building inspector was, let me just address your question though. Chief building inspector in 2011, it's not in the C of O. I think you're referring to the one-page
Yeah,
memo
it's
to the town
it's
attorney.
The CO's
So-
issued the next day.
Right, so there was a 25-acre parcel that the predecessor to Sandland acquired from a neighbor. And then a second 25-acre parcel. And the area that was mined, the 20 acres, kind of straddles the border between the two 25-acre parcels. So what the building inspector in 2011 was saying is that the pre-existing non-conforming use rights are not limited to the original 25-acre parcel. It's not just the 10 acres of the 20 that's on that, but it can be on certain portions of the entire 50 acres.
Oh, interesting. All right, well, that you
Okay.
need to obviously brief
Yeah,
us
we
on
need to
that. Yes,
supplement
needs
that.
to be-
That's the short answer.
Yes.
So my fifth point, fifth and final, and I'll conclude quickly, is that the few vague, inconclusive, incomplete, and highly selective, and also misleading materials referenced in the application are plainly insufficient to meet the applicant's heavy burden in attempting to expand the mining activity beyond where it is now. And we've heard virtually all those arguments before, in one form or another, in one venue or another. Indeed, if Sandland had its way, their mining would never end. They argued to the Court of Appeals that they had an absolute right to mine down to bedrock or even below bedrock. Now Chief Judge Wilson, he wasn't the chief judge there, but now Chief Judge Wilson called that mining all the way to China. But the Court of Appeals flatly rejected that. Another quote from the opinion, Court of Appeals said, "We reject Sandland's assertion that mine owners have a constitutional right to mine their parcels to an infinite depth." That's 39 NY 3rd at 212. Now Sandland is seeking to go down to 100 feet AMSL across all 50 acres, including presumably in the mandated buffer, because that buffer is in the 50 acres too. That's 60 feet deeper and 30 acres wider than the town has ever recognized. In conclusion, at least for today, this board should be aware that Sandland repeatedly asserts variations of the same arguments before every judicial and administrative venue, even after they are soundly rejected. After all these years, Sandland has still not identified anything that evidences a clear and manifest intent to mine beyond the 160 feet AMSL deep, that's the floor, and 20 acre wide, that's the walls, footprint that was approved by the town in 1972.
Approved by the town via what?
The town attorney wrote to DEC and said that in 1972, DEC had not then issued mining permits. DEC wasn't in the business of issuing mining permits then, but the town was. And it's actually Exhibit D to the application is a letter from the supervisor's office, but signed by the town attorney that said essentially what I just said, that in 1972 was a 20-acre footprint that had been approved by the town at that time. And notably, let me just mention, Sandland took a nearly identical approach more than a decade ago in asserting without evidentiary proof that its non-mining, its solid waste operations, which was really the issue back in 2011, pre-existed the zoning laws that outdated them. This board rejected that tactic, and the courts then upheld this board's decision. Repetition ad nauseum of unsupported allegations is not evidence. It wasn't then, and it isn't now. Thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to a full opportunity to respond to the application.
Will you be providing a full briefing?
We will provide whatever the board would like, and
I'd like you to take what you've told us, and I'd like a brief submission, not a brief, small, a brief in submission, so that we, with whatever evidence you have, whatever authority you have. I know that's a lot, but I think it would be very helpful
Can I make
for
a
us.
friendly amendment to your request, which I support fully, is since we seem to have trouble with this, if you have a view, recognizing from a particular point of view, but if you have a view of the type of evidence that would be properly before us to demonstrate for the applicant what that should be, in other words, what is your view of what is suitable evidence of the claim being made? And what might that be?
an answer now or submit.
Or in your submission.
We'll submit it.
Yeah. What's lacking? What would we, if they had evidence showing their conduct and their intent to mine in the way that they say they're entitled to, what would you want us
So
to?
we can address that. And the Court of Appeals had examples in the footnotes. And Mr. McDonald mentioned previously a 10-sector plan that says, first we're going to do this, then we're going to do that. We're going to mine to the borders of the property because here's our long-term plan. That doesn't exist. They didn't do it.
And just knowing John as well as we all got to know him tonight, if there's any references in any other appellate court or Court of Appeals that have in fact found that, what constitutes a description of that suitable evidence, that would all obviously help us.
Right, and if you could also brief what is substantiality? That seems to be.
Well, I think, you heard what his arguments were. You're going to respond to what his arguments are. And so, when he says we meet the three-part test, you're going to respond.
Yeah, we're going to respond. And not just me. I'm the lawyer for some neighbors.
Yes,
There
I
are
understand.
several other lawyers who represent other neighbors and other stakeholders that you'll hear from as well.
Okay.
Maybe we'll collaborate, maybe we'll do it separately.
Exactly.
Whatever makes most sense. And one last thing, I'm going to hand to Candace the materials that were emailed today. One of them is a petition signed by 29 neighbors opposing the application.
Okay.
This was only on the agenda 3 days ago. In this week, 29 neighbors have signed a petition. There may be many more by the time this is come back here. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to be heard on this matter? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on this matter?
Yes, there are two, and Claudia Bremer is first.
Okay.
Thanks for bearing with me. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Yes.
Okay,
Are you-
good, thank you.
Before you say anything, are you an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your name, please?
Claudia Bremer from Bremer Law, and I am an attorney representing the Group for the East End, Citizens Campaign for the Environment, and the Noyak Civic Council.
Okay. Okay, let's hear what you have to say. We are
Okay,
somewhat
thank-
under a time constraint, so if you.
timing 3
minutes. No, yeah, we've tried to limit it to 3, but we understand, but let's try to be concise if we can.
I'll try to be brief. I had some comments prepared, but I think I'm going to skip most of them and just say thank you for taking the comments tonight and for indicating that you're going to keep open the public hearing after tonight. One of the things that I also want to mention is that these organizations that I represent are all opposed to Sandlane's application and do request that it be denied. I also have a petition against Sandland's application signed by 22 people in the last few days. And I will submit the appropriate number of copies to the ZBA for your records. I also want to say that your discussion tonight and the concerns that you have about the application and the evidence that has not been presented to you tonight are correct. Sandland does not have sufficient evidence to support its application. And the burden is on the applicant. It's not on you, the board, and it's not on the public to demonstrate that they have not met their burden. It is on them to provide sufficient evidence, and as of now, they have not done that. I do want to also mention that I was one of the attorneys for these groups on the case that went up to the Court of Appeals. And I would respectfully point out to you that that decision did say that there has been no determination on the scope of non-conforming mining from both a vertical and a horizontal perspective. So Mr. Matthews' representations that was not about horizontal mining and that they have the right to mine on the entire 50 acres, that is not correct. The Court of Appeals had in its record the Dickert affidavit, and it also had the building inspector's memo and the certificate from 2011. Those things were before the Court of Appeals. They understood what was in front of them, and they did not find that there was some determination already made about vertical or horizontal mining. That's in front of you, this board. In any event, I would urge you to seek the legal advice of court attorneys there, and also Attorney Arnston, who was representing the town in that case. So again, I thank you for keeping open the public hearing so that we can file additional submissions in writing and that we can comment and have the public comment at a future public hearing in person. We also ask, there has been some, you heard tonight about a little bit of a confusion about the application materials. And we would ask that you have the applicant or the town place all of the materials that have been submitted by the applicant on the town's website so that it can be accessed by the public and we know exactly what has been submitted if they add any additional evidence to the file. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being
Okay,
concise.
thank you, and you'll be submitting your written comments.
That doesn't happen. They won't be on they will not be on the town's website. It doesn't happen.
Right, it's not, we're not going to be submitting the entire application and the exhibits and everything on the town website. But there is access to them through FOIA and others.
Yeah, well, and like I had copied you as well today, I have asked the attorneys to copy each other. I mean, that's the best we're gonna get because, you know, daily members of the public could submit letters. I mean, the applicant feels the same way. He doesn't know, you know, next week if there have been 10 new letters. So I'm trying to at least control what I can control, which is the attorneys.
Well, okay, but I just feel compelled to say that the attorneys should be copying one another in full. It's ridiculous that that's not occurring, if in fact it's not occurring. And I don't know factually what's going on, but I am frustrated to hear people coming in saying, I don't have this, I don't have that. We have a lot to get through. This is enormously complex, so people need to cooperate.
I agree.
Can we do more than ask? Can we
Understood
tell them?
completely.
I think I just did.
Okay,
and they've all been
I hope
copied.
they understood it that way.
But all of the attorneys
also
said that-
told them
well,
so.
because they all didn't have each other's emails in this context. As soon as I started getting more than one written sub, I was like, hey, Brian, here's Reed, here's Claudia. Let's all.
Our letter from yesterday, when they
Brian,
appeared, we did
Brian,
copy
they can't hear you from back there, just so you know.
just
No, no.
the
You
application
have to go on
material,
the-
right?
on the record.
This seems to be an important point because I don't want the board to think that
Go
people are
to
not.
Go to the podium and say it.
You gotta come back.
I don't want the board to be the impression that the applicant is not sharing materials, because that's simply not the case. The application was filed at that point in time. There's no one appearing in opposition to it. I can say very clearly, though, that Mr. Super, as well as, I don't know if Mr. Barone is he's an attorney for Bridgehampton Road Races. There's ongoing litigation between all these matters. They were specifically advised in chambers with Dave Arnson, the outside counsel, that this application was filed in May, and they knew in May that it was going to be on for today. They have once we filed their application, and then they filed their letters appearing in this matter on the 15th or the 14th. We wrote Katie put us all in contact with each other on this application, and the letter we filed yesterday, we copied them on. So they had that. The second we submitted it to the town, they had it in real time as well. So I just want that.
Well, let's keep that up, okay?
Happy to. I just want to
Okay.
make sure. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
That's very clear.
Okay, Claudia,
Okay, next.
we're gonna do a better job. Okay.
Thank you.
Very much. Is there anybody else on Zoom who
I
wishes
will.
to be? Go ahead, did you want to say something?
No, I just wanted to say I will be sure to copy Mr. Matthews as well when we submit from
thank
my
you.
perspective, from my.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Okay, is there anybody else on Zoom who wishes to be heard?
The other person lowered their hand, so no one else.
Okay, I'm probably going to say the same thing.
This is
All
mine.
right,
I'm gonna
this
hold-
is yours.
I'm gonna hold the meeting open probably until September 4th.
Let's bring the applicant up to pick a date.
You need to come back up.
Brian, can you just come up here so we can pick an adjourned date?
I'm really sorry. John L. Barone wants to speak.
Oh, hold on, Brian, we have another Zoom.
Hold on.
Brian, why don't you come up and sit down and get ready to pick a date? Yeah.
All right, hold on, we have John Barone on Zoom.
Another attorney.
Is Mr. Barone on there, Peter?
Yeah, I just accepted the panelist invitation now.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is John Barone. I am legal counsel from the firm Rupp Pfalzgraf. That's spelled R-U-P-P space P-F-A-L-Z-G-R-A-F. And the address is 24 Aviation Road, Suite 204 in Albany, New York. And I'm speaking on behalf of Bridgehampton Road Racers. At the outset, I note for the board that we have submitted a letter to the board to request that the ZBA public hearing and written comment period is held open. That appears to be the case, so I'm not going to comment more on that issue. I will keep my comments brief since folks were ready to wrap up anyway. And we are going to submit briefing and evidence to respond to the application of Sandland. Overall, my client seeks to have the ZBA deny Sandland's request and to determine that Sandland has failed to establish any manifested intent for non-conforming use rights that extend vertically below 160 feet AMSL or outside a 20-acre footprint. We also suggest that it may be helpful if the ZBA sets, and I don't know if the ZBA wants to do this, but some sort of deadlines where Sandland's going to further supplement their submissions, and then after that, the general public could respond, so that we have some sort of scheduling and order to the submissions. Just a thought for the
We've done
ZBA.
that in the past, and we will definitely consider that.
I'm not gonna, I don't, our points overlap with Mr. Super and Ms. Bramer. So as stated, I'm just gonna try and give you a big picture here. Briefly on a procedural point, Sandland submitted a supplemental submission yesterday, generally stating that its application does not include a request to determine the horizontal non-conforming use for mining because Sandland already has a right to mine beyond 20 acres. This is improper. You've already seen in the testimony by Mr. Super that Sandland lost in the Court of Appeals. So Sandland's counsel's attempt to rephrase the holding of the Court of Appeals decision is blatantly false and disingenuous. As Mr. Super stated, the Court of Appeals clearly stated the extent of the mining is not established beyond current mining.
So briefly on substance, process aside, somehow the town, the residents, and Sandland are again discussing an expansion of mining at this site. This application is not a new argument. It is an attempt to relitigate matters already settled over 2 decades. The Sandland mine is a non-conforming use. The overriding public policy of zoning in New York State requires that non-conforming uses are not expanded and eventually phased out. This mine is already extremely out of character for the residential community that it sits in. We cannot continue to expand and facilitate the non-compliance by expanding the size of this mine by a massive vertical and possibly horizontal breadth. So the concept of accepting this application flies in the face of New York policy, law, and the rulings of the Court of Appeals. The suggestion in Sandland's application that the board cannot limit Sandland's right because of previous decisions is just incorrect. And again, it's misleading. We have completed years of litigation, 20 years to be exact. Most, if not all, of the information presented in Sandland's application has been a part of the record of the reviews and determinations by the Department of Environmental Conservation Administrative Law Judge, the Chief Permit Administrator, multiple courts, including trial courts in Suffolk County, Albany County, the 2nd and 3rd departments of the Appellate Division. This very town, which consistently holds that nothing beyond 20 acres and 160 ASML has been established despite Sandland's current uses. And even, of course, from the Court of Appeals, which Mr. Matthews did comment, we would bring up, and for good reason. All these decision makers and bodies have clearly supported the comments of Reed Super, Claudia Bramer, and I. This is why Sandland is here. It is looking for a different ending. Federal and state law both affirm Sandland bears the burden of proving its nonconforming rights. Sandland has not met its burden to establish nonconforming use rights beyond 20 acres and 160 AMSL by this application. To conclude, we respectfully request the opportunity to submit further briefing, and we'd like to do that after we see all of Mr. Matthews and Sandland's complete and full submission, because we don't have that yet. And, our conclusion is we respectfully urge the board to determine that Sandland has not established a manifested intent of its nonconforming use vertically beyond 160 AMSL and horizontally beyond 20 acres. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we look forward to your submissions.
Can I ask Mr. Matthews a question? Is Sandland currently mining beyond the 20-acre footprint?
Yeah, the 20-acre footprint is, I'm not sure where they're getting that from.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how I know where they're getting it from, but it begs the question here about, first of all, Mr. Barone wrote a letter on the 15th arguing 20 acres down to 160 feet. Wrote a letter today correcting what he called a typo in his letter and arguing that the scope of the mine was really 160 feet and 31 and a half acres, and now appears to be backtracking and changing their story again.
I'm
saying,
not.
well, no,
I'd
it's
like
really
to respond to that. I'd like that.
We're not
Just a moment, sir. Just a moment.
Stop.
All right,
We're
yeah.
not going to have this
I'm
argument
saying
now.
this was-
We're not going to have the discussion now. We're going to have another hearing.
No, I just asked, hold on though. Okay,
But
so,
let's limit this, John.
no, my question is, how many acres is Sandland mining?
Right now.
Right
this is-
now.
Right now, this is the way the permits went. In 1985.
No,
right, we went from 20 acres to 31 and a half.
What is the number? Just, I don't want to know the provenance.
34 and a half.
34 and a half? Okay, thank you.
Under the DEC permit is 34 and a half.
We are going to hold this open until September 18th. What?
I don't think you should do that.
Why's that? Bad night?
Because right now you have your
7/11?
7/11
Okay,
application.
so we're not going to do it at 7/18. I'm going to go to the first week in October. First week in October.
I
yes.
do, may I mention, and Candace, if you could help with this, I think this.
October 2nd. Oh, no,
This
it's
matter
Candace, Yom
needs to be
Kippur.
given ample time on the agenda on a night when we don't have countless other people waiting on other important
Absolutely.
matters. I think we block a couple of hours for this.
Yes.
And call it a night.
Agreed.
I agree. I totally agree, and we really need to, and we're looking forward to the submissions, which will help us make it.
And put it at the end of the agenda.
Yes, and it should be towards the end of the
It should be
agenda.
at the end of the agenda.
I agree.
The problem is the first
Who knew?
meeting in October is October 2nd, which is Yom Kippur, so I assume that's going to
No, that's not.
conflict with, yes.
So what
the
are our
second-
October dates?
The second meeting in October is going to be the 16th.
Oh, 16.
So we're going to put it on the 16th of October. And 16, everybody will have all their submissions and briefs in at least 30 days before that.
Second.
So you want to set, I would say, if you're gonna do that, set a specific date.
Okay, so I will have all submissions,
So that I know when I'm
briefs
gonna
to
receive
be
all these
submitted
documents.
by October 18th.
But can I just ask, there was a
no,
discussion.
no.
September 18th, September 18th.
But if they all go in, can I just ask respectfully, if they all go in at the same time, don't have an opportunity to respond.
It's fair.
Well, hold on. Okay, so what, we'll give you a briefing schedule like we do in court.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was gonna
Okay.
suggest that, because that's what we done in
All right,
court.
go ahead, Candace, what is your suggestion?
No, I would. the briefing
Yeah,
schedule,
we'll
you
just do
guys
a briefing
decide, tell
schedule.
me when you want, and
So
I'll-
September
18th.
18th
2 weeks to
for you,
2 weeks for reply.
and then October 2nd for your response. And then we're going to, so if we have the 16th as the date this is going to be on, you get in by the 2nd, and by the 10th, you provide a reply.
I can do
A week for reply? Okay.
Yes.
All right, John, run that one more time. So you got September 18th.
So we got September 18th for the original submission, the,
From Mr. Mayor.
yes, in support,
Right.
right?
Well, for everybody.
No. No. We're going to do a briefing schedule like we do on a
All
motion
right,
in
so in
court.
other words,
So he's going to put in his brief in chief. Then you're going to do an opposition.
Not just me, all the response.
Anyone who
Yeah.
wants to is going to do an opposition by, what was the date I
October
gave?
2nd.
October 2nd.
And then by
And
the
then
10th.
you're going to reply by the 10th.
And then that's it. There's no serve replies after that.
yeah, and don't show up at the meeting with some more information.
And please,
I'm sorry,
please,
if you
please
want- I
make
just have to say something.
sure all council and all parties get all submissions and exhibits.
Yeah.
If
What-
you're going to do that, I wouldn't suggest that you have your meeting the hearing on the 16th.
Too
Because if
close.
you get the documents from 9/18 and 10/2, by the time you can't do that.
No, all right, so we have to do it later? We have to do it the
Because
next?
10/2, you're only gonna have a couple of days to review.
All right.
November 6th.
Okay.
Yep, I agree.
The briefing schedule stays the
6th.
same. The meeting's gonna be November 6th.
Yep.
We'll have time to review it.
Now.
We have a lot to do.
Roughly.
There's a lot to do.
No, I understand it.
All right. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Mastonio?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Evans?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much, gentlemen,
Okay,
and we
we
look
have our
forward to a lot of
marching orders.
interesting information.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good luck, everyone. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I have a job here, right? Number 6 on the agenda. Do I read the whole thing on a re-advertised?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Application of Bart Carfarella, 7 Dock Road, Remsenburg, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-366-1-10. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the Town Code: to convert an existing one-family dwelling into an accessory building with an accessory apartment, and to construct a new one-family dwelling. 1. For the new dwelling, Section 330-6 General Regulations that references Section 330-11 Residence District's Table of Dimensional Regulations for a principal front yard setback from 80 feet to 40 feet. 2. For the conversion of the existing dwelling into an accessory building, Section 330-11 for an accessory distance from front lot line setback from 90 feet to 18.9 feet. Section 330-76D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in all districts, and Section 330-83C yards, to allow the accessory building to be situated in a required side yard for the principal building, and to allow an accessory apartment within the accessory building. Section 330-11.2F, special standards for a lot area of 37,509 square feet, where 48,000 square feet is required, 80% of 60,000 square feet. For a principal front yard setback of 40 feet, where 56 feet is required, 70% of the required 80 feet, and an accessory distance from front line of 18.9 feet, where 63 feet is required, 70% of the required 90 feet.
Board has jurisdiction.
Let me swear you in. Are you an attorney?
No.
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, please individually state your names and addresses.
Lori Wiltshire with Land Planning Services. My office is at 231 Pantico Road in East Hampton.
Okay, Lori.
Bart Caffarella, 17 Dock Road, Remsenburg, New York.
And I cannot speak as nearly as fast as John does, so
Well,
bear with me.
He's trying to make up for time.
I know.
Okay.
So the application before you is for the construction of a new house at 17 Dock Road in Remsenburg and the conversion of an existing house into an accessory structure with an accessory apartment. The existing house sits 19.9 feet from the front lot line where 90 feet is required and is also situated in the required side yard. The applicant has also applied for relief to situate the new house 40 feet from the front yard where 80 feet is required. This will maintain the historic street setback of the existing house. I've submitted an aerial photograph for your consideration to show you the character of the neighborhood, and you will see that most of the lots on Dock Road have their houses right up to the road. It's very consistent, especially across the street from the property and down to the right. The owner would rather preserve the existing house and add it to the town's affordable housing stock. A development right has been set aside for this purpose by Dave Wilcox in the planning department. This property, like a handful of its neighboring properties, is also undersized at 37,500 square feet in an R60 zone, and where 48,000 square feet is required to allow an accessory apartment. The health department has reviewed this proposal and has basically signed off on the proposed Fuji Clean IAOWTS sanitary system to serve as both dwellings, but they will not issue the actual permit until town variances have been granted. The health department requests that the variance, if granted, must stipulate that the existing house is to be recognized as an accessory apartment only. The existing dwelling has been in its present location since approximately 1950, according to the town's records, and moving it to a conforming location would require an unnecessary and expensive hardship. The property is also triangular, which adds to the present zoning issues. The neighborhood is primarily residential in neighborhood with multiple structures on many lots, many very close to the road, particularly the lot to the immediate west and the 3 lots across the street. They all have pre-existing certificates of occupancy, and I'm going to submit a copy of this package to Katie for the file that has those COs attached to them, as well as, and this is actually very important, they all have pre-existing COs. And in fact, in 2022, numerous variances were granted to Anthony Fusco at 19 Dock Road for a very similar project involving an accessory apartment and a new house to be constructed. That was a overwhelmingly approved decision by this board for the purposes, obviously, of preserving the house for affordable housing and enabling a reasonable sized primary residence for the owner. And I'm going to, a copy of that decision is also attached to what I'll be submitting to Katie tonight. In that case, and as in this case before you, no detriment will be caused to the neighborhood, and due to the undersized, irregular shape of the lot and the pre-existing non-conforming structure, the benefit sought cannot be achieved any other way than applying for these variances. And while the variances sought may be substantial, this is not self-created, nor should it preclude granting of the variances. We believe that the benefit to the community in creating an accessory apartment will vastly outweigh any perceived detriment. That is our presentation.
John, this is yours. Do you want to start us off?
Sure. So I don't personally have a problem with that accessory apartment. I mean, I live right over there, so I've been up and down. But I do have a problem with that third garage. I don't think the house has to be 40 feet.
Third garage.
No, you have 3 garages on the house, I believe. And that's what's bringing that 40 feet. I think the setback, even driving and spending a lot of time, I got a friend on the road. That 40 feet setback, that's the third garage. I believe you have a 3-bay garage, yeah? Am I misreading that?
Yeah, that's a pro section.
My opinion is, if I don't know what their support is, I didn't mind the plan, I went through it, I just think that garage,
Comes too forward.
yeah, it comes too forward. So if you did a two-car garage, for me, I thought it laid out okay, it's just that one, that 40 feet for me is just too close. That's my.
All right, so.
Well, you might hear it first. So I share the concern, and I like the concept. I think your primary structure is a bit too large, and I think it would be overpowering for the rest of the neighborhood. And it would be clearly the largest structure around, certainly in the immediate vicinity.
No,
And-
not really.
No? Well, okay, that was my impression.
If you look
when
to the back
the
on
house
this
is
lot,
designed
there's
okay.
the house is back, there's one under construction right in right here. And the one behind it's quite large, and the one next to it's quite large, and 23 is quite large.
Right,
And
right here.
I must have had blind sight, because when I did a loop around the neighborhood, and I noticed a lot of small cottages. So, well, it
Across the
doesn't
street,
take a,
probably,
all right,
yeah.
strike my reasoning. I still think the principal structure is a little too large. I think John's solution is elegant for the circumstance.
All right.
So what is your solution, actually, John?
Well,
So here's the garage.
See right
yeah.
here? So this is
Yeah.
a 3-bay garage.
So make it a 2?
Right here, just make it a 2. It's set back, you're only gonna be 10, you're gonna go from 16 feet to 6 feet. You know what I'm saying? And it's.
It'll even out with the front of the
You're
house.
asking for much
Yeah,
less of a
and-
variance on the front, and I think
Correct.
that the setback
makes
will look
sense.
better.
It'll line up with the front.
And
porch.
you're only going to affect on the second floor a part of the bonus room.
Yeah, you're not really affecting much of anything.
You're not
You're right.
affecting much of anything. It's not like it's, sleeping quarters or anything like that.
I thought you did a good plan.
You could do that.
Good. I think that's a
We
great
could
solution.
back to a two-car garage. Set it back.
Yeah.
Does it change the percentage of the size of the accessory
Sure.
apartment?
Did we give you the percentage? No.
We need that.
And then you need to,
Okay, I can get that for you.
That my note, 'cause we need that.
it can't exceed like 35% of the house.
Right,
So accessory has to be 35%.
right. And then
Of
we
the
have to wait
main-
till we cut back the garage so we can
Right,
do
so
the
you make
calculation
it-
again.
It's definitely within that.
Space.
Yeah, all right. So you're pretty
It's
confident
600
it's not going to be an
square
issue, so that could be a written submission.
Yes. No, I don't think it'll
Do
be an
you
issue.
want a written submission for the garage?
Yep.
Or do you want us to?
I mean, for the survey.
And provide the
Right.
percentage of the
The accessory.
accessory versus
I
the,
mean, is that something you can do quickly?
after we get the house revised. We could get the square footage revised with the garage so that we can.
Right, but you'd have to submit a survey
Yes.
and the percentage. But the question
You're going to hold
is,
open to see the new plans? That's the question.
do you feel it's necessary to hold open to see the
I mean,
new
once we see
plans?
the plans, it's an easy change on a plan, so if they bring us a plan with a 2-car garage.
And if they don't bring it
And
by
the survey, of course, for the
Oh,
setback.
also the
Yeah.
revised variance, the revised.
Right, so we
front
could do
yard
that
And
on
the
written
calculations
submission.
for the
Yeah.
percentage of the.
Yeah, I've got that
apartment.
here.
That's really the.
Probably do the calculations quickly now, just by, not that I expect you to do it now, but
No, we're not gonna do it.
It's gotta come to us.
You've got to submit it to
Yeah, you
us.
have to give it
Yeah.
us.
we'll do it.
I have no problem having this written as a written submission.
Yeah, I know,
But if you don't meet the deadline to get it to us, we just adjourn the decision,
Or if
for,
we're unhappy with what we see.
or if we're unhappy, we can
Exactly.
reopen.
Exactly.
But, is that all right with everybody to do that?
Yes.
Just don't put us on for November 16th.
No.
You don't want to be here for the other one, 9/11 either. Okay, so,
All right.
John, this is yours.
Okay, so we're gonna,
John, before you do that,
Oh,
I just wanted.
Oh, wait, we have
Ask
to
the
ask about the
audience.
audience.
Information, and you're gonna be submitting a revised survey, revised plans, and revised calculations?
Correct.
yes.
And the revised variance request for the front yard.
Yes. But before we do that, we have to ask, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on 7 Dock Road?
Hmm?
Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on 7 Dock Road?
It's gonna.
No one has their hand up.
Variance to 40
Okay,
feet to the
John.
front yard.
So,
It's gonna be
hold
bigger.
open for comments.
No,
Oh,
yeah, we're going to
or-
close the public
We're gonna
hearing.
close it, okay.
Hold it open for written submissions. written
And that would be
comments.
8-8?
Yes.
Guys, we also have to add
But the
2
decision on
driveways.
8/21.
21. The decision on 8/21.
We need to add variances for the 2 driveways as well.
Oh, that's right. That was one of my questions. You're only allowed 1 curb cut. But you've got 2 driveways on the plan. So we either have to give you a variance for that or,
A common cut.
right. That was one of my
I don't
questions.
think they'll ever get
It doesn't appear to be easy to make
No,
one
you can't.
driveway
Not gonna be able
access.
to.
So you're going to need to request.
Request relief for two
So
driveways.
on the basis of that, do you want to keep it open or is it still okay? All right, I think it's okay.
It's got a lot of frontage, so it's really not gonna appear to be one lot with two driveways.
All right, so you have to change the variance. You have to include the 2 curb cuts for the driveway. You have to revise the survey, and you need to provide us with the percentage of the accessory apartment versus the principal dwelling. Okay.
Yep.
And if you can do that, the submissions has to be by 8/8. And if that, do you want to put it off then and make the decision?
We have to get Nick and then
Yeah.
Paul Berlsky.
8/8.
One follows the other.
We'll get it done.
You think?
Yeah, I'll sit on
All right,
this.
well, you know what? We'll put it down.
Yep.
If you don't get the submissions to us by 8/8, we're not gonna make a decision on 8/21.
Okay.
Which is what, is that what you're proposing?
Yep, that's what I'm proposing.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Redden.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
He wants to get out of here.
Yeah.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Mrs. Kane.
Aye.
And Mr. Mastonia.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
So much.
Thank you for
Number 7 on the agenda, the application of 19 Bay Drive LLC, 19 Bay Drive, Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-269-1-46. Applicant requests relief from the following provisions of the town code for a new one-family dwelling with second-story deck, elevated walkway, retaining wall, and pool on a non-conforming lot. 1, Section 330-115C, continuance for a principal front yard setback from Bay Drive from 16 feet to 15.2 feet for the proposed 2-story dwelling. 2, Section 330-76D, placement of accessory building structures and uses in all districts, and Section 330-83C yards to allow an elevated walkway bridge to be located in the required front yard. 3, Section 330-6, general regulations that references Section 330-11, residence districts table of dimensional regulations for an accessory distance from front lot line from 50 feet to 16.2 feet for the proposed pool. 4, Section 330-77A, placement of accessory building structures and uses in residence districts for accessory parking within 10 feet of a lot line in the required rear yard. And 5, Section 330-109, fences, walls, accessory driveway structures, and clotheslines for a 10-foot-high retaining wall adjacent to the driveway and a 10-foot-high decorative wall, both in the front yard, Bay Drive, where a maximum of 4 feet is permitted and any other relief necessary.
The board has jurisdiction.
Just struck that out.
Are you an attorney?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name and address.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is James Vlahadamis, VLAHADAMIS.
Can you start again? VLA. Okay.
Hold on, Helen.
Susan.
HA.
Uh-huh.
DA.
Uh-huh.
MIS.
Okay.
And a Vlahadamis Law PLLC.
All right, James, hold on a second. Helen, we can't hear you. What's going on?
I'm recusing myself.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go.
Yes.
Vlahadamis Law PLLC, 148 East Montauk Highway, Suite 3, Hampton Bays, New York, 11946. For the applicant, 19 Bay Drive LLC.
Okay, so tell us about the application.
Okay, so we have an undersized lots, 10,063 square feet in an R20 zoning. So it is pre-existing non-conforming. My client purchased the property in the beginning of 2022. And prior to my clients purchasing the property, the seller obtained a pre-existing CO for a 4-bedroom, 2-story dwelling. And my client is seeking to build a new house, completely new house from the bottom up. I've submitted to the board the renderings, and as stated by Mr. Leonard at the beginning, we have a total of 5 different variance requests. As you can see, this is a constrained lot. It is on the corner, or Bay Drive has a bend in it as it approaches the water. So that's where you see that in the southeast corner of the lot, you see that significant bend there, which would then render the property having 3 front yards. So we need relief with respect to the 3 front yards, and we need relief for the proposed accessory structures, the proposal, our total lot coverage with the proposed structures for all new structures, including the house and accessory, would be 19.81% of the total lot, where we have an allowable of 20%.
So,
All right, yes, Kevin, this is yours. Do you want to start?
So I had, forgive me, I had a little difficulty sort of following a few things here. Walk us through the square footage of the present house that occupies the site and the rough dimensions of that structure in comparison to this.
I'm sorry, I don't have the exact dimensions, and we,
Okay.
this house was created prior to zoning laws, so we don't have any plans, we don't have anything existing, other than the survey from when we originally purchased the property, and unfortunately, I don't have the square footage of the existing footprint, right now from the old survey. I can tell you that the intention here is, if you look at the new proposal, I can tell you that the intention is to make the house narrower than it is presently and elongate it to match the way the property is. So if you could see, we have this, angle at the beginning of the property on the east side, and then the property's somewhat narrow and long. And the intention is to take the new structure and match that kind of flow with the land.
I get it. Long, narrow lot, long, narrow house.
Correct.
Some people don't get that. So I understand you doing that. And I guess what I'm having difficulty ascertaining the change in the appearance of this proposed structure, if granted, against the present. And I'll give you my concern. So it's a public street. I don't know how people use the, Cedar Drive to Bay Avenue. And I know that there's a road ending, and it looks like it might be maintained by the trustees, although I have no idea how that present road ending is used. I don't know if people in the community walk down. They're doing construction on it right now. It looks like somebody's replacing the bulkhead. I don't know who. And I don't know if that's a place where the public walks down and gets access to the water. And if so, the appearance and the presentation of this structure and the 10-foot retaining wall and a decorative 10-foot wall on the other side strikes me as a bit overwhelming. And the impression I have, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that instead of the house being built into the topography of the property to make it less imposing, it looks like it's designed to, in fact, be imposing. So correct me if I have anything wrong. And that's the core of my concern.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to say it's in fact the opposite. So the grade on this property from the bulkhead going up goes up 26 feet.
It's steep. I get it.
Very steep. So the intention of the design of the property and discussion with my clients and the builder is to use that contour as best as we can and use the slope of the property.
Right.
So that what we can have here is, instead of what is now a 2-story dwelling with a peaked roof,
I understand,
have a partially exposed basement, is what the way they're describing it. Because on the north side, there will be no exposure. On the north side of the property, 17 Bay Drive is the adjoining property to the north. And there's a slope there, and then there's a set of trees. And the intention is on the north side that the first level is going to be in the ground, essentially.
Okay.
Same thing with the western portion of the property.
Okay.
Right, so where the western access is now from the roadway, that portion of the house is going to be buried into that hill.
Okay.
So that only the southern side, or part of the southern side, and the eastern side would be exposed. I will say this: the renderings we have, they don't do the slope any justice, right? They're not really showing the slope of the property
This is the difficulty I'm having.
and the significance of it. And
But I do think that the lower left drawing does show that the house, most of the house is going to be hidden from the road.
that is correct.
I think it's
That
those
is-
10-foot
That I
walls
think
that
is the
are
thing.
most-
And then
Well,
look at the house on the GIS that's to the southeast. It's enormous.
It's a very large home.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
southeast, it's
Enormous.
facing the water.
Yeah.
They've cleared some of the trees out.
Right.
And yes, you can essentially, it's right there on the hill.
So that's a big house, I agree. The lot is also large.
Yes.
And all of the houses around by this house and around the corner are all pretty modest size. So explain to me what's with the 10-foot walls? And
Okay.
why is that necessary if the structure is tucked into the topography so nicely?
So the 10-foot wall on the eastern side, so on the northeast side of the property, is going to act as a retaining wall as well as part of the structure that is going to have the stairwell that comes down from the second story to access the backyard, well, the yard area where the pool
Water
is.
side.
Correct, the water side of the property. So that is not only a retaining wall, it is also part of the structure of the house.
Understood.
To have the stairwell there, and then again, that access down. Then the 10-foot wall on the southeast side of the property is going to be structural in the sense that the way the property is, what we're intending to do is, where you can, on the survey, where you see the proposed gravel parking area.
Yep.
Okay, that is gonna be flattened out as best as we can, so that we can park cars there.
Yep.
Then the garage is actually underneath the first level of the house, right?
Yep.
So what's gonna happen is you're gonna have that parking area, and then that 10-foot wall that's gonna face the Bayview Drive side is going to, structurally is needed to support what is gonna be the bridge that walks from the parking area to the stairwell that then takes you down to what is gonna be the front door that will face the Bay Drive. Now, what we didn't include, and maybe we should have included, is the proposed landscaping plan, where on the front of Bay Drive, our intention is to put screening trees so that, quite frankly, you won't even see this.
So you're going to greenbelt it.
Exactly. All along Bayview, the intention is to put screening trees, right, that are going to essentially create privacy for the property and as well for the public, anybody coming down there. So right now, when you walk down Bayview, as you know, you just see this white, frankly, older style house with a peaked roof. So the builder's intention and the design, and actually to use his language, is to reduce the height of the current house using the exposed basement level for living space and to follow the contours of the land as it slopes to the water.
Okay.
So that the house will kind of match that slope.
Great, because
Will bring down the height, the total height from what it is right now.
I appreciate the clarification. I could not determine that from what had been submitted. I attribute that to my own limitations. Anybody else got any thoughts?
I appreciate your explanations, and I think it's honestly a very nice use of the land.
I have a problem, not a problem, but I have a question. We didn't get any building plans. Submitted.
We did submit a full-scale size
Right
building
here,
plan.
right here.
Yes.
But I didn't.
I was the only one that got a set.
Only one who got a set. Did you check for pyramid relief or?
It doesn't
need anything.
There's no pyramid relief request.
No pyramid, because I didn't see the plans. I couldn't see whether there was.
Understood.
Do you have the landscaping plan, or is it to be prepared?
To be prepared, but the intention is to screen the entire Bay Drive side.
And what about any approvals from any other boards?
Conservation.
Conservation, because you're right on the bay. Do you need anything like that?
I'm sure you do.
That is a good question that
You
I don't
need
have
a
the answer to,
referral.
respectfully.
Probably need a referral to the
Could I,
Conservation Board.
if you're still doing your screening plan, you should instruct, please, your team, native plantings indigenous to the area, so you don't drive by going, what is this?
The intention is to have an evergreen on the street side so that we don't have something that's gonna drop its leaves in the winter to expose the structure and then only to come back in the other seasons.
Understood,
The
but you,
intention is to have an evergreen that is going to, essentially screen that in.
your landscaper planner will know native, everything you just said, native plants.
Absolutely.
I don't think we have the right to say that, but that's just my opinion.
I just want to say whether or not the board.
I'm just being
I
my
understand,
opinion.
Mr. Macedonio, but I will tell you that
Appreciate the screening, but
I know my clients and I know what their intention is, and I've spoken to them and the builder together, and we know that the intention is to screen this.
and I appreciate that.
In the renderings, you'll see, I don't know, maybe they're crepe myrtles or some kind of flowering tree.
Yeah.
That would be, that's not the final. That's more for the aesthetic of the plan itself versus what the intention is in the future as far as how we're going to screen the property. Because right now, if you walk by, it's literally, you're a few feet away from the street. So if people are walking by, it's like, hi, how are you?
Into the property, it's very heavily vegetated,
Yeah,
with
some areas
green
are, yes,
trees,
yes.
you hardly see the house, I mean, so it's not like, I wanted to ask you about that wall, because that wall troubles me. Is there any other way to provide the support for the bridge or whatever without putting up this massive wall? I mean, I understand the wall on the north side, I can sort of see that unless, there's concern by neighbors or whatever, but this wall bothers me.
So the other thing I'd like to say.
The wall that's on
I'm
the
sorry.
Bay Lane,
I don't want to interrupt anybody.
The wall that's on,
Bay Drive.
On Bay Drive, the south. So if you're looking, Mr. Leonard, if you're looking at the rendering, where you see.
so it's gonna be on this side of it's this wall,
Right.
that wall, right there.
That is correct. That wall that you see there. So,
I don't know,
what's going to happen here is the intention is to, because of the grade of the property and obviously the proximity of the water, the septic system is going underneath. The proposed nitrification system is going to go underneath the proposed gravel parking area. So because of the slope, and again, it goes from, the bulkhead to, I believe, 26 feet on the
30
elevation.
feet over the length of the whole property.
Yes, significant. So what we need to do is on the easternmost portion of the property where the proposed gravel driveway is, we need to level that out. There needs to be a retaining wall to hold in that soil, not only to hold in the soil, but then also to put the new septic system in at the furthest point from the bay is their intention. Then we need that retaining wall that goes north and south. You won't see that, right? That portion you won't see unless you kind of go down where the garage is, because the garage wall and the retaining wall are going to be one and the same. Then in order to keep that soil up there and then be able to access the house, they've created this bridge walkway with the stairwell. So in order to have that bridge and support the bridge and the stairwell that would then take you down to the doorway, which is going to be in the center of the southern side of the house, then we need that structure to be able to hold, according to the builder, we need that structure to be able to hold the bridge and then the stairwell.
So you had me until that point. So I get that you need a staircase that has to have a structure to support it. I'm having a real hard time with a wall that size on the street side being the structure that holds that. And
Well, let me ask, is the grade level to Bay Drive, or does it go down to the property from Bay Drive?
So if you start from, when you're saying on the
When you're
southern
coming
side of the
around,
house,
when you're coming around the southeast side of the property, this is where the retaining wall is going to be. Is that level with Bay Drive, or does it
now
dip
it's
down
actually,
into? Is Bay Drive
there's-
higher?
No, Bay Drive is
Bay
lower.
Drive is lower.
Bay Drive is
Bay
lower.
Okay. Yes, Bay Drive is lower. The property as it sits right now and the driveway, you kind of come off Bay at that corner and then you have to drive up a little bit.
Well, in order to keep it, would you consider screening that whole side?
Well, and here's the issue. So if the wall is there and you're walking a baby in a stroller, or you're running by and you're terminating at the water to enjoy the view and you finish your run, there's a potential 10-foot wall up 4 or 5 feet of the existing elevation. Now it's 15 feet. It looks
Very
like the side of a Walmart, right? Little exaggeration to underscore the point. So I'd ask you to consider channeling a few other concerns. Can you give us an alternative to that?
Right.
I get the wall on the driveway to retain the fill and.
Well, that's this wall right
tuck the
here.
house in, yes.
Right,
But
but not the big one that goes
but on
across the whole, that one's
Yeah.
the one that gives me.
On the bay
Great
side
thought.
facing, we'd appreciate an alternative
On the
presentation.
Bay Drive side.
Yeah, yeah, and while you're at it, include the screening, and then I think people will have a much sharper understanding of the proposal.
Understood.
Appreciate that, thank you.
I will
Well,
definitely.
maybe there's a way to reduce, I mean, so you have, what's basically there at the top of that retaining wall is a walkway along the side of the house.
That is correct.
That's that bridge. Maybe there's a way to reduce that, turn that to railing.
Or something, but it's.
Something
it's
that's
massive.
more-
It's massive,
Transparent.
right. Or maybe it doesn't go above where the walkway is. I mean, you know,
Well,
whatever
you don't
it
want
is.
people falling off the walkway.
No, which is right. And okay, you've gotten some of our concerns. All right, is anybody else from the board? Because I'd like to open it up to the audience. Yes, Candace?
Are you requiring James to provide a landscape plan?
Yes.
We need to find out what he has, if he needs conservation board permit.
Yeah, first conservation.
I did do a referral on it.
Okay, so we have a referral.
All right, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to be heard on this matter? Please step forward up to the podium. Are you an attorney?
No.
Okay, let me swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and address.
Robert J., 17 Bay Drive.
Okay. Okay, Robert, tell us about it.
I'm not able to sit at the table.
You can, of
Okay.
course.
Oh, thanks, perfect. That would
No,
be-
that's easier for you, that's no problem. Some people prefer it, some don't.
Thank you.
You're on which side? Where are you?
I'm the immediate neighbor.
Obviously, there's only one because there's a road, okay?
To the north, so 17 Bay, which is directly to the north.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the only property that's contiguous.
Yep.
Did Candace get a copy of these? The secretary of the
Yes.
board?
All
She
right,
did, okay.
Everybody needs a copy. Okay, thank you.
Is this, you have one for everybody? Is that how we're doing this?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I'll walk in.
Yep. Okay, all right, very good, thank you.
You need one?
We passed them.
Okay, I do have a one.
You want to give a copy to the attorney as well, just so he can follow along?
He can look with me
I would like to.
Yeah, you can have my copy.
But then you want to.
I always get mine from Candace anyways.
You don't want to look at
I can look with Kevin.
Okay.
He might want to mark it up.
Okay, but I'd like to get it back.
I need one.
We could use one more if you have it,
That's okay.
but if you don't, we're good. We'll share.
Just give me John.
No, you can look at this one. as
That's
long as
fine.
I can
We're
get
good.
it back.
I gave him my copy,
Yes.
so he can keep it.
Okay.
Mine does.
Well, thank you very much. I prepared a written.
Okay, but, you know, because we do try to limit the
Okay.
number, so
But,
this will be
I'll
important
just
for us
start
to look.
that we're in two different universes here. These renderings, of which I gave you one, are deceptive and inaccurate. You have a picture of it, and it's not to scale. My wife marked it up
in a more accurate way, because what James said is not accurate. Many things were not accurate. They're making a wider lot, not a narrower lot. They're looking for variances on all four sides to come closer to the road, closer to our home. Code is 20 foot, they want to be 13 foot from our home. Their retaining wall is going to reach the street. You know, they want to be 7 feet from the street on this side, if you look at the survey. They want 60 foot in variances around the property in total to expand the footprint of the home beyond the code. They're asking for a total. In one location, they want a 15-foot variance where 40 foot is code. On our side, 13 foot, where 20 is. On this side, they're coming 7 foot. Now, let's deal with, maybe you didn't get from James. And it's interesting what he doesn't give you.
Take your time.
Yes.
Okay.
He doesn't give you, I imagine, the schematic that shows that the wall on our side of the property, which is not shown, look at the schematic that I gave you marked up. No, the 4 pictures of the home.
Oh.
Okay, they don't show the side facing us. Interestingly, they show the other sides. The wall on our side will elevate from 26 foot in height to 37 foot in height, running 80 foot long.
I'm really confused. What
Okay.
you're talking about.
What am I talking about? On this side of, here's my house.
Okay, here's your house.
This wall here.
Oh, the north side wall.
This
Okay.
wall is 80 foot long, at most of it is 37 foot high. 58 foot, approaching 37 foot high. 19 feet at 26 foot high, 3 feet at 29 foot high. Imagine looking at an 80 foot long wall, 37 foot high. That's what we'd be looking at as the neighbor. The house is 37 foot high.
Is it in a flood zone?
We're in conservation land, so it needs.
It's not gonna be 37 feet high unless.
It can't be. No, all these things are against code. Everything they're doing is against code.
Slow down.
Okay.
Your question was, isn't it a flood zone?
No, it's not in the specific.
Right,
flood
it's
zone.
high enough, the principal structure is probably not in the flood zone.
Correct.
Yeah, but it's not 37 feet tall.
XVE.
Sorry. They want to elevate the property.
We didn't get the plan, so what's
If
the
you didn't get
what's
this
the height of the
drawing,
plan?
Well,
If you didn't get this drawing, it shows you the elevation at 37 foot high, the wall. On the other side, it's 26 foot high. The retaining walls he's talking about are perpendicular, and they're 10 foot high.
so, okay,
So,
keep going.
I'm sorry, where are you getting this 37 feet high?
It's on their plan.
Well, not everybody has the
We
plan.
never
So
got
you-
the plan.
That's the issue.
So James somehow.
Hold on, no, sir, don't say that, because James did submit it.
Okay.
Kevin has it, it just didn't make its way into the rest of our
And,
packages.
and an elevation of 37 is different from 37 feet high.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
but that's, no, but that's,
Okay.
but you're alleging that it's 37 feet high.
When
Which
you look at the
itself
drawings,
would be
it's 37 foot
a
above
violation of code.
Right, well,
The house
it's
should be
37 foot elevation, that doesn't mean it's
Yeah, above grade.
35 foot above grade.
On this side, right?
Let me be clear about this point. James made a remark, I think we'll all understand this. James made a remark that the property slopes down on this side. They're not building a home with a slope down, because if you take a marble at one end, or your furniture's gonna slide 26 foot down. They wanna build that grade, which makes their home 37 foot above my property. An 80-foot long wall, 37 foot height. Because the property slopes down, you rightly said. They're elevating the property. So one thing, we're in wetland jurisdiction. They can't regrade the property. It's against code.
28 elevation.
They can't build a structure that's 37 foot above their neighbor. It's against code.
Well, we're gonna.
Everything they're doing is
Sir,
against.
we're gonna refer it to
Wait.
wetlands, and we're gonna see what they say.
Okay, good. If I can, these are the main points. They wanted, the buildable lots. Firstly, I gave you a survey. If you look at my copy of the survey, my wife and I, this is completely misleading because they're showing 20 feet out in the bay on their lots. I'll show you, Kevin. They had their line out here and my property at 226 feet. My property meets theirs at 207. They had, you want to look at their survey?
Well, I'm assuming it's the same survey.
No. Because their survey shows you 20
Oh, I
feet in
see.
the bay.
Okay.
This
They're showing past the bulkhead line.
Yes.
Right.
I highlighted the
That's
bulk.
probably how they describe their property. The meets and bounds of their property are allowed to go into the water.
They're showing you, this is the reality of what they're building. This is their buildable lot.
That we got. So let me try to summarize what your principal concerns are.
I have many concerns, but go ahead, Kevin.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're concerned from your side of the lot that there's a potential 80-foot wall
Did you read those, John?
that is going to be visible from your property in a way that is obtrusive and any other way you want to characterize it as unpleasant, right? So we need a little clarification on whether that wall is, I heard you basically represent that it was going to be into the topography and not, and implying it wasn't going to be very visible at all, but and you would see one story here, and then as you go further down, you would see that it's a two-story, like a basement or, submerged partial first floor, whatever we're calling it, and then the second floor. So I don't know how we want to do this, but that needs to be clearer to everybody about what it is.
Everything is in the plans, and I must say with the utmost respect for any allegation that I'm trying to mislead this board.
No, I didn't say mislead. I said the information is
inappropriate.
misleading.
We submitted the complete set of building plans, of which I'm happy to supplement or do anything.
So here's what happened.
required.
The big ones are here.
Correct.
Only one person got them, me.
Understood.
And nobody else knows this level of detail. And even though I was reading it, I was still confused.
So the on the north side of the property, which, by the way, I met Mr. J at the property. I met him and his wife when I put the signs up. Their concern was that on their side of the property, that they have these very large screening trees that, quite frankly, they really can't even see the north side of my client's lot. And then another thing that I must say is absolutely not true. So the current structure is 10.5 feet away from Mr. J's house. 10.6 in the northeast corner and 10.5 on
Current house.
Yes,
Is
on the
10
northwest.
About 10 feet away from his house.
10 and a half.
Very modest.
No, I know, but let him finish his
And
point.
now we are going to 13 feet.
Yes, that's
So we're increasing it by 3 feet.
Okay.
Increasing the distance from Mr. J's
That's correct.
property. So if we
Mistake
left
correct.
the existing structure as it
From
is,
his property or his house?
from his property line.
All right,
So
you
from-
said before.
I
You
apologize.
meant property.
The setback to Mr. J's property is property
by 3
line
feet.
is gonna increase by 3 feet,
So
not be decreased.
So 3 feet is interesting. The contention of and again, you heard it a few times, this thing about walls. Clearly, your designer loves walls, right? And it's like, what's with the 80-foot wall, and how much of it really is above grade and how much of it is below grade? And if you can clarify that in
Yes.
whatever you're doing on a submission,
Yes.
I think that will.
And what's the height?
If there's an honest misunderstanding, that can be clarified. I'm sorry, Bob, go ahead.
What's
This
the height?
house is buried into the hill.
What's the height of the existing house that's there now?
I don't have the.
It's pretty tall.
It's pretty
Yeah,
tall.
yeah, it's like a 2.8.
It goes
We are
up high,
gonna
yeah.
flatten this
I
thing
have a
out.
picture of it if you want to see.
Oh,
it.
I've been
No more
there.
peaked roof.
Yeah, most of us have been there.
The intention is that when you come down from Bay Drive, instead of now seeing this big peak white roof, you are now gonna see a flat, like, it's gonna be more subdued, it's gonna be built into the hill. So there is a, yes, 37 feet from the bottom of the first floor up to the top, that is then gonna be buried into the hill. So when you see the house from that, what we're showing as the parking area, the only thing you'll see from the parking area is one story. That's it, without a peaked roof. So because the rest of that, the below that is buried into that hill that we said goes from the bulkhead up 23 feet, I believe it is. So
And what is the need for that north wall? Is a retainer wall? You said
yes, that's essentially, that's the house. That's the structure of the house and how it's being
So
built
there's no
into the hill.
windows or anything on
No
that
windows on that side of the house at all.
It keeps the hill from sliding into the house.
That is correct.
Okay.
And all the vegetation that is planted on that north property line, there are some very large trees there, right?
Yeah.
The intention is to maintain that and
Yeah.
put this wall into the grade. So I understand Mr. J's concern, and I'm happy to allay those concerns with, further renderings or whatever we need. I'll obviously speak to the builder and the designer about it. But the intention is that north wall, or that north wall of the house, is part of the structure of the home, as well as the retaining wall that will be built into that hill that will not be visible. You're not going to see 37 feet of a wall.
So
We're not
here's-
building a Walmart here.
So here's, thank you. So here's what I think would be really helpful for everybody. These images do not properly reflect the topography of the location, so it's very difficult to sort of take this idea. It's flat, so you go, well, I don't know how to transpose this into the existing conditions of the property. I'm not being critical as much as just showing the limitation of the image.
Understood.
So that's one. Two, the extent to which you have, this long, large wall, how much of it is below existing grade or below the final grade? And I'd like to see both. On both sides of the house proposed would also let everybody else know how embedded it is in the topography versus how much is
Standing up.
not.
Yeah. I would like to know what the viewing is from like the ground level up. Is it 10 feet? Is it
Yeah.
3 feet? Is it?
And then we just have to ask you, because this happens occasionally here, what's happening on the roof? Is that going to be livable space? Is it going to be anything? Is it a rooftop deck party? What?
No.
Okay.
Good.
Not that it's never happened.
Oh, please, we've seen that before. I want to ask Katie something. Do we have to, what should we be thinking about with regard to the fact that the basement level is only, underground to the extent of you looking, towards the bay, and the rest of it on the Bay Drive side is exposed in terms of the height? Is there any consideration there?
I'm not sure I understand you, John.
Well, we're talking about how it's 37 feet, right? But a good portion of it is the bottom level, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So from the property line that's on the Bay Drive side, that's all exposed, and you also said that it runs down to Bay Drive. It's 37 feet from that grade
I mean,
to the top.
That's news to me. I mean, I'm assuming the building department has reviewed these plans because
Absolutely,
it
the
can't.
building department has reviewed the plans.
So
and
do
came
we
back
have
with
a height issue?
Well-
That's all I'm wondering.
No, we don't.
So while we're tormenting you, allow me one more.
I
So
haven't told you
there's
you have to
there's
come
no
here for a
pyramid.
variance.
There's no pyramid
Well,
relief in this application.
That's why I wanted to see plans.
Yeah. No,
What's
I-
what's the ceiling height for the
No,
two levels?
The property, this house was designed specifically with the intent that it would not need pyramid relief.
But let me
So
It
is
has
the
been
building
reviewed.
department treating this as though the first floor is subterranean?
Yeah.
The majority of it is
Subterranean.
subterranean. And exactly, and like I said,
Okay.
what,
Yeah,
correct.
it's like
Right.
on two sides. It's,
Just because part of it is exposed doesn't all of a sudden create, oh, now it's 37 feet and
Well,
it
it's starting at
violates height
elevation
restrictions.
Yeah, because they take the height from the existing natural grade. So if they've scooped it
16.
out, and I think because the first floor is exposed, it means it's a story, right? Do we write this up for a 2-story? Which application is this? 1-family dwelling with 2nd-story deck.
Unclear.
Yeah, it's unclear whether or not, well, it says 2nd-story deck, so there's 2 stories.
It's 2 stories, but what the way, and I actually asked this question when I spoke to the builder today. What's the nomenclature? Are we saying that this is a 2-story house? Is it, and the way he described it is, the modern nomenclature, according to the builder, is that it's a partially exposed basement or first level.
Well, it's a 2-story in terms of the town code, because
Correct.
that's what I'm saying. Sometimes they'll bring in the fill to cover up the basement so that it doesn't become a story. Obviously, you can't bring in fill here if you've got wetlands, and the survey says 2 stories. So it's 2 stories, but to answer the question about the height, because I think they scooped it out, they're measuring the height of the house from the existing natural grade. And so that's whatever it was before they dug down.
Okay.
So I guess that does explain why it says
So it
37
should,
feet.
it should be within the 32 feet,
So to the extent
limitation.
that the building department has not denied your permit and required you to get a variance for height relief, that's off the
But
table.
let's have him confirm it again,
Yeah,
just to
just
help.
confirm
the
it again.
viewers. I mean, you have been speaking, yes.
But may I speak now? I don't want to interrupt. Okay. Firstly, my wife,
I guess.
Barbara, it would be nice if she came up. She was at the building department yesterday. No application for variances has been submitted to the building department as of yesterday.
This is
Nope.
the application for
This is the
variance.
This is the application.
They have not, somebody is saying they already got submitted to the building department the plans with the variances as of
So
yesterday.
we're saying
they
we don't
have
need a
not.
variance for height.
Oh, okay. Let me say this, if it will make sense. I'd like to be able to read my comments.
sorry,
We're
you
gonna
had
have
more than
to,
enough
we're gonna
time.
have to,
That's
like,
fine.
limit our
I'd
time.
like to address a few points.
You know what, you can submit those as a written submission.
Yeah.
We don't have the time. We have all these people and we've taken a lot of time.
But I have
You-
not had a chance to address some of the.
You
what I
have
believe
addressed
are
Spent a
inaccurate-
lot of time, sir, here, and
Let
so,
me say a couple of things. I'll just be as brief as I can.
Well, let's limit it to 2 minutes.
Okay, perfect. They're regrading the property.
You just told us they weren't.
They're regrading the property to an 11-foot elevation. That's why the wall that runs 80 foot comes to a 37-foot high elevation from my wall on my side. They're showing you 4 views, but not the view on our side, which is an
They need to do that.
80-foot
I think this
wall
has been well trod.
It has.
going up to 37
We
foot
understand
in
your
height.
Okay.
Extending beyond that is a 19-foot wall going to 26-foot height. 3 foot of the wall, 29-foot height. The other side wall, they're talking about a retaining wall. This
We
wall-
heard all of this, sir. Do you have anything, hold on, sir, hold on.
You haven't heard of it?
Yes, we have, ad nauseum.
Okay, you
Do-
haven't heard that this wall is 35 foot long and 26 foot high.
You said that. I heard you say that.
No, that's the wall facing Bay Drive. They're
Yes.
talking about a retaining wall.
We're aware of the dimensions of the, and we heard that you don't like this, and we understand your objections, and we need to move on. So,
And if I may, we've asked the applicant to show us better, differently, specifically how much of the retainer wall is above grade and above existing grade, and then above final finish grade, so we know that. And some of that, we're gonna have to get this back. It'll be available. Please make communication to the applicant and your neighbor about this, so that you heard all the discussion before, right? Share stuff so that people know.
Right.
And then, you know, we'll ask you to come back with the additional information that we've asked you. And when do
And
you
you've provided us with what you were going to read, so we have it. Okay, thank you.
Brings both those
We will
people.
consider it.
It's been a long night, but
If you bring the architect and the builder,
Let's move
if you
on.
can bring the architect next time.
Be very helpful.
And Mr. J knows that when I met him at the property, I gave his wife my business card. He contacted my office. I dropped off the survey. I dropped off the renderings. I dropped things off. I put it in his mailbox. Happy to provide anything he wants.
Thank you.
Anything you
thank
two
you.
can talk,
Happy
together
to
to try to come
Maybe
to
he
some
needs to be
meeting of the
explained a
minds.
little bit more, showing those walls.
Yeah, the walls are really an issue in terms of, it's just hard for me to visualize. I mean,
I know.
height.
And as
And,
far
and
as
having not gotten the plans, I don't know, for example, how high are your ceilings and, your pyramid diagrams that show that it's no pyramid,
Allegedly, no pyramid issues here.
allegedly.
correct.
Yeah.
So when can you have some of this back? And, because that
See if
informs
there's
when we're
anybody
gonna
else who
adjourn
wishes
to.
to be heard.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what?
Okay,
Always.
come on up. We're really gonna stick to the 3-minute limit now.
I'm timing.
that I want to turn in as well.
Okay.
So that you're the chair, so that's for you. Okay, but well, for everyone,
Special
but I'm
gift.
giving you, it's just one copy of mine.
Well,
Okay, are you an attorney?
No.
Okay, let me swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And please state your name.
Barbara J.
Okay, Barbara.
17 Bay Drive.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good.
okay.
Just go ahead.
You're
Go ahead.
missing
Two
time.
things can be true at the same time. The current owners can be nice people, as is their attorney, while at the same time being bad or inconsiderate neighbors exhibiting either blind ignorance or naivete about their home's impact on Bay Drive. 19 Bay was purchased for $1 million cash in the spring of 2022. Since closing, the owners have not spent a single night at the property. They own Capri Hotel in Southampton and have allowed groups of their employees to stay at the property over the summers of 22, 23, 24, and currently 2025. From the home's closing to today, the property has decayed into a blight on the street and neighborhood. The grass in all of the 4 years has been mowed twice in a total of the years of the current owners. Currently, the grass is 3 feet high. For over 6 months, a white toilet, various rusted machines, trashed equipment was left on street side facing the bay. There was no household garbage pickup for months, and the stench was disgusting. My number one quality of life issue with the proposed variance is that high concrete wall, which we're saying is 37 foot, based on the information we were given, as what we would see as our new divider between our two properties on their proposed newly leveled land. Let me repeat, 37-foot concrete structure. We're calling it the Costco warehouse. I assume we have rights to sunshine, which will be blocked, though you said we currently can't see sunshine. We certainly can. To the trees that will be leveled or die a slow death to the bay views, which will be eliminated. They have already cut down 3 mature trees on the water side, which is not to code. Their total regrading of our naturally sloping properties to the bay would directly impact the quality and enjoyment of our property, 17 Bay. Their request for the regrading of slope is in direct violation to the point of every homeowner's right to a view. Both their survey and pictures are entirely misleading as to the property's slope, both to the bay and to Bay Drive, as you suggested. Yes, the property goes down to Bay Drive. Please come take a look. This ZBA application negatively impacts my property. No building permit has been applied for as of yesterday, 7/16. I went in person. Property is in landmark district and requires a conservation permit approval before building can begin. Architectural review board approvals are needed. Wetland permits are required. Runoff into Shinnecock Bay adversely
Ma'am, we're at 3 minutes.
affects
If you would
Bay.
please
I've got
wrap
2
up.
more points, please, and adjacent properties. I spoke in person with Marty Shea, Chief Environmental Analyst, yesterday. He said all of this is illegal.
He sent someone out today to check on the trees that have already been cut down. He sent someone today and agreed. Proposed home and structures must respect the actual terrain of existing property, including trees and wildlife. No regrading of slope on wetlands will be allowed by virtue of problems arising out of the runoff into the bay. Retaining walls or other fencing has a maximum height of code 6 to 8 feet, period, full stop. Mature oak trees approximately 40 feet have already been cut down without approval. Please do not grant the request for over the 60 feet of variances requested under this under-quarter acre property at 19 Bay Drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will, but it's in the record.
Is there anybody else in the audience who wishes to be heard on this matter? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on this matter?
We do have someone on Zoom.
Okay. There is? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Hi, I can't see you. There you are.
How you doing?
Okay, are you an attorney?
No.
All right,
I'm
then
Rocco
I'll just-
Lettieri.
I need to swear you in first, please.
Okay.
When you get in the light.
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm still. Well, just gonna get into where I have internet. All right, sorry.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And please state your name and address.
Rocco Lettieri, 3 Woodland Avenue and 25 Asa Road. Owner of Design Works, or designers of the property.
Okay, we're gonna limit you to 3 minutes because we're really,
All right, I just want to give everybody some clarity because obviously there's a lot of heights and stuff being thrown around, and everything is 1,000% wrong. So you're seeing elevation 37. That's off a base floodplain, right? So the building is actually only at the highest point in the back to the chimney is only 23 feet high. If my recollection is correct, you'll see it on the drawings. You can't look at those benchmarks because those are survey benchmarks based on like grade. So your grade in the back is at elevation 17. And so you have to go off of that. So these walls, the heights of the walls are very being misunderstood. So on the north side, there's a 12-foot, 14-foot section of wall that's 8 feet high and has glass railing on it that's retaining the soil and the staircase. We could reduce that wall a little bit if need to be, but we just got to figure out the grade there when we get on site a little bit better. That wall is only to the staircase, and then it's a chimney that holds a fireplace for the lower area off the master bedroom and the living room, and then it's the house. So I don't understand this 80 feet long because that's not real. The house is, the overall thing is 80 feet. The house is, the section of the house, whichever is 50 feet long, and then there's a chimney that's 15 feet wide that rises up that holds multiple chimneys that are going up on the north side there. So that's what they're talking about. And it's at the highest point of the grade, that chimney is only like maybe 16 feet high because of the grade on that north side there. So looking at the house from the front, which is the west side, the house is only 12 feet high off of the grade if you look at the elevations. And the best way to view the house is off the elevation plans. So if you look at the plans, there's elevation plans, and you'll see the front of the house. It's a very modest house on the front. It's only whatever it is. I think it's 22 feet wide by 12 feet high. I just don't have the plans in front of me. That's just off of memory. And then obviously that other wall that you're talking about on the south side, which is the bridge that carries the staircase that enters the front door of the house, that wall is supporting that, and that wall has a height of about 10 feet, because it's there. But the discussion that you were saying earlier, we could chop the wall down a good 3 feet and shorten it a little bit as well and put a glass railing, because we have glass railing going across the bridge. So we could just carry that glass railing and lower the wall by 3 feet, and I could reduce it a little bit. But the wall acts as screening because it blocks those lower bedrooms, and a structural wall that supports the bridge that goes over to the front door. So we could modify it slightly and lower it a little bit. And like you said, we're going to screen that whole wall. It has crepe myrtles, flowering crepe myrtles that will rise up to, 18, 19 feet in height. And then we're going to have a hedgerow along the street. So no one's ever going to see that anyway. It's for the owner's use. And it's
So
able
we're at
to.
3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Well, he
Okay.
represents the applicant.
He's part of he's the builder and designer. So I'm gonna have Mr. Lettieri here on the next date, absolutely.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
he
so
wasn't able to
I'm
be
trying
here
to
in person
explain a
tonight.
couple of those things.
Yeah, what I'm impressed with is the fact that you're trying to be a little bit creative in how you can reduce the, size, the mass of the walls, and that would be really helpful to see. I like
Yeah,
your
I mean, I
idea
could-
about on the Bay Lane side. I certainly think you need to look at the north side. And it would be great, it would be really helpful to have you here, obviously, the next.
The next meeting I'll come to, I just wanted to get started, and then I can get over there. I just couldn't get out there today.
In just a minute.
ROCCOLETTIERI. Lettieri.
Okay, and as I said before, some of us never even got the plans.
Yeah.
I don't need the big bulky plans, but if there's some smaller copies, we should.
Yeah, I mean, the plans do show all the correct height.
Like smaller size copies to the
Yes.
board?
Yes, please. 11 by 17, no smaller.
Yes.
So
But
the
I just want everybody to be clear. You understand that the building's not 37 feet high, right?
Yes.
At the high, at the
Yeah.
highest point, at where it's 2 stories out of the
Because
ground.
the elevation is at 16, or whatever, yeah.
It's actually going to be lower than the present building that's on the site.
At the highest point, at the back grade, where grade is at 17, it's 22 feet high, and in the front yard, it's 12 feet high, 11 feet high, because the grade is like at elevation 22 in the front, or
Well,
23 in
these
the
are all
front.
things that we can, explore
Yeah.
a little bit more in depth. Once
Thank
we
you,
get
Rocco.
some more. Yeah, we actually, I really appreciate your saying that, because I'm encouraged that there may be some movement here.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
when
I
do
mean,
you
I
think
can
you
be
can-
creative. I
you
can
could
be
come
creative with
back?
the walls too. I can,
Please.
early
and we
September.
can reduce things. And on that north wall, if we wanted to bring it down on the angle or lower it and leave the staircase exposed,
Okay.
it doesn't really bother
Yeah.
me on that side.
Okay.
But I just got to retain some of that soil, so it's just
Well,
like I have to have something there.
As creative as you can be, we would
Yep.
welcome.
Rocco, do you think we'd be okay to revise these plans and get a landscaping plan by early September?
I mean, I can do it. We can do it in 2 weeks. So, I mean, I can go there. I think the best thing to do is for me to go to the next board meeting and mark up a set of plans with the board, and I can sketch it right there for them, and we can mark up, red line a set of plans.
No,
And
no, you gotta do it in advance.
okay, I'll
And
mark
you
up. I'll
need to
mark. I'll
share
mark
it.
up a.
Your
I
neighbors
can mark
have
up
to
a
see it.
set of plans,
You need to
and I
share
can
it.
get them to you. I can get them to you within 10 days.
So I would say September 4th would probably be our earliest to be able to
Next meeting.
So-
get that submitted
We're gonna
in
need it.
advance.
You're gonna need it by when,
Board could
Candace?
see it.
When does that have to be submitted by, James?
We're finding that out.
Yeah, and if
I mean, I can do it quickly. It's
if
not
you
gonna
have to go to
take that much time.
September
Just give me 2 seconds.
18th, I don't know what the schedule's looking like.
And when you come back, we said September 4th?
How about the next meeting in September?
September 18th?
You can do September 4th, just, let me have the.
Either date. If
Labor
you-
Day
if-
weekend,
if you
I
feel
would
like
just say
the
that.
18th is better. We're
The
happy to do
18th
the
would be better.
On 7-Eleven on though.
I'll be away on the 4th, so I'd like to
Okay.
be for this, but thank you.
Okay.
And James,
So-
please provide them with a
so-
copy of the plans.
All right, so if it's, is that 9/11 that day?
9/18 or 9/11?
No, that's,
No,
this
the
the
name of the application is 9/11, she's asking me.
Oh, yeah, that's.
That's all right.
So just for clarity, I'll give you a landscape plan, and I'll give you 4 new elevations, so that it's probably easier to understand with elevations, because then you can see the grades. The renderings are a little bit complicated because you're seeing at angles. The elevations, you can actually see the grades. I can show the contours. I think that would be the best way to do it.
Hold on.
all right. And these will be available and shared with the neighbors, I assume?
Yes.
You'll make an extra effort to make sure that they receive copies in advance.
I'm happy if I use the mailing list, would the board like me to send these to all of the neighbors? I'm happy to do so.
All right, Candace, what do you think?
It's not required. I mean, if you want to send it to the neighbors.
Just make sure Mr. and Mrs. J get a copy, that's all.
Okay, absolutely.
Perfect.
I'll make sure Mr. J and Mrs. J get a copy.
Okay, and when are you going to have these plans to us?
I can have my guys in the office draft it up quickly. It's not, I'll mark it up this week and
Like
then,
at least 2 weeks in advance of the meeting?
yeah, I mean, I'll have it to you within, I'll have them done within 2 weeks. So you'll have them in 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, yeah, if you can, have it done in August and sent to us.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Susan,
Yes.
the neighbor has her hand.
Mrs. J, you have to come up. It's a question about timing, right?
It's a question about what you just said.
We're not gonna go back and
No,
forth.
no, only on schedule.
No, we're not.
We're not.
Only
we're
on
not.
schedule.
We're not going back and forth. We're just doing
Scheduling now.
debate. It's
All
not,
right,
no.
just let's hear what Jess has.
What's your question?
The question is, will the current mature trees and vegetation on the property and the impact of what's going to happen to them be included in what the proposal
Well, he's
is?
going to come up with the landscape plan, and that will probably cover what exists and what's going to be removed.
Will it?
I hope so.
So do I.
Okay, you heard?
Yes.
Okay.
James, just so I can make this
Yeah.
clear, you give me everything by the 15th of August.
Yes.
Thank you.
And to the best of my knowledge with the environmental stuff, I think after a certain height, there's no jurisdiction. We're within the setbacks and the boundaries of it. And after you get to a certain height, there's no jurisdiction as well. But James can clarify that with
Make sure
the
you clarify that,
conservation.
because that will change your vegetative plan as well.
Yeah, I don't think, I think we're outside of the jurisdiction of it.
He may be talking about the bulkhead, he's not talking about the slope or the height.
Yeah.
The town doesn't have an elevation exemption, so you
It doesn't?
still have to find that at the conservation.
Okay, I know we're pretty far away
This is going to be
too.
referred to
Yeah.
Conservation Board.
You want to get ahead of it. If they've asked Marty to go out and look at the property, you want to get ahead of it.
Understood.
All right, so we're going to adjourn this hearing for a
Submission.
continuation until the September 18th meeting. Everything is left open for submissions. The applicant has agreed that he will endeavor to get copies of things that answer our interesting discussion with elevations and topographies and clarifications of that for the neighbors. And to the extent that people are contacting you, please extend that out as well.
Second.
And thank you, John.
And by the 18th of August.
By the 18th of August.
15th, which is the Friday.
15th of August for our submission.
Everything submitted by.
15th?
Yes.
Okay,
And then we
got
come
it.
back on September 18th.
That's right. All right.
John's a second.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia.
Aye.
Mr. Revan.
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you.
Number 9 on the agenda, the application, hearing in the application of Utopia Properties LLC, 599 Dune Road, West Hampton, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-392-2-3.
Candace, is Jeff on Zoom or?
Yeah, Jeff's on there.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Jeff Sands on Zoom.
Hold on. I gotta go another.
I didn't bring any. 599 Dune Road, yeah, number 9.
Okay. All right.
I know it.
Hey, Jeff. Can't hear you.
I think you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Did
Okay.
I swear you in before?
Not today.
No, before it, the last meeting,
Yeah, last
right?
meeting.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Jeff, just for the record, please state your name and address again.
It's Jeffrey Sands, 6 Evergreen Lane, East Quogue.
Okay. Okay. So where did we leave
Um,
this, Robert?
So we're waiting for referrals, and you know, we've been waiting. This is like, I guess, our third meeting waiting for the referrals from conservation and planning. So I just wanted to see if there's a way, could we close the public hearing and while we wait for these referrals?
I think we are getting coastal erosion referral on this too,
Yes,
Katie,
I
aren't
think
we?
that's in the submittals,
Oh,
but
is
I
there?
don't know if anybody got to see them.
I did not get to see anything, no.
I don't think we have them.
Okay, that's an even worse outcome.
You know, the problem, Jeff, is that if it comes in, you know, if there's an issue that they raise that we have to discuss, by closing it, we'd have to then reopen, it would get extended even more. So I don't think it's necessarily a good idea.
I agree with the chair.
Hold it open. Let's see what we have in submittals tonight.
Let's see, you know, because,
Confusing us with
Oh, you said
no, no,
Oh, you don't have responses yet?
no.
No.
No. We waiting on conservation.
We're just gonna
who
leave
else?
it open
Conservation and who else are waiting on? Coastal?
for coastal erosion, I think.
Okay.
Coastal erosion.
How long you figure?
So does the board agree that we should keep this open?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Agreed.
Sorry, Jeff. So.
You tried.
No, it was a good try.
What date do you suggest, Candace?
So what's the,
I know he asked for August 21st, because is that correct, Jeff? Because you're not here on August 7th?
I can't be here August 7th, so, or there.
8/21 work then?
August 21st?
So we'll hold open the public hearing until 8/21.
Second.
And Jeff, wait, let me just recommend to you, I mean, Candace and I are constantly following up, but it would be worth it for you to follow up.
Yeah, Candace mentioned
You
that.
could follow up with Anthony, follow up with Janice. You know, I mean, just.
I will.
It's harder for them to not respond to you than it is for us.
Yep. I will. I'll badger them.
Okay.
Okay, so
Sorry,
then
yes.
the motion is to,
Hold open to 8/21.
Yeah, I seconded.
okay. Mr. Mastonia?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
All right, chair votes aye. Okay, Jeff, August
Great.
21.
Thank you.
Okay.
Number 10 on the agenda, the application of Elizabeth Girardi Schoen, 11 East Dunellen Road, Hampton Bays, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-299-1-26.1. Come on
You
down.
guys remember, we reopened this to have them just talk about the additional variances that we didn't talk about. I think it was the patios, because they had moved the house back at the request of the board and the neighbors. But I think you guys just wanted some testimony as to the setbacks for the patios.
Right. Right.
Jared, you there?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
here.
perfect.
Okay, and I have sworn you in. Jared, please just state your name again.
Jared Bandel, architect, 25 Hillside Avenue, Williston Park, New York, 11596.
Okay, and the two of you here as well this time in person. Just state your names and address.
Elizabeth Girardi Schoen,
And Robert Schoen.
4 Summit Avenue, East Williston, New York.
Okay. Okay, so Jared, tell us what's going on. You know, there were a couple of board members who were absent the last one, and so we wanted to bring you up to date on it.
Okay, we've gone extensively through the application, obviously from the start, coming up with what we thought from hours of studies that the house was in its best position after speaking with the neighbors and accommodating as much as we could. We followed our suggestions with our communications with the neighbors and came up with something that we thought was in a great place. Obviously, I could go into the variances, but I'm trying to limit what I'm talking right now and going into the facts of what we need. But at the end of the day, the plan, there was some new items that came up with the patio and with the patios specifically that had been added to this to the case that we're on right now, which wasn't included on the original denials, although the patio had been presented the same way it is right now from the initial submissions all the way to this point. And there was an additional objection that came up, or denial that came up with the driveway that we're here today to discuss and answer any questions that the board may have. So I'm unsure if we're here to just talk about the patios at this point. So I'm looking for some direction from the board as well, because I feel like we've addressed everything on the house and it's limited to the patios, but I didn't want to undermine what was going to go on today. So if we could clarify first, is it just the patios or is it the house as well?
No, I think that we went beyond the house. You had increased the setback from the road.
Yep.
And you pushed it back as much as you could into that back. But when you did that, we recognized that there was some variances required for the patios. And that's what we're here to discuss today.
Okay. So just essentially, we'd like to have a little bit of space in the back of the house. Currently, there is a road running behind the house. So we feel that the placement of the patio that we're looking to obtain, just to have a little bit of space behind the house, since the pool is in its given location, we can't really move the pool. We don't have an area that could work well that goes off of the kitchen area, that you could have a nice seating area that is in good proximity to the pool. So if we are, putting a nice patio set that can have some sort of interaction with the pool, I know it might not be in the most ideal situation, but we are working with a couple variables or I guess locking in elements that have kind of created these conditions. So that seems to be the only feasible place for the patio. As far as drainage, I mean, obviously, with the road behind it, we feel where we wouldn't be affecting the rear neighbor. And if it came to a water condition, obviously we could address that with dry wells and draining the patio in any way to get the water away from that area if that did become any sort of an issue.
And what's the setback on the patio, Jared?
It is 1 foot.
Right, that was, it's 1 foot from the property line.
We moved the house.
That's right, because and we, that was the request of the, that was the request of the community and us.
The rear of the property is an easement.
Yes.
10-foot wide easement.
So there's an easement.
Other properties.
Right, so what's the distance between where, your property ends and the next property starts? You know how wide the easement is?
Just say like 8 to 10 feet.
But I don't know
It's hard to.
about a drawing.
Okay.
It's just, the neighborhood walks.
Goes all the way from Lynn
Neighborhood walks
Avenue
all the way
down
from
to the
Lynn
bay.
down to the water.
Okay, you two were missing. I don't think that there was much of an objection from the board members who were present, if I recall. Is there any questions that you have?
it seems reasonable to me, especially because the adjustments that were made were in response to
Exactly.
what people asked
There
you
are
to
consequences to the things you be careful what you wish for. That's my opinion.
Okay, any other questions from the board?
Jerry, can you just make sure those setbacks are on your,
Survey.
whatever the site plan that you did?
Ma'am,
Is
any
that-
update on
there's
your
a
Sure,
proposed-
I could make sure that as I resubmit
Yeah,
100%,
like
we'll have.
you had said that 1 foot, and then I think there's another one, the proposed pool patio on grade.
I don't know. if that can
One conversation, please. I'm sorry, go ahead, Katie, what was
No, I
that?
just was asking him to make sure those setbacks are on there. Marge had done like a plus or minus 12 feet for the pool patio.
Right, right.
So the
Yes.
board knows what's being granted.
Right,
1
and
foot
you want to be
whatever that was.
specific, because when we do the variance, you don't want to have to come back, get it corrected. Trust me, you don't want to do that.
No, we do
Let's get it
not.
accurate.
But also, we're on a crunch time here,
With the
so
setback.
I'd assume if the board is in favor of this application, if that happens to be, I'm assuming we're moving on from here.
I
To the
think
building
that's a
department?
fair assumption.
Yeah.
Let me just ask, is there anybody in the audience who wishes to be heard on the property of 11 East Donnell? Is there anybody on Zoom?
No one.
Okay, John, this is yours.
Yes. So I move to close the public hearing, hold it open for written submissions to August 8th with a decision on 8/21.
Second.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Mr. Mastriano?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Ms. Levin?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess? Okay. Chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
for your
folks.
patience
Thank you
tonight.
very much. Okay.
Number 11 on the agenda, the application of Matthew and Tracy Marafi, 79 Inlet Road West, Shinnecock Hills, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-176-1-6. Hello.
I know that I swore you in the last time, but just please state your name and address again.
Tracy Marafi.
Okay. Okay, Tracy, what are we up to on this? I think we were waiting for Conservation Board.
People on Zoom, but
Oh, somebody else who wants to be speaking?
My husband and I think Agina, our expediter, should be on Zoom.
They're both
I'm
coming.
here.
Okay, let's see them.
Oh. I'm here to answer any specific questions, but the owners are making a presentation.
Okay, Tracy, go ahead.
Well, I think you all have the paperwork, correct, with the photos and the information of the other properties on Inlet Road. And you have our new plans.
Yes.
Now, that was submitted.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
July
We
2nd.
do have them, yes.
Okay.
So what are we asking for?
We lowered the house. It's the pyramid is what we're having a problem with.
Right, so according to this, you have reduced the pyramid encroachment on one side to 1559.8 and on the other to 22, correct?
No, our total encroachment now is 2,640.3 cubic feet.
What did you start out with?
68.
Yeah, 68. Well, where are you getting the?
We have a non-conforming lot. It's very narrow,
I
so
know.
that's what the problem is.
Yeah.
So what we've done is we've taken the second story and moved the walls 6 feet in from the house to stagger to make the house smaller on the second floor by 6 feet on the left and right. The only area on the second story that is still not moved in is the area where we need, working with the architect, head height for staircase to get up to the second floor to keep code for head height.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
The inset it.
You were very creative.
We're trying.
And I see that we
So-
do have a conservation board.
Yes. We have DEC permit, conservation board, and health department
Okay.
And
for a while now.
Okay.
Yeah, for over a
Sounds
year.
You may have to renew them.
Well, I got a June 11th, 2025 letter from Conservation Board, so, all right, I think you've done a good job of trying to bring it down.
Great
So,
job doing, bringing it down.
yeah, really good job. And then the other aspects of the variance, have they changed at all? The
So
setbacks and stuff?
So the question 2, the side yard setback has not changed. The only one that's changed is the question 5 in the original submission was the air conditioning position was.
That was incorrect. That was a mistake.
So we moved that, and that's not an issue anymore.
Okay.
So
All
it's
the
in a
setbacks
conforming
are the same.
location?
Yes.
Perfect.
Correct.
Okay,
Okay.
all right,
Wonderful.
so, Katie, would it help if they summarized what the actual variance requests were at this point, so that we could write up the?
If the only thing that's changed is the pyramid.
Okay.
I mean, I can certainly.
The only
pull it-
thing that's changed
And
is the
number
pyramid.
5.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
number
All the
and then-
setbacks
yeah.
are still the same.
Okay,
That just gets dropped.
So we
All
did that on purpose, so we didn't have to go back to the conservation board and have to pay to modify all the permits for the DEC and the
Got it.
town.
got it.
I can pull it from this.
Okay, as
Thank you.
long as you're comfortable pulling it from. Okay, this is, whose is this?
Fine. Are we going to ask if anybody's in the audience?
Yes, anybody in the audience wishes to be heard on this application?
I mean, I have
Anybody?
a bunch of friends and neighbors, but I don't know if they're going to speak.
No, it's
They're
okay.
just.
I think you're
they're
getting a
for
pretty
moral
positive.
I think we know what we're,
Yeah,
where
you're
we're
getting a
headed.
pretty positive reaction from the board, so I don't know if it's
That's great.
necessary. Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on this application?
No one has their hand up, so.
All right. So John, this is
So
yours.
I move to close the public hearing on this application, hold it open for written submissions to August 8th with the decision on August 21st.
Second.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Mr. Mastonio?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, Tracy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, number 12 on the agenda. Arya T LLC, 292 West
No,
Mon.
it's adjourned.
Oh, sorry, duh. Oh, number 13 on the agenda. Chabad Lubavitch Mitzvah Tank, 40 Winding Way, Watermill, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-113-3-8.29.
Getting so tired, I'll just keep going.
For the applicant, David Gilmartin Jr., Greenberg Troy, 2317 Montauk Highway in Bridgehampton. I wasn't here at the first meeting, but I was able to view it. You requested that the applicant put in a statement addressing the five-part test, which we have done. And
that is the submittal that you gave us tonight?
we submitted it on Monday.
Yeah,
Okay, but we got it tonight.
we haven't reviewed it, is the point, I think.
Right.
So, so I watched the video, and I think at the outset, we have to be clear what this application is about and what it's not about. It is about three extraordinarily minor variances, right? And one of the things that I hope to repeat ad nauseum tonight for you, and I had the architect calculate it, the variance for the extension of the house is a total of 25 square feet. We could withdraw the application tonight, build 360 square feet of this extension as of right. We could build a 4-foot wide cellar entrance instead of 4 feet, 8 inches. So it's 8 inches and 25 square feet, which is what the request is before the board. I have a copy of the architect's calculation of the square footage that's in excess of the setback. So that's the extent. That's the entirety of the application. What this isn't about is a challenge to the use. The use of this property was established in 2000 when this town building department issued a CO. I believe it was a part of your application. I have copies of it for you. But that's the use. It's not anything else, and don't be led astray with some other argument.
Is that the CO?
That's the CO.
Okay, because that was not in the original application.
I suspect you're going to hear tonight a lot about a change of use argument. That is not before this board in this application, nor does the board have jurisdiction to provide an opinion on that based on what the application is. Secondarily, the only person who's made the allegation who does not have the authority to do that is the neighbor's council. They're the ones that say it's some different use other than a single-family dwelling. Only a judge can make that decision. And, you know, lest you think that that's not going to be addressed, the neighbors have put in a full complaint to the code enforcement department. And this fight's going to be had, and we'll show up anywhere, anyhow to do it, right? So the use is not at issue in front of this board. So let's get to the balancing test. That's really what this board has jurisdiction over. And the benefit to the applicant here, you know, is really clear. They get to square off a building. Again, it's 25 square feet. And based on that 25 square feet, I would submit to you that there is no detriment to the community here. Character of the neighborhood, if you've been down Winding Way, is large single-family dwellings. The extension of the house is to the rear. The expansion of the cellar access is at grade. There is a railing up, but you don't need a building permit for a 4-foot fence. So, you know, there's really very little there at grade. There's no effect. It will allow the applicant safe access to store pool equipment and chairs and provide additional storage. The other thing, and I think that this was mentioned during the hearing, was that there's incredible vegetation buffer between lots on either side of this. So the screening is certainly there. The challenge in this property and why we need the variance is because the lot, if you look at the plans that I gave you from the architect, is wide in the front and narrows at the back and angles back. So based on the front yard setback and then the interior layout of the structure, we do, again, for the minimal 25 square feet, violate the setback. Then the next part of the test is the variance is substantial. So again, it's 25%. We talk about 25 square feet. We talk about variances either in percentages, but we have to consider the totality of the circumstances. Percentage-wise, the total side yard setback variance that we're looking for is 5%. Side yard setback is 14%, and the cellar encroachment is 14%. The circumstances here is, again, 25-foot encroachment, 25 square feet, and an 8-inch encroachment. For the impact to certainly there's no environmental impact, right? We could go and we could get a building permit today for a 360 square foot addition. So there's no environmental impact here. We have to go through the building permit process and all of that. And there will not be, and again, I'll argue, there's no impact to the physical conditions to the neighborhood based on those 25 square feet. Again, this is about 25 square feet. With respect to the self-created hardship, we're looking to expand the house. I think the evidence that we've provided both tonight and in our submission shows that we've overwhelmingly demonstrated that we meet the 4 other factors, and this board has held and the courts have held that a self-created hardship is not fatal to an area variance application. So we'd ask you respectfully to grant the variance, and we can try and answer any questions that you have.
So I do have some questions. I know you've given us a certificate of occupancy, which describes this as a one-family dwelling. And I may have trouble articulating this, but what I am having trouble with is that it seems to me in terms of impact to the character of the neighborhood, the use, in fact, as adjusted, and perhaps currently, but based on the request you're making, has an impact on the character of the neighborhood in a highly negative way. I have not read the submissions for tonight, but what I can tell you is in flipping through, I'm seeing countless pictures of cars blocking access to the neighborhood, and I, for one, am concerned about safety. I really, really am. If EMT needs to come in either to that property or to a neighbor's property and it cannot gain access, that's a problem. And I know you're telling me that's a code enforcement issue. I can hear the answer. But I think we have to think more broadly, and I am unable to separate as discrete this notion of a one-family dwelling and the request you're making from the interruption to the neighborhood.
But there's absolutely zero evidence that this is anything other than a single-family dwelling. So I reject the initial premise, right? You can't say it's something other than a single-family dwelling. This board doesn't get to make that determination, certainly not within this application.
Are you asserting that it is a single-family dwelling?
Yes.
And one family is residing there?
Yes. And I have, if we look at the pictures that were provided by the opponents, if you look at the dates, the two-sided parking was a couple of years ago. There's been a informal rule that visitors to the house park on one side only. So if you look at the current photos, they are on one side, which provides access.
I've not had a chance to go through all the material. I
So
certainly
that's there.
Well, I would note that there appear to be dates on these pictures, and they are as recent as 7/11/25.
Right, and if you look at those, the parking, the recent photos show the
Yeah.
parking is at one side, which the visitors to
I
the
mean,
property.
David, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that I think the weaker of your arguments is that this is being used solely as a single-family dwelling. I don't think that's really an argument you should be hanging your hat on or being so certain of. I think that also, by the same token, it's irrelevant. I've made my thoughts on this case very clear in the last hearing, that I think that the detriment to the community that we need to be addressing in this application is, or the change to the character of the community is, the effect of the increase of 25 feet, or the variance of 25 feet, not
25 square feet.
25 square feet, or the 8 inches, whether that has a detrimental effect on the character of the community, as opposed to how the property has been used prior to the construction that would, engender the need for this variance.
Right.
So I'm with you on the argument that it's a very narrowly tailored a question of with regard to the 5-part test that we have to approach this with today, as opposed to a very broad one as to the use of the property historically.
So I just want to say, I'm not there yet because, David, one thing I would like you to address at the last hearing, and I think you weren't here when this was covered, counsel for the neighbor gave us the Caspian Realty case. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but it introduces the notion of deceit. And maybe you can distinguish your situation from this, and I'm going to ask the same of
identify the deceit. I resent that implication.
I am not saying there is deceit. I'm asking you to address the question in the case.
What's the deceit? In the,
I don't know.
Well, so I have to understand the deceit. The only thing that I saw was the response from neighbors' counsel, where they said that what I wrote was disingenuous about the size of the rabbi's family. Right? The rabbi's family is the size that it is. That's the only thing that I understand that somebody has made the accusation, and the word was disingenuous. The second thing that I think, and it was hard to tell from watching the video of it, was that the Chabad was not identified in the application. Chabad was identified as the owner of the property first, and secondly, it was on the survey that was provided. There was no attempt to hide anything or be deceitful. So I reject that notion. I don't think the case applies because you have to show actual deceit, and there's none here. Right?
Well, also, I mean, think about what the deceit has to be related to it seems to me like it would be part of the application to be saying, I need this variance so that I can, house my sister who's lost her home, and then turn around and be actually using it as a commercial enterprise. I think that's the nature of the deceit that these cases deal with. And, honestly, I don't see anything in the opposition to this application which demonstrates that the purpose for the construction and the need for the variance, which is an increasing family, the ability to house an increasing family, I don't see where there has been any evidence that that is in fact deceitful. And I don't think large gatherings that have historically occurred at this property creates that deceit or evidences that deceit.
I agree.
I kind of agree with Julie. It's problematic. I mean, there is tremendous community outrage at what's going on there. And, we listen to community input on applications. You are absolutely right in terms of, on the surface, this is an easy application. Simple variances, not substantial, whatever. But there's something going on here, and I guess, I'm troubled because it needs to get resolved. This isn't the place to get it resolved, but it needs to get resolved. And I'm hopeful that, steps are being taken to address whatever the concerns are of the community. And, while you're absolutely right that we as a zoning board have to look at the narrow application and we have to, accept the presentations that you're making, that it's a single family, and you're going on record as saying it's a single family residence.
Correct.
So I appreciate that. But there's a lot of community outrage, and I think that what we're all responding to is the fact that there is, and, it needs to be addressed. I don't care where, but it has to be taken care of.
Well, it's not appropriate here, but my answer to that question here, and anytime, any place, the town, the neighbors want to have a discussion, is we're going to talk about the definitions of things. We don't, anything that's been submitted about the use issues doesn't talk about the definitions, of a single-family dwelling, of a religious institution, right?
I mean, there's things like overcrowding, permits for assembly, there's a whole bunch of things that can be discussed.
You have a code enforcement division
I agree.
who has been highlighted, this issue's been highlighted to them for a while, right? They're aware of it. I've had a discussion with Ryan Murphy, who's the head of code enforcement, about it. But understand what's happening on Saturday mornings from 10:30 to 12:30 is a luncheon, basically. It's not unlike any event that happens in my house on a Sunday night when my family comes to my house. I'm the oldest of 8 children. I come from a big Southampton family, and we spend a lot of time together, right? So there are cars that are parked on my street. It's a similar street to Winding Way, and it's what happens. And again, we stand ready to defend what happens there, and we will do it in the right forum. This isn't it.
I
And I agree with you, it's
I
not.
agree it's not the right form, so we shouldn't even, I don't think it should be part of the application or even be discussed.
It's not part of the application.
It's not part of the
Well, I don't know that I agree yet, and I do want to hear from the people who are in opposition.
Yeah.
That's
But
fair.
what I think you're hearing is a recognition that our jurisdiction in this case is limited.
Correct.
Agreed.
Absolutely limited. And while we could have emotional feelings about how this affects people within the community and maybe even find it distasteful or, not saying that I do because I'm not living it, but, people do object to it, and I have to be respectful of those opinions. We have to respect our neighbors. But by the same token, it's a basic reality that we just don't have the jurisdiction here to deal with the issue of the use.
So I feel compelled to be on the record. When I look at the conclusion in the case, the Caspian Realty case, I am not convinced you've distinguished it or the situation. So,
Well, distinguish it on the facts, right? Again, somebody has to identify where the deceit is. Where and what is this deceit that you speak of, right? You know.
Well, they did address that, David, at the last meeting. I mean, and we're going to hear from them again. So you may disagree, you may not think that it's deceit, you may feel that they haven't proven anything.
If there's any argument that Chabad was not identified in the application, that's documentarily false.
What,
I'm not
understand
focused
your
on that.
point about that.
Well, the application has the applicant was the expediter. The property owner was identified as the Chabad, right? Who's the applicant? Who the public notice went out with? I mean, it's hard for me to understand that argument and that it has any relevance or basis in fact.
Okay. All right.
What's deceitful is the argument that the use has changed. Again, no authority or anybody with jurisdiction has made that determination. That's what's deceitful.
Well, I would note that Caspian, I respect my fellow board members' opinion, but the Caspian Realty case, when you look at it, the application, it was with regard to a furniture company, and the Caspian was specifically asked how it intended to use the cellar of the building. In response, Caspian advised that the cellar would be used for storage and mechanicals only. The use of the cellar for mere storage and mechanicals was significant, as any use of the cellar for retail purposes would cause the premises to exceed the maximum permissible 135 FAR, whatever that means. And then,
Correct, then they converted it.
and then when you go further, it says the town then found that furniture store opened for business, and they were operating a display cellar in the premise, a display area in the cellar of the premises, contrary to the certificate of occupancy. So there's the deceit. I said I'm just going to use it for storage, and I actually used it as part of my furniture selling operation.
Well, and again, they converted it without permits.
And they converted it without permits.
I mean, and this board sees applications like that many times when things are converted to something that they're not supposed to be, and you try to put conditions on them, and they're used. I talked about this with Susan the other day. Somebody has come in to legalize an accessory apartment that has been in existence for 25 years, even though the variance said that there was, for storage purposes only, for an office only. I mean, this is 25 square feet. There's no allegations that this 25 square feet of variance is going to be used for anything other than associated with the single-family dwelling.
Exactly, and the way I perceive the use here is not as a deceitful thing. I see a single-family home that is being occupied as a single-family home that is also being used at certain times for large gatherings of a religious nature. And so, that doesn't mean that it's been converted to something else. And it's not even part of this application, so.
It's not a commercial setup, right?
I don't think this case requires a commercial setup. For sure it doesn't, actually, if you look at the court ruling.
I think that's an important distinction, though, Board Member Kane, that there's no commercial aspect to what's going on at the property.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't go that far. I agree with Julie. I think that it's not necessarily the commercial aspect of it. It was the lying to the planning department that you're going to use it for one thing and then using it for another.
I was trying to make a separate point that there's no commercial activity
certainly.
here, right? So the rabbi isn't being compensated
No,
right.
I don't think anybody suggested
that was my point, not the.
And I think it's also important, and I'll speak only for myself, but I believe the entire board feels this way. Nothing that's being discussed here, as far as I'm concerned, has anything to do with the religious use at all. And that is not an issue in any of my thinking.
Right. And that's true. Okay. So it's getting late. There have been a bunch of submissions. I know that there's people in the audience who'd like to be heard, but but we're going to have to limit the discussion because we have to consider all these submissions. So, okay, does anybody in the audience wish to be heard on this matter? Okay, come on up.
Good evening, members of the board. Nika Strunk, 37 Windmill Lane, Southampton, New York, for Kathleen Massey, who is the adjacent neighbor to the Chabad. She lives at 34 Winding Way. I'm sorry, it's gotten very late and I'm tired. I'm sure you are too. So I'll try to be.
Oh, we're full of energy.
Really?
We're here to go.
Just popping.
So I think that the central problem here is that this is not a single-family home. And the applicant's attorney, the Chabad's attorney, can say that it's not a single-family home, but we have no testimony saying that it is anything other than a Chabad, which it self-defines on its own website as a synagogue and a place for community worship. And that is a use that is different from a single-family use. This is not just a weekly luncheon, this is a place where people go every weekend in large numbers to worship, to train, to commune with their families. And it is set up, in fact, we have the certificate of incorporation of the Chabad of Watermill, which is what is operated here. And what it says, it's in your package, and I know that you have not reviewed the package because it came in only today. And Mr. Gilmartin's package came in 3 days ago. It's the principal objects and purpose for which Chabad of Watermill Inc. is formed are as follows. A, to contain and maintain a house of worship in accordance with the traditions of the Orthodox Jewish faith and to conduct all communal affairs necessary for a viable Jewish community and to make religious, educational, and social opportunities available to Jewish youths. And it says, the house of worship of the corporation shall be located at 40 Winding Way, Watermill. So this is a house of worship. This is different from a single-family residence. And that is the deceit. I mean, I'm not sure that word is perfect, but basically a failure to disclose a material fact is a fraud. It is a deceit. It's a type of deceit. And I think the failure to disclose that this is not a single-family use is a deceit. And there's more cases. There's additional cases that I found that I quoted or cited in the letter that I submitted today. One of which is has to do with the question of self-created hardship. Now, you know well that this is not determinative, but it is relevant. And the appellate division has held in 2 cases that I cited, and there's probably more, that a self-created hardship is a more significant factor where an applicant has previously violated zoning rules. And here, the applicant has violated zoning rules. There is a special exception permit that is required for a synagogue, for a Chabad. This is not the same as a single-family dwelling. And so in one case that I cited, Switz Gable versus Board of Zoning Appeals of the Town of Brookhaven, the site is in the papers, where the applicant built on his property without approvals, the self-created hardship factor should have been given more weight and the variances should have been denied. Another case out of the second department, Neiman versus Town of Warwick, where a campsite owner illegally expanded its campsite without required approvals, the self-created hardship factor should have been given more weight and the variance should have been denied. So the fact that this Chabad has been operating without its required approvals for many, many years creates a situation where it has not respected the zoning of the town of Southampton, and that is relevant. This is not something that the board can close its eyes to. It can't say, I'm sorry, we're only considering 25 square feet. You have an operation going on here that is a major operation that has an immensely intensive use, that is extremely impactful to its neighbors, mostly to all of its neighbors, and even more so to my client who's right next door. And you can't close your eyes to that. There's incontrovertible evidence of this. There's many neighbors have given sworn statements about this. My client has submitted a sworn affirmation about this. The website is in your package. The certificate of incorporation and its purposes are in your package. So this is really evidence. There's been no evidence by the applicant that this is only a single-family home and that it's not a synagogue, it's not a Chabad.
Is it a single, is it used, is it occupied by a family year-round?
That's something that I do not have the personal knowledge of. I do know that it is occupied by...
Your clients live next door, don't they?
Yes, they do.
They see people who live there on a regular basis. That's something they would have personal knowledge of, would they not?
Well, my client is here and she can certainly respond to that. But
You have to come to a mic.
Let me...
Hold on, that's one question I have. And then
Okay.
another is, so if it's not, if you're making the argument that this property is used exclusively as a house of worship.
No, I'm not necessarily saying that.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I am not.
Hold on, excuse me. My perception is that that's what you're doing. And so the certificate of incorporation doesn't say anywhere that this property is going to be used solely as a house of worship. The house of worship is what's defined as the Chabad of Watermill, and the corporation shall be located at 40 Winding Way. Many times people start corporations and the corporation's corporate address is their home.
Okay.
So those are some considerations that I would like you to address.
So my client will testify about this, but suppose it is a single family home and a synagogue at the same time. That is not simply a single family home. Okay, that's much more and much different than a single family home.
Another question I would have also is, okay, so take it to its logical conclusion. We deny the variance for the 25 feet and the 8 inches. Does that stop anything that you object to that's going on?
No, it does not. I agree.
Exactly.
But if you grant the variance, then you are sanctioning the expansion of an illegal use. This is a use that is not permitted on this site without a special exception permit. And you're allowing it to... Okay, we disagree.
I do not agree with that because we're not sanctioning it. It's not within our jurisdiction to sanction or to condemn. It is, you have to find other avenues in which to assert your claims.
And as a board, you cannot close your eyes to evidence that is clearly before you. I don't agree that it's beyond your jurisdiction. Your jurisdiction is to look at the totality of the circumstances. That is something that Mr. Gilmartin said in his own papers. And just with respect to my comment about the disingenuous, what was disingenuous was not the size of the rabbi's family. What was disingenuous is the pretense that this property needs to be expanded to accommodate the rabbi's expanding family. This property is being expanded because of its expanding Chabad use. There can be no doubt about it.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
If Mr. Gilmartin said, if we take off the 8 inches and the 25 square feet, do you agree that we would not be before this board?
Absolutely.
So then we
Absolutely.
wouldn't be even having this discussion.
Agreed, but they've made the application.
David, there's your suggestion.
David, I would like you to address whether or not this property is used solely as a synagogue.
I don't think solely is the question, John.
John, that's not the question.
Excuse me, I'm allowed to ask a question. I would like the applicant to address the question of whether or not how this property is used.
That's
Thank
different than
you.
what you just said.
Excuse me.
That's different from what you
Don't
just
try to
said.
shut me down.
I'm
No,
not.
it is not
Shutting you
different.
down. You need to
Nobody's
calm
shutting
down.
you down. You're welcome to do that.
You both just yelled at me, so stop. I have a question on the table. I would like David to answer it, please.
So I would come back to religious institution is defined in your code as building, structure, premises, or places together with the grounds thereof, which are used primarily for religious worship. That's the definition. And I would say to you that this house is not used primarily for religious worship. There are social, semi-religious gatherings, sure, but it's not used primarily as a religious institution. It's not a synagogue, which is different from a Chabad.
Is it used as a primary residence?
Yes.
By anybody?
Yes.
By who?
By the rabbi.
By the rabbi. Okay, thank you.
Who is here this evening.
So I guess the supplemental question is, it's a both and. It sounds like not solely one way or the other. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know how to define it because I don't know the actual facts of what happens when. What has been explained to me is that it's the rabbi's primary residence. And on Saturday mornings, he has a gathering where they pray and then have lunch, and everybody's home by 1, I think is the quote that I had. And, we can have the argument about primarily. I mean, that's what the argument's going to be when we get to the place. Or, we can try and work it out, with some changes. But it is primarily used as a single-family dwelling. It is a quantum leap to say that it violates the zoning code without a scintilla of evidence of it, right? What you heard tonight was completely circumstantial, right? What people incorporate for often changes, and where the incorporation is and where the activities take place. This is a fact-by-fact analysis, right? How often is the religious institutional activity taking place on site? And then how often is it used as a single-family dwelling? And I think when this argument is had and when the evidence comes out, it's going to be determined to be a single-family dwelling.
Well, maybe we should hear from the others who have testimony on that point and others.
So, can I just get a clarification? Is it, so it's going to, there's a formal complaint to code enforcement, and is code enforcement the source to make that determination?
Yes, and Nika said that this has been going on for years, so I don't understand. I honestly, I said this at the last hearing. I appreciate everyone's comments. I think this is well beyond the scope of the 5-part test. If you look at the Caspian case, they even tried to fill in the allegations of deceit into the 5-part test. So it wasn't just like, oh, we feel like things were misrepresented, therefore it's denied. The court literally said you had to fill in those allegations into substantiality, into self-created, into the character of the neighborhood. So I recommend to the board, finish taking testimony, close this public hearing. You can make your decisions however you want. We can do it that way, but this has to play out in justice court or in Supreme
that's
Court
where
if
it's gonna
justice
go.
court does not act.
Okay.
Just in response.
No,
Got-
come
got a
up,
microphone.
please,
Go ahead.
and
Go
I
ahead.
know I've sworn you in, but just say your name again.
My name's Kathleen Massey, and I'm the owner of 34 Winding Way, which is next door to the applicant's residence. And in terms of the use of the property, as council has said, there's no evidence before you that it's a single family use. It was a submission, it was not a sworn statement by the applicant. The owner is a Chabad. The Chabad of Watermill website itself says it provides synagogue services. That is the primary purpose. I'm not saying it's the only purpose. I don't deny that the rabbi lives there or that his family comes to visit, but the primary purpose is to provide, is as a synagogue and as a religious use, which under the town code requires a special use permit. They don't pay taxes because the primary use is as a nonprofit religious organization. If it were primarily a residence, then they would be paying taxes. Okay, so the implication is not just like a family visit. You know, on Saturdays, especially late morning to early afternoon, we have just recently 37 cars on the street, not counting the 9 to 11 cars in the driveway. That is a lot of people. I had somebody visiting me recently and they said, oh, is that a daycare center next door to you? Oh, is that a public pool next door to you? The noise at my house on Saturday mornings is incredible. And the streets are full, and even if people park on one side going to the Chabad, you have residents who park on the other side. You have delivery people who park on the other side. So it is not safe to pass, even if the rabbi can persuade his worshipers to park on one side. That doesn't mean other people in the neighborhood don't park on the other side. And just recently, I had people literally blocking my driveway. And there was a delivery person trying to deal with a delivery across the street. He could not maneuver given all the cars and had to come into my driveway and rejigger to move. So in terms of granting the variance, this would exacerbate an already difficult situation that I'm experiencing and that the neighborhood is experiencing. And in terms of the 5 factors, this is serious. You do look at all the circumstances, you do balance, and one of the things that you can balance is whether a failure to disclose that the primary use of this property is for religious purposes and not as a single family use is deceiving to the town board. It is a mockery, frankly, of this process. You know, oh, don't worry, it's just 2 feet 10 inches. Don't worry, it's 25 feet. No, this will increase the use of the property as a Chabad. And even if the application says Chabad, and even if the statement or the plans say Chabad, there is nothing, not one word in the application or any of the other papers that says this property is being used as a synagogue. That is a material omission of fact. That is fraud, that is deceit, and that can be considered when you're exercising your discretion and applying the 5 factors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the audience that wishes to be heard?
So legal chump.
Have I sworn you in before?
No, I'm not a lawyer.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth?
And it'll probably be very obvious I'm not a lawyer in a few minutes.
Okay, but first you have to.
Oh, I do,
sworn in.
yeah.
Yeah, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address.
Patrick Hennessy. I live at 11 Winding Way, and I have lived there for almost 25 years. I chose that particular street because I live half of the week in the city, where I have a medical practice, and half of the week in the Hamptons. I alternate weeks, and I have an office here in Southampton. I told the realtor I did not want to be somewhere where I felt like I was in typical suburbia. I did not want to be on a street where there were businesses, and I wanted to be on a residential street where all the houses didn't look alike. Except for the property we're talking about, that still exists 25 years later on that street. I have rented my house in the summer, many years. I have followed all the regulations, rental permits, inspections, everything else. I'm not a lawyer, but I realize the technicalities of what falls into your job and this particular situation. However, this has been going on for a long time. It's only getting worse. And, you know, I recently had a visitor who is a minister in an underserved area in the city. As we walked around, and it was one of those type of Saturdays where there's the big abundance, And I explained to him what was going on there. And his comment was, well, you know, you're always helping us out, and you're in the city one week, and you're in the Hamptons another week. What about if I had, like, you know, a sort of religious service weekend day camp here on the week that you're not here? My initial reaction was, well, that couldn't possibly be legal. And I said that to him. And he said, well, it's obviously legal here, or it wouldn't be happening. So you may think you bought a house on a street that was residential, but obviously you didn't, or else this wouldn't be happening. And, you know, in my simplistic, non-legalese, whatever, that's really the issue here. It's not even just this property. It's on these two streets. Who's to say that another house isn't going to be taken over by a business calling itself a primary residence? And I want to just say one other thing about the primary residence. A few years back, I was at my house, and it was an afternoon, Saturday, and 3 young men came from the house, and they started talking to me, and I'm not Jewish, and they were begging me to come to the house because they needed another person to complete a minyan for their religious service. And it was okay if I wasn't Jewish. We talked a little bit. You know, these were teenage kids. Some of them may have been close to 20. Anyway, there were 3 of them. I asked them about the house a little bit. They explained how there are a bunch of people, you know, sometimes there's like, you know, 10, 15 cots in the living room. So I realize these are anecdotal things, but this has been going on for a long time.
Okay.
And so, frankly, I've never been to a zoning hearing before it, and I must say, I commend the dedication and the thoroughness and the commitment of all of you. I've actually been very impressed listening to with the earlier presentations. But, you know, these 2 streets need help. And when we had the first case that was discussed, and there was a lot of comment about the neighborhood in terms of the one house being a second-story house and being out of sync with the other houses being one-story houses, all I could think of was, you know, we have the second-story house. We've had it there from the beginning. And we're just lucky that we don't have a second one or a third one. And obviously, we do not have a town zoning board which goes by, you know, the real regulations, because we have a business there. One of my next door neighbors has papers where this is advertised for tourist accommodations. This is in a thing that's under business organizations. So I realize a lot of this is anecdotal and this and that, but this has some province in this department.
Okay.
And if it doesn't, then this department has a responsibility to put it where it needs to go, because this is only getting worse. And like I said, you know, it hit me on the head when this friend said, well, why don't you just do this? We could just do a little camp here. And I thought, yeah, and that could happen in any one of these houses.
Okay.
And that is not the neighborhood I moved into.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Anybody else who wishes to be heard? Are you an attorney?
I am the rabbi.
Okay, so I have to swear you in.
I affirm.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth,
Yes.
and nothing but the truth? Please state your name and address.
Rabbi Levi Baumgarten. First, I want to thank all of you for being here and for taking your time to hear this, and I appreciate it immensely. I'm listening here. I wasn't going to speak, but I have to get up and have to say what is important to say. First thing is, I get along with my neighbors all the years. I speak to everyone, hi to everyone. I never had one complaint. Only one complaint was one on October 7th, and it was a tough time. We had 11 o'clock when we were singing outside, one complaint for 25 years. This home that we live in Chabad is a single home, only by my family. No one else was ever in that house without me being there. It's a single family. I have a large family, thank God. I have children. I have grandchildren. I have cousins. I have sister-in-laws. We are a large family. Yes, and I have extended large family. But I heard something tonight that bothered me when the man got up and said that we have beds, cots. Never in 25 years did I ever have a cot in any room. Never. Never. I try to be the nicest to everybody, the respectful. There was a problem with the siding of the street, and we have big lines. To my friends who come, my family, you must park on one side, never to block a driveway. Never. And if you go in the last 3 years, it's been unbelievable. Sometimes things happen, but we're very careful about it. But this is a single family home. We are there swimming all the time. I was swimming today. My wife and children, my grandchildren. Sometimes, yes, on a Saturday, people come together. Many of our family, we come together. But this is a single family home, directly and only. Nobody else is there, only my family. They come for the luncheon, yes. But no one else lives there, only my family. It's specifically a single family home. I'm very particular to say that. I want you to know. And we're very careful what we do. And all we want to do is, thank God, I started off when they brought the house with 6 kids. Now I have 8, and I have 11 grandchildren, and I have son-in-laws and daughter-in-laws, and family come. You need a bigger room. And what we're asking for is not that much. Really not that much. A little bit just to make it a little more comfortable. Yes, by the way, there's no more people than came 10 years ago. What would everyone say? Before COVID, more people came to my luncheon. You don't have more than that. It's the same cars, they'll say. It's the same thing. It's not more. I know the numbers. I know the luncheon because we prepare the food. It's not. The bottom line is we have a large family and we need a little more room, but it's a single part family. That's all it is. And there's no evidence whatsoever. You can come and see. Come join me anytime. Come for lunch. You'll see. Come to the home. Our family's there. No one else. So I want to be very clear. This is what we're used for. And I had to get up in many places around. You have Chabad, yes, but it's a single family. And Chabad, if you're a synagogue, you have 3 times a day. You have membership. We don't have any of that stuff. We don't have any 3 times a day all the time. That's not. We have this Saturday morning. People come together to warm up, to have a little prayer, a little lunch, to get a little inspired, to get a little touched, to get an awakening for what's going on. That's who I am. God granted me that I have good parents, and I thank God, and so people come and they want to hear and they want to get inspired. A little bit of what's going on in the world. They want to get an awakening. So my family comes together, and extended family. It's all we are. We don't make no noise. We go to houses. There's no 11 o'clock screaming, 12 o'clock screaming. There's no running around. They're children, yes, thank God. They're grandchildren. That's what the world is here for, that the children should be here. The children should grow up and see what's going on. I'm very careful, very respectful, always clean, always being very careful, because that's what it has to be. Yes, my family is growing, thank God, and I have children, and my children bring their friends, and there's nothing wrong with that, friends. And all I'm asking for is that I can have a little more comfort in my home where I live, and it should be a little more comfortable for me. That's all I'm asking, and ask anything else. And that's what the board is. So there's a single place, and that's the way it's going. And I love by the way, I have nothing against my neighbors. I always speak to them. I always say hello, always wave. As a matter of fact, my neighbor right across the street, Josh, is a wonderful guy. He said, Rob, I have no complaints. Number 10 is my dear friend. Go down the list. Number 36, Sam. I have quite a few friends on the block who are dear friends of ours. Really love us. Come to speak to us. Say hello. Never to complain. Never. Never. I'm here 25 years. You would think there would be how many complaints? Never. One complaint. All of a sudden, we asked for variance. Everyone went crazy. Never in 25 years. I guess if I was such a bad guy, such a bad thing, the disrupting would be in 25 years, something would have happened. Nothing. Not in 25 years, one complaint. That's my...
Oh, thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Anybody else in the audience? I'd like to speak, please. All right, come up here. I think I swore you in the last time.
Yes, you did.
Okay, just state your name again.
My name is Marian Pasadomo. I live on the corner of Winding Way. And Rabbi Mazel Tov, I would like to say that I have evidence here, right off the internet, that the Shabbat Lubavitch is advertising as a business organization, religious organization, open 40 Winding Way, Watermill, New York. And they have a map and locations. It also, I have another one that says search hotel deals in Watermill. Shabbat Lubavitch of Watermill View Street map, Friday evening services, Shabbat morning services, high holidays, tourist visits. This is not a single-family home. I live in a single-family home. Everybody else on the street. I don't advertise on the web as tourist visits. A single-family home doesn't hold 50, 60 people. A single-family home, as the lawyer before me, who spoke before and said about his family, a large family, an Irish family, I gather, gathered on a Sunday and had fun. Great. I come from a big Italian family. We gathered Saturday. We had 30, 40 people. That was a family. We were all related. This is not, and we didn't park with all kinds of cars in the street. We came in the same car. This is not a single-family home. In fact, it says, in operation the majority of the year, Shabbat of Watermill brings a vibrant, informal, and hands-on, friendly community resource in a place you'd expect it least. Yes, you would not expect it on a residential street, on a cul-de-sac with no exit and no way to get in and out unless you go all around the street. This is not a single-family home. Jewish tourists and locals alike have said as much, what with their loyal and growing turnouts of over 50 men, women, and children to Shabbat's weekly Shabbat services and classes. I could go on and on. Suppose a Muslim family comes into the neighborhood, any neighborhood, and says, well, you know, they're having religious services. Why can't we have our religious services? Or anybody else comes in and decides to change their home into some sort of an organization. That is not right. I heard you, I've been sitting here all night. I also am very impressed because you really have to listen and try to absorb. And I think you do. I know you do. And over again, the sense that I got from you was that you care about the community, the character of the community. And this has changed the character of our community greatly. This is no longer the character of the community that I built with my late husband, who was Muslim, by the way, and would greet anybody on that street and was well known. And we never, ever thought of anything but that was a religious institution.
Thank you very much.
Have the materials you were
Yes.
citing been submitted? Okay, thank you.
You have them?
Yes, they all have them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's getting late, but we're going to hear from anybody else. We're going to try to keep it tight, okay? And just remind everybody that we're here on an application that deals with a variance of space. So, okay, please come up.
I'm Jim Blaney, I'm Kathleen's husband.
And I
I'm
think I
also
saw you.
I'm also an attorney.
Yes, okay.
Rabbi, we have said hello many times. We try to be equally as friendly as you are, and you are a joy to see on the neighborhood. You wave, you smile. But it's very important. First, Rabbi, with respect, I've had to go over to the house several times, particularly when there's some evening services and people are chanting very loudly, with enthusiasm.
Yeah,
and
you do need to
with
direct your comments to the board.
with enthusiasm and with respect. Well, I respect Rabbi,
Sure.
but as many of my neighbors have said, it has become much bigger over time. And there have been noise issues. and there have been parking issues. The affirmation submitted by my wife shows a car parked in front of our driveway this past Saturday. There was another car, you can look, that was parked 3 feet off the curb, literally in the middle of a winding way. Because sometimes people trying to get to hear Rabbi's undoubtedly wonderful words are in a big hurry on a Saturday morning and drive their Porsches and their Mercedes and their Audis in a big hurry to get there in time.
Okay, that's, can we?
But I'm just saying that this is the character that's important to understand. And again, with respect to Rabbi, it has grown over years. It grew a lot in COVID. Rabbi also, and it's on the website, has a mitzvah, has a Chabad in Brooklyn at 1555 President Street. And to the question before, that was asked by Mr. Leonard, is it a single-family house? It's a Hampton summer house. His family is not there the whole year.
All right, well,
So
we're
I'm
getting
just saying,
beyond
again,
the scope of what we're
it was asked, so I wanted to make sure. He said, "Where's the neighbors who know?" I'm the neighbor who knows.
Okay, in terms of it being occupied all year.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Is there anybody on Zoom who wishes to be heard on this application?
No one, excuse me, no one has their hand up.
All right, we're gonna keep it short.
Just a couple of points. There were some statements that were made that I think need to be refuted. One, they said there's no evidence it's a single-family dwelling. I handed you the certificate of occupancy that identifies it as a single-family dwelling, and that's the only evidence that you've seen about the use of the property, right? Again, it's a factual analysis about what the primary use is. Another comment was made that the property benefits from a tax exemption. It does, right? But if you look at real property tax law 462, in addition to the exemption provided in section 420A of this article, property owned by a religious corporation while actually being used by the officiating clergyman thereof for residential purpose shall be exempt from taxation. So that statement is evidence of nothing. You heard how the property is used, and it's used by the rabbi. We'd ask that you close the hearing. And we can set up something for written submissions, but this is a very simple, basic case. It's for 25 square feet and 8 inches, and that's really what this is about. We'll have the argument about the primary use of the structure in some other forum.
Normally, David, I would say that that's probably true, but we got a massive amount of submissions on this today, of which we have not had any opportunity to review. And I don't know how the rest of you feel, but I'm somewhat reluctant. I don't want to have testimony again in a sense, but I
But if you
feel
hold it
like
open,
there's a
you're gonna
lot of
have to.
material to cover. I mean, for us, and to close the, and just allow for more written submissions, I don't know. It's problematic for me. I don't know.
Well, we
if
could close it and we could provide for written submission and decision date later than what we're offering right now to give you the opportunity to review the documentation.
Yeah, but it's a significant. How do you feel, Julie?
Yeah, I'm mixed on this because
I'm mixed too.
I'll reiterate how troubled I am by the situation in general. And this level of upset and outrage is something I'm having trouble ignoring, and I cannot get myself past the safety issue, which may or may not be real, but I don't want to be the board member who got comfortable with this if EMT can't get through someday. That is really hanging over me. That said, I do think that if we take some extra time to review the materials, close the hearing, take some extra time than we normally would, and I want to be sure anyone else on the board can weigh in here. And once we review things, if we feel we need to reopen, we can do so.
That's fair.
I think that's a reasonable compromise if people can get comfortable with that.
The key is, though, it would have to be a unanimous decision to reopen.
It would have to be a unanimous decision.
I mean,
to reopen.
but that's the risk we would run if you wanted to reopen it. But I do think we need to digest this. I understand the arguments that you're making, David, that it's a narrow application. And just on the surface of that, it seems pretty obvious what to do. But I also appreciate the argument that are we enhancing an illegal use or a non-conforming use? And that has me troubled. I mean, it has me troubled, I'm sorry.
But there has been no determination
I
by
understand.
anybody with any jurisdiction or any
and-
authority,
yes.
nor has there been a hint of it. If this has been complained about for a year, code enforcement hasn't done anything. They probably don't think there's a challenge here.
Well, and and I appreciate that.
I don't think we should assume that,
Well-
that, we just can't. We also don't have evidence of that.
But you can't assume that there's a violation then.
No.
On the flip side,
Didn't
right?
say there was.
Well, much of the discussion coming certainly from the neighbors and from the board is that there's a violation there.
Well.
And to answer your statement, Board Member Kane, 25 square feet and 8 inches have nothing to do with emergency access.
I'm not convinced of it. I'm not convinced that you've, again, distinguished the case, and therefore we can't draw a nexus. You just haven't gotten me there.
The problem I'm having is that I think that we are considering the historical, or what's perceived as a historical use of this property, and then tying that to the potential approval of this variance as if that is going to augment something. Honestly, it makes no sense to me. I just don't see the nexus whatsoever. I think we have to look at it in terms of, will the addition of this 25 feet itself have a detrimental effect on the character of the community, regardless of what the community has perceived as the historical use. I think that's our job here today.
I agree with you, John.
That's a fair observation. Anybody else wish to comment from the board?
No.
Okay, so we're going to give ourselves considerable time to consider this. And what do you want to, Julie, you're the lead on this. Do you
Yeah,
wanna-
so normally we would keep it open for written submissions until August 8th, right? But I think we ought to go 2 more weeks than that. We're
So 9/5
9/5.
for written subs.
Is this just for written submission?
Yep.
Yes.
9/5 for
And
written
us-
submissions and 9/18 for a decision.
We want to give ourselves more time to either receive more written submissions based on what everyone has heard and read the.
And we want time to consider the submissions that
That's why I
we
was asking, because you do have an extra week this month, so instead of doing you have quite a lot of submissions already.
Mhm.
I'm not sure how much else is going to come in. If you want to give yourself time, instead of going into September, like I said, since you do have an extra week.
Go to
could you
8/22.
Could you do
21.
like another, normally we would do 2 weeks for written submissions.
Mhm.
The other applications, you did more than that, but normally 2 weeks, so technically 2 weeks would be August 1st. And then how much longer do you need to review it? Because then it'll give you you won't have another meeting for another almost 3 weeks.
Yeah, no, you keep the written sub the way it is and give yourself more time to review it. You have gobs of written submissions.
Yes,
Yeah,
and a
why
lot
don't
to
you-
review.
written submissions.
Yeah, so keep your written subs at 8/8 and then just put the decision for 9.
Take the time,
whatever.
yep.
Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing. You're going to keep it open for additional written submissions until,
If any.
until August 8th, with a decision slated for,
You could do either 9/4 or 9/18, depending upon how much time you think you want.
I honestly feel 9/18, only because it's summer, it's,
Yeah.
it's a crazy time.
Vacation.
And there's a lot of material here.
okay.
Thank you.
Second.
David,
All right,
Why
hold on,
can't
we
it-
got to vote.
I'm sorry, 8/8 and then 9/18?
Correct.
David, I would like you to submit the argumentation that you made in writing with regard to religious exemption,
The tax exemption.
the tax exemption, with regard to the definition of a synagogue or a religious institute or a place of worship.
It's a definition of place of worship.
Place of worship. Is that what it was? Yeah.
You read it, Nicholas?
Okay, let's vote. Who
Okay.
seconded?
I did.
Bob did.
Bob, okay. Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess? Aye. Chair votes aye. Okay, thank you, everybody. It's been a long night. Okay.
Candace, we get paid overtime? I don't.
You get comp time. You don't, you should get comp. So we have some decisions. Let's see who goes first. Kevin.
I'm up? Okay. I move to approve the application of Andrew and Kira Brandman, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-62-1-16. This application is for a property located at 57 Water's Edge Road, North Sea. Applicant seeks variances in connection with a proposed two-story addition to an existing dwelling on a non-conforming lot burdened by wetlands. In response to concerns over massing of the house, the plans were redesigned and revised. The applicant passed the standards set forth in New York State town law and town code. Therefore, this board grants relief from the town code section 330-6 general regulations that references town code section 330-11 residence districts table of dimensional regulations for a principal rear yard setback of 25.3 feet where 35 feet is required, as shown on the survey prepared by Jeffrey W. Haderer, licensed surveyor, last revised December 16, 2024, and the floor plans and elevations prepared by John P. Laffey, AIA, dated January 7, 2025. The grant of the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises.
Second.
Mr. McDonald?
Aye.
Mr. Leonard?
Aye.
Ms. Kane?
Aye.
Mr. Macedonia?
Aye.
Mr. Redmond?
Aye.
Ms. Burgess? Chair votes aye. Okay, John, you're next.
Okay, for approval of Eric and Carola M. Grave, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-211-4-2. This application is for property located at 9 Rebadam Lane, Shinnecock Hills. Applicant requests variance for a proposed attached garage on a non-conforming lot burdened by wetlands. This application passes the standards set forth in New York State town law and the town code. Therefore, the board grants relief from Town Code 330-6, general regulations as it relates to 330-11, residence districts table of dimensional regulations for a principal rear yard setback of 26.4 feet where 30 feet is required, a total side yard of 24.5 feet where 25 feet is required, and the total lot coverage of 21.2% where a maximum of 20% is permitted for a proposed attached garage on a non-conforming lot, as shown on a survey prepared by David H. Fox, last revised September 23rd, 2024, and the floor plans and elevations prepared by Carl E. Fritz, Jr., P.E., dated September 9th, 2024. Grant of the foregoing is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant to as already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval of the subject premises, including that no stormwater runoff be discharged into the adjoining body of water and and that erosion and sediment control measures be implemented during the immediately after construction.
Second.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Mastonia.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Can you take the next one, because I just
I have the next one.
misplaced my
I have
decision
application
folder.
Gary Fitterman, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-391-2-25.1. This application is for property located at 645 Dune Road, West Hampton. Applicant requests variances to reconstruct a new dwelling and improvements in a non-conforming location with the coastal erosion hazard area. After multiple hearings and modifications to address concerns, this board finds that the application passes the standards set forth in New York State Town Law and Town Code. Therefore, this board grants relief from the following provisions of the Town Code for a one-family dwelling, Town Code Section 330-6, General Regulations that references Town Code 330-11, Residence Districts, Tables and Dimensions Regulations for a principal total yards of 25.6 feet where 60 feet is required, and principal minimum side yard setback of 8.3 feet where 20 feet is required. Town Code Section 330-84D, Pyramid Law for a total encroachment in the amount of 2,579.17 cubic feet, 2377.54 on the east side, and 201.61 on the west side, and Town Code Section 138-17C, non-conforming buildings or structures to reconstruct a house, pool, and decking in a non-conforming location as shown in the survey prepared by Wilton Howard Wright Jr., last dated May 12, 2025, and for the floor plans and elevation prepared by Ryan Kessner, registered architect, last dated August 6, 2024. Grant of the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval, including the submission and implementation of dune restoration, revegetation plan, and consultation with the Environmental Division.
Second.
Mr. Mastonia.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
No.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
No.
Ms. Burgess.
Oh.
Chair votes aye. Okay, I have the last one, Eva Shea Family Trust, Suffolk County Tax Map 900-117-2-23. This application is for property located at 285 Surfside Drive, Bridgehampton. Applicant seeks a variance to construct an elevator in an existing house located seaward of the coastal erosion hazard line. After modifying the application to eliminate an additional requested variance for 650 square feet of area pilings with grade beams, this board finds that the application passes the standards set forth in New York State Town Law and Town Code. Therefore, this board grants relief from Town Code Section 138-9B, Section 138-12B1, and Section 138-17 Coastal Erosion Hazard Area Regulations to construct an elevator where construction is prohibited on a non-conforming lot, as shown on the survey prepared by Lester Holden, LS of Squires Holden, Weissenbacher, and Smith, last revised June 10th, 2025, and the plans prepared by Michael A. Lomond, R.A. of Stell Architects, dated June 6, 2025. Grant of the foregoing relief is subject to such other conditions and permits as applicant has already acquired or may otherwise have to acquire for final approval.
Second.
Mr. Mastonia.
Aye.
Ms. Kane.
Aye.
Mr. Leonard.
No.
Mr. Redmond.
Aye.
Mr. McDonald.
Aye.
Ms. Burgess.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, do I have a motion to
Motion to close.
motion to adjourn? Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Closed. All right, we all earned
We
our,
really got to
we
stick.
all earned our money today.
No, we have to stick to these timeframes.
Well, it's not that. We just can't have two giant matters on. We
Well,
knew,
here's the thing, I tried to tell y'all before you put the last application on, and that previous